guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. Fire every soul they took away. Rearm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps, feel our malice. For every soul they took away. move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Whoa! 15
of metal has begun. And metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
变革轰然来袭。 峡谷亦是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. It's week 2, day number 5, coming towards your screens, and we've got more League of Legends action. We've got more Fearless action coming your way. My name is Munchables. I'll be joined by Nymira as we head into our games, and Nymira, boy, we got some doozies today.
We do, and I'm just not afraid anymore, Munch. I've just learned to be fearless. You know, emotion, I am at a point of serenity. And I feel like some of our teams today are going to have to reach that state of nirvana as well. It feels like the teams we've got today they've had some trials and tribulations, Joe.
Yes, they have. We'll go into that in a moment. First off, let's look at what happened yesterday in the LPL, as plenty more games happening. And believe it or not, AL lost a series to Weibo 2-0. I really don't. My brain can't comprehend Weibo gaming. It just can't fathom it.
How many times are we going to say it? Consistently inconsistent. This team, Weibo, you've got like each region has this team. We had the Weibo, we had the CLG, we had KT Rolls. The teams which just don't make sense. And then of course the other result of the day, BLG walked away with actually kind of limping away from a 2-1 victory over WE. I'm actually quite surprised that BLG walked away with that series in general. Yesterday was a strange old day.
Yeah, and huge props to WE there as well, challenging BLG in that way. It does feel like there's been some turbulence in the LPL over the last few days, but let's take a look at today's matchups as we head towards yet more action. RNG and LGD both 0-2 in the standings, 0-4 in games. The battle for the wooden spoon commences in our first series, and then we'll be moving into IG versus NIP. NIP should be coming in as a big favourite, but IG have certainly given us some interesting games so far. There's been some interesting picks, there's been some all-out aggression coming out from that team as well, so I still feel like that'll be worth a watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, all of these games, when it gets to kind of that desperation point, where you are, again, kind of going down towards the bottom of the tables right now in each of the groups, and there's Fearless drafts, so we're going to get some different champions coming out. If we go to 3 games, I'm fully expecting everything to hit the fan and for us to try and have to pick through the mess.
Yeah, God only knows what comes out of the drafts in a game 3 between those two teams. Only time will tell. But it's RNG versus LGD to kick us off today, and I feel like, you know, when you look at the group that this is coming in, they're in Group B, BLG, WE, sparring yesterday. Now we get kind of the opposite side of that group. LGD and RNG really with a long way. Look, it's still mathematically possible for them to leave this group. I think the odds of either team leaving this group are very, very low.
Yeah, and a reminder, folks, you go through in top 2, you basically get yourself the better chance of seeding from Group A and the better chance to get through the playoffs. Like, you don't go straight out if you're in the bottom 2, but it's still a risk because then you're in, like, the group of death, Group B in the next stage.
Yeah, and ultimately you want to be, even if you don't make it out of the group, you still want to be coming in 3rd, you don't want to be coming in 4th. Like, ultimately, you're going to Group B regardless of 3rd or 4th, but you still want to have that morale moving into the 2nd stage. You still want to have looked good during this first stage of the tournament, especially since this is the only stage where we'll get those Fearless drafts coming on through. So we'll see. LGD, though, I think a team that nearly looked good, you know? This is a team that have nearly looked good, that have almost close games, but they just don't quite seem to be able to join those dots.
This team, I don't know what to think about them, because their series versus WE was quite one-sided to WE. I think WE, they've shown that when they get ahead of a game, they're very good at closing it on the whole. But then they showed 2 great games versus BLG. They had that, one of my favorite clips we've seen from LPL so far is the 20-minute Zyra basically solo Baron rush.
Yep.
You gotta sit there and you get like the 6-8 plants on spawn. And you know, dude, I've played so much of this champion through Arena. It's messing me up that this champion doesn't have all the same augments, but she's still really powerful in Summoner's Rift apparently. And like, I'm really interested if Meteor can keep pulling out some new tech from elsewhere to see if he can actually uproot this group. Because it does feel like LGD, they're this close to doing something. They're this close.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side as well, RNG, there's been a bit of turbulence there. We've got a couple of roster swaps going on. Juice has been brought in on the top side, and he'll be playing, he'll at least be starting this first match today, so we'll see how he does in comparison to ZDZ. ZDZ pretty much only just joining this roster as well, so surprised to see changes so early on in the split. We'll have to see, though, as there are parts of this roster that have looked good. There are parts of this roster that have really left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, and there's even coaching changes coming through in the back of the staff as well, which I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about later, Joe. There's a very exciting move there for yourself. But yeah, I think that RNG, this team has been in freefall ever since the departure of Xiaohu, gosh, a year and a half ago. It's weird to think it's a year and a half without Xiaohu on RNG. But the fact that they kind of brought in some changes to the top side, because of course Breathe left to go over to Weibo, this team is in turbulence. That is the word for it.
Yeah, no two ways about it. And I feel like this is a matchup to try and figure out which of these teams can start to stabilize, because ultimately it's still possible to make playoffs if you go to Group B, but you do have to be on the top of that pile. So we'll have to see which of these teams can figure that stuff out. Let's take a look at LGD as they come into this series as well. Obviously, Birdall still up in the top side. Meteor, I think the guy that a lot of people will have their eyes on today, as you said, bring that Zyra jungle. He's always been a bit of a mad scientist in the jungle. I remember he was like a Maokai jungle way back in the day when Maokai jungle wasn't a thing. This is pre-rework Maokai. You know, definitely a player that has always been bringing out some odd stuff in the jungle, and I'm excited to see more of that coming out from it.
Yeah, but the thing for me, for LGD, is I'm really wondering what's going to happen to particularly the player who, for me, carried a lot of their spring games. Birdall was the Aatrox connoisseur, and he was very very good at that champion. Aatrox fallen out of the meta. What's he going to do now? His Skarner and tank play has looked not fantastic compared to spring. I considered him almost a top 3 top laner in spring, actually. He was that good on his choice picks. This team needs to find its comfort picks really quickly, and I don't know how much they're going to be given that kind of room for maneuver. Yeah,
that'll be the question, won't it? What can they pull out in the draft, but then how can they pilot it as a team as well? You know, we've even seen a little bit of like Rumble coming out from Birdall as well, so trying to change that style a little bit. But it was against BLG, it was against Bin. Did get a little bit astro-gapped on the top side there, so maybe against a newer opponent, because remember, Juice is going to be coming in and having his LPL debut today. Perhaps an opportunity for Birdall to really shine up there.
Yeah, and you know, I think some of that shines through in the numbers we've got on screen as well in regards to LGD. They haven't got a single lead at 15 minutes yet. That was number right at the bottom there. And I get it was against WE and BLG. This might be the most top-heavy of the groups we have, thinking about that, because I actually quite rate WE. It's quite hard to give them the benchmark when they're against BLG, but of course that was even a 3-game series. Yeah. And then, you know, we've got 2 teams which are struggling alongside that too. So it doesn't surprise me to see that some of those numbers are middling to poor, and then particularly the fact that LGD hasn't found themselves a single lead at 15 minutes in a game yet. This is the game where you really showcase that actually, no, these two teams up there will reach from the second round robin maybe, but just not for now. You need to get the leg up here though against your direct competition at the bottom.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, this is the first time that these two teams are playing as well, so they're both 0-2. They both have shown that BLG can beat them and WE can beat them. But I think everyone would have expected those results to be there. So today is where we get to see how this series
You're
actually
such a prophet. You're such a future seer, a sight seer.
What can I say? I can look at our #1 seed going to MSI and saying, this is going to be good in this group. I'm just, my analysis is on another level. We're headed to stage, though, as we'll get this series underway. And we'll find out who will be holding the wooden spoon at the end of the day.
How do you, you know there are like those ancient rituals for determining the future, like the portents and the tea leaves and stuff. If you were given the choice, I'm putting you on the spot here, what would be your ritual for predicting LPL? Because mine isn't working right now.
It's got to be knuckle bones, right? Doing the knuckle bones. I don't really know what they do with the knuckle bones, but I've seen on TV they sometimes show knuckle bones, and it looks cool. And it makes a nice little ritual.
They were Roman pastimes. They're basically dice. They're just dice for a Roman. I don't know whether there are different examples of that.
I'm sure there was something, but I'm pretty sure it was on like a cartoon. So I don't really know how historically accurate that is as a medium. RNG though, they're going to be. They're going to be praying to their knuckle bones. That doesn't really make a lot of sense as a sentence, but you know. Hong Kong stepping out and Ming. I do think Hong Kong and Ming have been a highlight of this roster. Hong Kong especially has had some pretty decent games for himself.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we can see these individuals like, you know, Ming and Wei are absolute veterans of this roster. You know, got Hong Kong coming in. These are players that you expect to see some good moments from, and I'm hoping today we can highlight some of that.
And even in the back room there, we'll get to talk about some of the coaching changes as well. I don't think it was him stepping out on stage there as well, but Tichima has been signed on as a coach for RNG as well. So that's another older name for those of you out there. That one.
I'll talk about
LGD.
Tichima later.
Yeah, I'd say, like, I need to give you an extended run of that because you've got frankly far too much to say about that player, buddy. I'm going to throw that to you now. But, you know, LGD, another again, every time I mention it, they're one of these teams where they have such a history to them because they're, I don't know, as an esports org, I remember them around since 2009. So even before the advent of League of Legends and other esports titles. This team was so massively popular in the LPL for a little while. They just haven't had results for a long time now. There is that kind of curse about them where they are kind of fated to only win in years ending a 0 or 5, so multiple of 5. You know, they won in 2015, they won in 2020. Can they win in 2025? Turn in next year, I suppose, for that one. They'd like to cut a year off of it, but I don't know whether it's in the cards, Joe. I don't know whether it's in the cards.
Yeah, I don't know if winning is on the cards for these teams in the grand scheme of the LPL. But maybe, you know, and also it's always exciting to see some rookies coming in. Maybe they are the seeds being sown for future victories. You know, maybe Juice is the gap, and you know, he's come in. We previously had a player called Juicy in the league, who is now Jinxie, who is a coach in the LPL. So
you know, I love their merchandise. I see that on shorts everywhere. I think they've done a really good job with their brand name.
Great. No comment on that one. Yeah, that's WE's coach though. Also in the same group, by the way, and looking pretty good so far. So maybe that's foreshadowing for the coming of Juice in the top side. Yeah, we'll have to see. I've got to say, going in today, I was really surprised to see ZDZ benched. Like, of all of the plot twists to start this split after just 2 series, ZDZ being benched was not the conclusion that I was going to come to.
And, you know, I don't even think he was that much of a problem even on Weibo, where he was obviously traded off of. And don't get me wrong, Breed's an upgrade there. I understand why Weibo made that change. But, you know, ZDZ, it has felt like he's kind of, teams have somewhat fallen apart around him. And I don't think he's been the sole carry. I don't think he's necessarily been always the person who can take a game by the scruff of his neck. He can occasionally, you know, end of last split, he ended up carrying 2 games against JDG. That was when JDG were, of course, going on towards top 3 in those playoffs. To bench this guy just as he picked him up, that screams panic to me. And now Bernal on the other side, of course, this is turned up on the screen there too, is facing off against a rookie. I think Bernal has obviously got a number of years of pro play and a lot of experience under his belt now as well. This is not an easy situation for Juice to walk into. I suppose it's the easiest team in your group to play against him if they've been holding this guy back for a while and wondering about it. Well, then the question is, why didn't you start him from the start of the split if you had that information? And then obviously there's the case of, you know, what is it that he can bring that ZDZ doesn't? Is there an unexpected upside? Is it a champion pool thing? Does he play a load of carries? I've seen a Quinn and a Vayne game game in his recent match history pro play. That doesn't mean it comes to the LPL. What's the theory here?
We'll have to see, because, you know, I've been excited.
What is... That's wonderful.
Incredible.
That's wonderful.
And, you know, I feel like some of the gameplay today might be like we're watching cartoons, but we'll have to see.
Sponge boy me, Bob. We're headed to Summoner's Rift.
Are you ready, kids? So I came from somewhere deep down. Yeah, I will say the quick game that he's played in the past, 0-3-4 in the LPL, it was a loss. In the LDL, sorry. I'm not 100% convinced I want to see that Quinn on stage today, but we'll have to see. It's possible we just get Skarner versus Kastante, and I will be devastated if that's the case. But it looks like we're headed into Champ Select. It's time to get this series underway and find out what's coming to our screens.
So, still on 14.10 for those of you interested in that patch towards the bottom, so we don't have stuff like the Shiv buffs, which have affected other regions, as if you're seeing different champion pools. One of the things we do love here, though, in the LPL, more so than we've seen in other regions as they've started their play as well, is still AD mid lane, AP jungle. That has been the calling card. I think both of these junglers have really slotted in towards it. Corki is the big ban, which hasn't been put through yet in terms of those big AD mids. Wouldn't surprise me that's the last ban. If it's not, maybe Tanaman just picks that up for free.
So Jack's just taken off the board. We'll see what's going to be first pick. Corki up and available. Style gone. We'll just be locked in to take it. So very safe first pick here for RNG. But LGD now have an opportunity to lock in a double power pick, right? Meteor has been spicy with his jungle picks. Pretty much all of the AP junglers up and available.
Yeah, but then you need the AD mid, so I reckon it's going to be Skarner Talia, maybe. The Talia does fine into the Corki, you can stop them dashing forward at some points, you can match some of that shove at points. This can be, of course, a flex through towards Meteor in that jungle. So there's no need for them to lock in a mid lane or a jungle champion right now if they think they can use that flex. Of course, Meteor, as you said, he's one of the players which is more versatile there. Just getting one of those S-tier supports, the Nautilus, the Leona, feels like those two are there. They have returned, Joe. It's easy to lock that in. Skarner's still up and available.
And obviously Jinjao has been decent on the Leona too, so I think that's a solid lock-in. Also, I kind of like that LGD didn't go for the Skarner, purely on the fact that you're up against a brand new top laner here today.
True.
Like, let's have a lane bully from Birdall. Like, this is Birdall's chance to kind of flex a little bit in that top side and show that he's the veteran here. As AP jungle locked in for Way, it's going to be the Lilia coming through for RNG.
So that is, go on, Bernal. You're hovering so many interesting champions now for your top lane. Come on, do something interesting. We want to see this. You know, going into the Skarner, that's the known pick towards there. Like, surely you've got something interesting for this.
I mean, the Mordekaiser we have seen a good amount, and there it is. It's been seen as a counter to the Skarner. You can pull him away as he goes for the ult, but also you just slam the 1v1.
There are 3 champions which beat Skarner in a laning setting right now. 2 of them are banned, which are the Rumble and the Twisted Fate. The other one really is that Mordekaiser. It feels like those 3 are the ones which really hold Skarner to account. So sure, that makes sense. So maybe quite as flamboyant as it could have been, but still, we'll take that. And it does mean also that you can take out the Skarner from the front of the team fight too. Now you can see that LGD, they have plenty of magic damage on their comp. They don't really need to take away any AP options from themselves now, so they can kind of maybe take away some of the extra magic damage from RNG, like that Ziggs in that bot side we've been seeing. That one's an easy takeaway.
So, we'll see what the rest of the band's going to be. It's actually going to be the Nautilus taken away from me as well. So just making sure that that Leona is somewhat uncontested. We've seen a bit of a rise of the sort of Rel coming back in as well as an answer alongside the Nautilus and the Leona. But Meteor instantly goes for the Viego. 2 carry jungle's banned, taken away from him. Just goes for another.
And that Viego, really, really helpful when you have picks like the Leona in meta, because either the Leona's going in and dying first, obviously not relevant to this, they're on this team, but then also can lock down one target to reset after that point, so into the Talia, into the Viego reset. So RNG, they want to make sure that they've got a little bit of tank frontline stuff that can survive the initial engage, so Rel with Celestial opposition and jumping back, that can help. They need an extra damage threat now though, they need an AD carry for Huanfeng. We've not really seen Corki ADC in regards to that, so we're expecting that to be an AD carry. Something like the Varus could be okay. I think that's just a very safe laning champion, especially since you don't know what Shai is locking on the other side just yet.
Does very well alongside the Corki too. We're quite often seeing Varus and Corki locked as a pair, but instead the Jhin going to come on through. Similarly though,
Yeah.
long-range blasts to go alongside the Corky Rockets and follow up on that all-in from a distance. We'll see what Xiaoyu wants to take to this lane, though. Offering some pretty aggressive options. I will say, Jin often very good at denying some of that aggression in the bottom side. He's just so good at clearing waves. But the Draven locked in, no less. Xiaoyu taking this bottom lane.
One of the ways you can tell how quick the game is going to go is what your junglers are, and I think the Viego is typically quicker than the Lilia, can go towards that farming, but can also run bot lane and help something like a Draven, which also speeds up the game. I think LGD, they want their top lane to be isolated, they want to snowball this Draven, so it means that when you come through to the later fights, they can have a lot of burst damage coming out of the Draven's first autos to set up for that Viego reset. On the other side, I think RNG, they really want to just quell what's happening in that bot side, get way up to a point of power, and play those front to backs with the Rel, the Skarner, and the Lilia all diving in.
It does feel like a lot of aggression, doesn't it? It does feel like this is the kind of matchup that can get pretty explosive. Meteor and Xiaoyu especially bringing that aggression to the table. But also in the top side, Birdol bringing that Mordekaiser out. This will be the first time Birdol ever plays Mordekaiser professionally. He's up against Juice, who's playing his first ever game professionally in the LPL. So we'll see how this top lane matchup is going to go. But I have a feeling LGD are going to play fast here.
That's what I want to see. I think if they don't play fast, I don't think it works out very well for them. Because you look at that other company, you're like, wow, it's a whole lot of front line you got to chunk through somehow. So LGD looking for them to turn up the heat. RNG on the other side want to just be on a slow boil, get their items, and then try and slap with the wallets, slap with the scaling champions, particularly from that jungle of the Lilia. See what Wei can do.
See what he can bring to the table. RNG and LGD, two of the most storied organizations in the history of the LPL, but today they are fighting to not hold the wooden spoon in their group. It's absolute chaos in the arena.
I was trying to say, I actually didn't know if I had a Chovy Gyro in there, which is like completely out of left field. He's playing again today, by the way, folks. Like, I don't know. There was a lot of words there. I didn't catch too many of them.
Chovy came out on stage today with all his rings on, but it's not. It's Pays that got the pentakill. So.
Is this like one of those like, but they were all of them deceived for another ring was made?
Yeah.
This is Chovy got a secret what he's holding back. That scares me, Joe. It scares me.
Yeah, it's a scary thing to comprehend. But here we go. Let's look at pathing. You kind of always have to look at pathing when these AP junglers are in the game, but also when something like a Viego could get off to such an aggressive start.
We've got the lane swap from them, so I think what we're going to do is see Lilia go Raptors and then see if they can link up on the top side. They are hiding their bot lane right now. Birdol knows something is up. He knows something is up. He knows that Juice would not just walk at him like that, surely. Come on, Birdol. You got to know. No one's been seen bot lane. Maybe they're trying to fake a leash, but they saw where the enemy jungler was on Raptors with an early ward. So he sees it, and this attempted level 1 play is not really achieved that much for RNG.
Birdol's not missed any minions of XP so far either, so he'll be honestly pretty happy with how that started. Meteor is going to be... surely he knows they're coming though, right? Like, where else could they possibly be on the map? He does get away, gets slowed down here, and Juice will be forced away from that one, so just controlling the top side of the map. In the meantime though, Jinjao's like, alright, anything you can do, I can do better. He steals a couple of the little crooks as well. But back to level 3 Lilia. Jinjao, this is not a 1v1 that you win for yourself. He's gonna go down. Okay, flashes. And Xiaoyu saves the day.
We were saying that, oh yeah, when you got the Lilia, you want to play slower, you want the Viego to be playing faster. That's the kind of champion that'll do that. Meteor actually going to be spotted going towards the top side of the map. In regards to that, maybe trying to pass towards Birdol to protect against the dive. This is some weird-ass jungle pathing, because we've had some ping-pongs back and forth. I thought that Wei might try and go for a Raptor into Raptor invade if his kind of support could come down and help him with that. Lilia's very good at that one, but actually both these junglers have stayed on their own side of the rift somehow.
Yeah, honestly, this early game has been strange. This has been a really odd early game to start off with, but ultimately, despite the lane swap, Birdol is getting close to 10 CS, which Like, usually when you see these lane swaps, the top laners are just on 0 CS for a long time. But because of how strange the reaction has been, how the jungles have been chased out of their jungle instead of, like, trying to really punish these top laners, it's ended up with a bit of an odd start.
Yeah, because typically lane swaps come with a set of jungle invades, you get a camp somewhere, and then use that to path towards your strong side to then dive the top laner. The top laner knows they're going to get dove, so they leave their turret, they don't get any CS or any experience. Bertel gets experience right the way for level 1, hits a very easy level 3. Once you're level 3 as a top laner, you can't really dive them in the same way, it becomes very risky. And you start asking yourself, why? Why? What? Look, I ask myself that question a lot in the regular walk of life. I like to be introspective. I like to ask myself, why am I doing things? This feels like a slightly more blunt, why did we think this was going to work out? We're fighting over jungle camps, but I don't really get what RNG have gained from this.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I've got to say, and I felt a little bit like this during MSI as well, lane swaps are quite fashionable right now. And, you know, there's a lot of people...
Is it fast fashion?
A lot of people will just wear things because it's fashionable rather than because it suits them. And I feel like maybe RNG just trying on a new garment, you know?
Do you think this is when there's a piece of clothing written in a language you don't actually understand, and it actually just says something either really horrible or really incomprehensible? Like, you're trying to wear this shirt, it's like, wow, this is great, I saw this at MSI. What does it say again? No, we haven't really got around to that just yet. I don't think these teams... There is a certain beauty in a language to good lane swaps. This is a bit more gibberish.
Yeah, this is something else. But anyway, the lane swap is over. The lane swap is over. And we go back to the status quo. So, in conclusion of our big lane swap, or sort of little lane swap, I guess, we've got a 10 CS lead up top for Bertel, and we've got pretty much even bot lanes. And the jungle, as ever said, LGD have just slightly won, I guess, the lane swap. It's a 300 goal lead. It's not exactly that impactful, but...
No, they have themselves like a CS, they have themselves an experience lead on Bertel as well. Remember, it's RNG that chose to do the lane swap. And Bertel's come ahead in XP, almost a full level, which is one of the other metrics you track within a lane swap. The one thing which LGD maybe missed out on is the chance for Viego to impact the 2v2 if it was in straight lanes. To then gank them early in a way that Lilia can't. Maybe that's the one loss they had, but I don't even think they're that worried about that. We now have grubs spawn. There might be a chance for something here. Haichao has ult. It's very quickly. There's already one grub taken by Meteor with the smite.
He's going to focus the higher HP grub. I wasn't sure if Wei was going to try and move in and recontest, but he doesn't actually have smite up anyway, so it's just going to be 2, looking like 3 grubs for LGD. Nicely played here by Meteor to grab those.
But like, you're a Lilia. You're Lilia. Lilia getting grubs is meant to be the quickest and easiest thing. The fact that they've kind of seeded the solo lane pressure, you know, you can see the teleports back into lane were not really that well timed from RNG. Haichao got back with tier 2 boots and ult, so it was very mobile. Wei walks up anyway, just hoping to steal them away, and can't really get much from that. I guess they're going to head towards bot side, maybe to go towards Dragon. If Xiaoya gets a quick enough reset, he can actually come back out of base and impact Dragon fight. Haichao still has ult. We might be seeing a point where RNG lose out on the lane swap and lose both sets of the early game objectives too in the Grubs and the Dragon. This is beyond me right now. I really want to see what RNG can actually capitalize from this. I guess they escaped some of the early laning phase for both the Skarner, which we said can do poorly into the Mordekaiser, and of course against the Draven, which can be very aggressive. But I just don't see what's worth it right now. They need to prove something to me.
Yeah, I think the only logic that makes sense in my head was dodging Draven in early laning phase. But it's not like Draven... Like, Draven's good at level 1, but realistically, level 3 is like the moment where Draven really becomes Draven. And I feel like you kind of swap into the Draven at that level 3 mark, so I don't know how much was he even really gained there. First Drake is up onto the map here. We'll see. I mean, right now it's feeling like LGD are kind of just running the map, and RNG are all running around.
They're going somewhere, Joe. I'm certain of that. They are running in a direction towards a destination. Meteor is absolutely chilling, by the way. So, the thing about Viego is that, yes, you can gank early, flash in with the Spectral Maul, and do a level 3, level 4 thing. Viego's completely fine farming too. Meteor has a farm advantage over the way. Got the grubs, the grub, that's fine. which gives you some XP, gets all 3 of them, gets the first dragon, and Wei has done very little on the Lilia so far. So, yeah, I mean, you've just had the topside jungle taken. He's gonna find nothing. Wei, this is empty. The shop is closed. Go home. Nothing's here. It's closing hours.
His blue buff is up this whole time as well, which just adds insult to injury. I love the observers even turn off Fog of War to show how little is here. Okay, Juice gonna try to start things off on the top side. Remember, Birdle has his ult, so this is pretty much ungankable, but Wei's gonna move in anyway. Birdle under the tower. Maybe he actually manages to die despite having the Mordekaiser ult available.
Yeah, I think right there, Birdle was as confused as we are as to why Wei was on the top side of the map. It does take a flash and 2 ults to kill him. Birdle can teleport back, but not before he loses a significant amount of CS to tower and some XP with that as well. So, yeah, my explanation of that is that Birdle was as surprised as we are, because why would Wei be on the top side of the map?
But why didn't he ult? He had his ult that entire time. What? Like,
so,
right, we're explaining that the way pathing was really odd, but Birdle still managed to outplay how odd it was and managed to find a way to die and play.
Yeah, so are we going back to... Well, I guess we have to replay this. So, at the end of it, I think basically he wasn't in range well to target and he'd already been hit by the Lilia. I think after you've been hit by the... I have no idea how they missed the E on it this season, by the way. That is actually just not great. As soon as you get the Dream Dust on you, you're going to get CC'd. And I think even if you go into the Realm of Death, you're going to take that CC and the extra damage anyway. So maybe he just thinks that by the time he's hit, he'd waited too long. I think he was just a little bit too patient with his ult.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the second Lilia appears in the lane, just ult the Scar, right? Just put yourself in that 1v1, get as far under the tower as you can, and waste Lilia's time. I don't know. Weird one in the top side. But hey, LGD, ever so slightly behind. Remember, LGD is the team that actually looked pretty decent in the early games versus BLG. BLG winning that series 2-0 in the end, but LGD doing a reasonable amount to contend with them. Trying to move up to this top side once again. This time Ming is in the air.
Well, and also Wei's just used his flash and his ult in the top lane gang. So is it really worth getting one feel-good kill onto that? Or walking up like that?
This is... Oh, he's alive. He's alive, and there's a flick back. He was just baiting them in. Exhaust comes down onto Xiaoya as the grubs are finished off. Solar Flare lands from Jin Zhao.
Cash in.
That's a cash in onto Ming. Feud, like, Xiaoya predicts the play, baits them in, Giga Break stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening in this game. It's all prediction. Got another gang towards top side. Wait, he doesn't have flash, has ult. Just gonna flash forward, but is put into the ult this time.
Okay, Birdle in the death realm, but Wei is here to try and find a little bit more on the back side of things. He'll be put to sleep. Once again, shield comes in. That is a tanky Mordekaiser, and Wei's tanking the tower. Juice has to get under and will finish the job.
Okay, it's babysit the new top player on the Rift. Juice getting so much jungle attention at the expense of the rest of the map. Still will be getting decently far ahead of the matchup. I mean, Mordekaiser is someone that does very well in an isolated 1v1 against the Skarner, but yeah, when you get so many jungle ganks, then maybe it doesn't matter so much. Maybe Skarner can be more valuable than the Mordekaiser now, and maybe just be a better front line. I don't think it's going to be enough. Gonna put the spoiler warning on that. I think we've seen that in this game. Giving that early shutdown, or cash-in rather, to the Draven, not great. And while this is good for getting plates and to put Birdle behind, I just don't think it's going to do enough.
I've got to say, the funniest thing to me about this early game is that Wei has spent his entire game in this top lane trying to get Juice ahead, and somehow LGD have 6 grubs. How has this transpired that Wei is just camping top lane, and yet still is not getting the grubs? It doesn't make sense.
Sometimes I sit there and I wonder why I talk about the things that I do. The one big takeaway we have from Graph is, well, you've got a Lilia who plays the game more slowly than the Viego. Tell me, dear viewer, who has done more in this early game in regards to farming? Oh, you're saying the Viego farmed more? Who's done more gang? Oh, the Lilia ganked more? Make it make sense, please. Someone.
Fair play to Wei though, like, that ult came online and he has ulted on cooldown, essentially. You don't often see that from a Lilia. Definitely getting value out of his ultimate. And to be fair, like in a matchup like this, I really wasn't sure what we were going to see today. I have been enjoying this game so far. This has been some strange League of Legends, but entertaining nonetheless. And I'm excited now to see what's going to happen in 5 seconds time when this Drake begins.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that dragon, because there is likely going to be a fight over it. LGD get it. They have all of the objectives from the early game. They might look for a fight now. Jin Zhao misses the Zen Blade.
Oh, Big just Hex flashes at them, misses everything, and it splits back in.
Oh, no!
It's an absolute disaster from Big. He's looking like Yellow Star.
Ming, look, he's a legend of the scene, but this has not been his best run of form. I think with that death, it's going to lead to Dragon going over as well. Wei has flash, has ult. I don't think it's going to get anything more than that. The lucky Swell Seed Steel was the only thing they were aiming for. Can't get that. So, 6 grubs, 2 dragons, and apart from the Pear Tree, LGD have the full house. And this is going to be big problems now coming up for RNG, where LGD can leave dragons and hit towers and side lanes with 6 grubs if they want to. They don't have to, and particularly on a Hextech Rift, if they get themselves the soul and multiple dragons after, that's a problem too. So even though the gold lead's only 1,000, LGD in a huge strategic advantage.
It's feeling pretty good for them, isn't it? RNG, though, will get a consolation prize of this Herald, or at least they're trying to get this Herald, but the Hex Rift has meant the Meteor is on the scene. Flash available, Smite available, it's 4K on the Herald. I think this will go down to RNG, and Meteor instead moving to the top side. Tango in the target, stun lands, Valkyrie out, will survive, is live. Jin Zhao in the area, but Wei still gets that Herald, and he's trying to escape. Xiao is on the way as well. Jin Zhao doesn't have Solar Flare, and it makes it difficult to close that gap.
I think basically what LGD did was say, look, we've got the dragon, we can't fight Herald, but if we can force Tanyuan off of that top lane turret with a good enough gank or kill him, then that's the tower dead because we have 6 grubs. They don't quite manage that, so that's a little bit of a swing and a miss from them. Meteor very happy to just keep himself on top side. They're going to try and force Tanyuan away from the turret and use 6 grubs if they can. With no mana and half HP, there is a real chance of a dive now with Solar Flare back up.
He just used his Valkyrie, and they're not going to commit to the plate. No minions there. And also Ming and Wei in the area, so deciding against it in the end. Because our bot lanes, every time the camera pans to Xiaoya, I see him spam that Bloodlust and just charge forwards, but each time doesn't quite lead to anything. Kwon Kwon playing with a lot of respect on his signature pick.
So with the, oh gosh, yeah, this is significant. Man, the backwards ult out of base of Worlds 2020, if you weren't around for that era, it was a special time. But the thing about this Draven build, it kind of goes back to the Battle Draven. We have seen Bloodthirster First Ravens in the past, particularly with the Overshield and it no longer being a crit item. It is much more about just running forwards, using the shield, even taking more damage than you trade back, but healing up anyway afterwards and still using that Overshield. You're just going to run at people and just brute force them with multiple trades in a row and just use the stats.
You keep saying Overshield, and it's just giving me visceral flashbacks to Halo 3
Halo?
and that humming noise as the shield comes online. Yeah,
One of the most satisfying sounds in games.
Exactly, run in, trade your shield, go back, heal up, get that sound going.
Dude, I have been on a real rabbit hole with Halo speedrunning. You know in the original game, it was easier to speedrun on harder difficulties than it was on easy ones? Because the way that they coded the game was that you have to like grenade jump to get to special areas sometimes. You basically explode yourself to give yourself a boost. The way they coded it in the original game is not that you take more damage when you're on harder difficulties, it's that you deal less damage, which means that when you throw grenades at yourself, on easy difficulty you explode yourself and you can't do it. On harder difficulties you can still launch yourself. We'll see if LGD can launch themselves at the enemy. We do have an ult now, I'm very aware of that. Hopefully get some more chance to talk about other games at times, and we do for now. But yeah, that's just like a bit of like a trivia thing. Yeah, it turns out it's easier to speedrun on harder difficulties because you do less damage.
I remember back in Halo 2, I used to love just breaking the game. That was one of the most breakable games in the history of the world, where like brute shot jumping around the map where you like slide along a wall, blasting
the super slides, yeah.
And like you could, if you went in a custom game with a friend, you play on opposite teams, you could sword dash cancel a bunch of times while they keep jumping off your head every time.
Yes.
And just scale literal skyscrapers. Yeah, that was...
Oh, that's called Butterfly. It's one of the biggest
yeah.
speedrunning strats. Yeah, you use it to skip the entirety of High Charity. it is a heck of a trick. I love
almost every level in Halo 2. It was,
yeah.
It was a game and a half, and it was one of my favorite games of all time, honestly. But yeah, unfortunately, the only thing that was skipped in this game was all of the grubs by Wei. So
Yeah.
Not quite
I was about to
as
say,
stylish.
and I was about to say like a handful of early aggression too, because like we have had a huge amount of farm from junglers, and a lot of focus around the objectives. We had a couple of fights towards top, but that's really been it. When you don't see stuff like the Lee Sin and the Xin Sao meta, the game just kind of slows down a lot. You don't have that level 3, level 4 kind of pressure from the junglers in the same way. LGD taking that mid lane out of turret while we were yapping about different things, which I find very enjoyable for the record. Does mean that LGD have potentially the ability to push up mid lane, but they're the ones losing control of it right now. Herald's coming through, Dragon's spawning, that's the precursor to this.
Herald comes down to try and force this tower and force Cryo in the mid lane as well. It's TP onto the Herald that's no longer there. Comes out from Juice to join the play. There we go. Mid tier 1 taken down. Tanguyen gets into Herald, slams into the floor and jumps out again. Herald will go down. Mid prio for RNG though on a third important drake here. Hightail, double flick back. Ming survives the solar flare, but LGD fighting for Crab and still fighting for control.
Yeah, but we do have Wei with Flash ult. Going through this choke point was dangerous for LGD, but they managed to buy themselves place with high shells. Flick back, they lose themselves the mid turret, but they're going to get themselves the Dragon, and Tanguyen just says, alright, I'm out, we're not fighting, let's go elsewhere. Birdle joins him, so we just exit stage left, pursued by a Mordekaiser.
Maybe a tier 2 in the mid lane for RNG. They've not exactly got a tower taking composition though, have they? Jin, not his speciality, but it doesn't matter if Ming can find the engage, but he's tanking tower for too long, and it's twice in a row that Ming completely fumbles it.
Oh, he's just made of glass. Leona is meant to be so tanky, and that's great for Jin Chao. The Rel is tanky too, but just not able to tank up that kind of damage. Shaya doesn't pick up the kill, won't get a full cash in there, but he's still very happy with the first one he had in the game, so I don't think he's even bothered by that. RNG, they've kind of flopped the last minute or so. The mid lane out of turret, that was a good take, but giving up the Dragon and then losing a kill there to stall out that push around the map feels like it's a big mistake. We're not even going to go back to what happened on Dragon, so there were no kills. Ming goes in for a 2-man, but you've got the flash, you've got the cleanse. You need to make these plays in multiple parts. Make sure the cleanse or the flash isn't there. It's too easy for Shaya to get out and turn back the damage.
I love Juice gets the ult at the end there. He's like, I've got him, guys. And turns around, his whole gang has just abandoned ship already. They could see Birdall moving in through the jungle. They knew that the play was over. A bit of a panic play from RNG, it felt like. After the Drake went down, they didn't get the objective they were hoping for. They got the tier 1, you saw the TP top from Tanguyen, but it was matched by Birdall. Then you see them try and force on a tier 2, but it doesn't really work. Then they try and force an engage, it doesn't really... Felt like they were sort of flailing.
Yeah. They were trying to do that with melee butterfly skip thing. That's what they were trying to do. That it all comes back together. Meteor has presence in the enemy jungle. Again, they've been trying to get this top lane out of turret for a while now. But RNG has done a good job defending that. They just took a turret on the other side of the map, and we've got even a Jin ult coming through. That okay? Right?
Sorted.
Sure.
I think the idea was to get Xiaoya, but the Hex Gates exist, so it's not going to work. Jin Chao actually going to be forced to flash by Juice there, so at least a small advantage taken, but it is small.
It is. I think he was afraid of an ult or a flash ult coming through, which would have pulled him back into the Lilia, and then that's guaranteed CC from the Lutz of Lullaby afterwards. Baron has spawned. I think that's why the game has changed a little bit. We're starting to go towards outer turret. Any deaths now could lead towards Baron. That Xenoblade was, yeah, that wasn't it. But it really feels like, again, everyone's kind of spoiling for an odd kill here and there now. Not necessarily with any setup. They just know that if they get one kill, it maybe just goes over towards Baron.
On top of that as well, especially for LGD, it's very easy for them to get one kill, but also the resets come through for Meteor. It's very easy to get one kill to snowball that into a whole fight. See if they can find any angles.
Can't reset if you've died.
Is going to smite? I didn't actually quite see if he managed to get that for himself or not, but has to ult out of the play. Not ideal for him.
The amount of damage he took there is a big, big litmus test, actually. If Diego's going to pop like that, that's not great. There is a chance for RNG to get these burst combos. It means that LGD can't really play too disrespectfully. Meteor, of course, he can heal off of jungle camps, and he has a huge amount of damage. He has so much farm, by the way. He has more farm than the top laners. He's doing a really good job of that. And we've seen Baron rushes from them before. They get very quickly blue trinketed out, though. He won't be able to complete this one.
Yeah, Viego and Zyra are not created equal. when it comes to rushing Baron. Meteor, unfortunately, won't be able to make that happen again. Especially without that ultimate online as well. It becomes very risky to try and stay in the pit. You know, Diego, that ultimate is his ultimate get out of jail free card. I realize I just said the sentence, that ultimate is his ultimate.
Yeah.
There were more
You can
words after
tell
that
because of the way that it is. We've got Scar on the flank. Juice can come through a wall here. He's spotted heading out, so exit from the jungle there. Minute till the Dragon fighting up the mid lane Cryo. Again, any kill could lead towards Soul for LGD or towards a Baron for either team. So big fights really hinging around this mid lane. We're not really playing the side lane game right now. It has realistically been about mid lane push into objective.
Birdoff finds a pull, but it doesn't really lead into anything. Neither team really getting that much poke down either. It's not like either team has a significant poke opposition. The Corki obviously gets some rockets in. Ooh, so
they catch Birdoff.
Got Birdoff. He might go down here, but actually walks away and gets the shield. And he keeps himself alive somehow. He's in the death realm. His Tangyuan finishes the job. Curtain call comes out, and RNG might finally have found a positive play for themselves. Drake's falling in 13 seconds. They want High Chow as well. Flash away from the Talia. He'll get out with his life. Wait a second. Where is Jin Zhao? He is being real sneaky.
He was trying to retreat from the play. I don't really know where he's ended up now. LGD, after losing one, actually go towards the Baron. There was a blue trinket on them earlier. Remember, this is a very farmed Diego. They have significant damage. RNG don't sit. They did this versus BLG. Snuck out a Baron away from them. Can they do the same to RNG?
The one thing I will say, it does feel like they are losing versus Baron right now. I'm not sure.
Here comes Shaya, though. I think Shaya can help them finish it. This should be it. I think they've just got it.
Spite is available. Big has just seen what's going on, but it's too little and it's too late. LGD, they do it again.
Oh, it's another heist for them, and they get themselves the big objective on the top side. It is at the cost of a Baron. The reason they go for this is because, of course, they lost that kill earlier in mid lane, meant that they couldn't just kind of do things the traditional way, go towards the Dragon, and they'll have to wait for that big soul bonus for the next Dragon if they are to take that one. But still, this should give them the ability to control and push some of those lanes, which RNG have actually managed to get the better of in the last minute or two. They've been pushing in with Tangyuan, they've been pushing in mid lane. This should help them stabilize the map.
Certainly should. Wei just trying to get this Scuttle Crab and get out of dodge. Tangyuan will be able to Valk over the wall. Will be a blue buff taken by RNG in response to that Baron, as well as obviously that.
Oh, that's so equal. No, it's post 20 minutes. Everyone gets the blue buff. Game ending, honestly.
Like, I like that RNG made a play and went for the Drake. I definitely think that was correct. I think just underestimating what LGD are going to do in terms of rushing these objectives. And that's a little disappointing to see from RNG, since that's what LGD did in their most recent series. That was literally what made that series so exciting, was Meteor rushing this Baron. Oh, hang on, Xiaoya thought. Not going to go for the lullaby.
I was wondering if they just try and blow the cleanse, because they want to take fights in multiple parts. They don't want to go onto Shaya when he has both summoners, which he does right now. If you can force one of the three, that helps. They are opening up the ults.
Shaya takes 2 hits. Jin Zhao the target now as TP comes through from Birdoff as well. Solar Flare, whirling death, all of the ultimates blasted out. Mick will fall into death realm as Wei dives into the middle of everyone and just gets one-tapped. I mean, it's too easy for LGD.
And they finally get themselves the big combo. RNG, their initiations have been really quite poor so far. And I feel like, particularly High Chow, not even being targeted, able to put out some really good damage in these plays too. With the Baron still rolling, they'll go from the bot lane to the mid lane where, as we see on Blue Peter, here's one they prepared earlier, a minion wave, and that's going to get themselves 2 inner turrets in a fell swoop.
Yeah, this is a huge gold gap opening up now. 6,000 gold, 4K of that in the Baron power play right now as Meteor even cleans up some jungle camps. Bit of revenge for the blue that was stolen before the play by Wei.
An eye for an eye, a blue for a blue. I think that's how the saying goes. Right, we're going to go back to this fight. We're going to go back towards this bot lane fight. So, another really weird engage. So you open up with the Jin ultimate. Ming doesn't get onto Xia. High Chow gets out with his ult. But what happens after this? I mean, Jin Zhao just goes straight in. Great triples Enderplate into everything else. And then, as he said, just a really awkward moment as Wei kind of goes in with his Watch Out Eve. High Chow's return play just flicks him back in and just dies for free.
Jin Zhao literally just outplayed all of them, just saved everything. Denied Ming's combo with his CC. And then High Chow and Jin Zhao outplay Wei as well. He was trying to get like a 5-man sleep, right? And Sonya's, he had a Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory. Okay, there's a 2-man sleep. The lullaby comes in, Xiaoya immediately. Just gonna cleanse it. Jin Zhao happy to soak up some shots. LGD walk away again. But yeah, just the CC coming out from Jin Zhao and from Haichao. Really, really making it difficult for Ming and Wei to get involved.
Yeah, and it feels like RNG, you know, they would have really liked to have Lilia very far ahead of the game. And if you're looking at the jungle matchup, you can see that is quite clearly not the case. It's one of the reasons why Diego has been picked. It's why he's been picked so much, is that, yes, you can play for the reset win condition. Also, just fine to be an AD farming jungler. Not completely the same as someone like a Graves, but farm's okay, can become a carry, and going towards the GA's third item, you can see that Meteor is going to have an easier game now than Wei in a lot of these situations, particularly once that GA is through. And I think the Leona is so much more tanky than the Rel that Jin Zhao's going to have an easier game than Ming as well. So yeah, the jungle support duo, it feels like the barrier of entry in terms of the difficulty in this game is way inferior to LGD.
It certainly is. And actually, reset denied there by Xiaoya's whirling death does mean that LGD, they've got an extra man on the map with 30 seconds until Drake. They can get complete control of this area. Jin Zhao going to play very deep, which makes it difficult for Wei Juice to move into the situation. TP even comes through, I'm assuming, from Haichao, as he's finished a death cap as well.
Yeah, that's going to be really nasty. So now you have to face check into the death cap. You're trying to push out mid lane as RNG, and yes, that's been how they've managed to get some decent approaches to objectives before. They need to find Xiaoya without his cleanse. They might be able to do something if they shut that Draven down. It's going to be hard to reach him, though.
They're chasing Birdall, but remember, he will just ult one person, and then there's not a whole lot you can do about it. They're chasing for him, forcing a flash out. Blast cone missed, and he will get away from the full drop, but he just dies. Death Realm
He dies.
unused. Drake goes down.
It's going to be the soul for an inner, like an inner turret push. Can they get the inhibitor turret as well? I think they can. This is going to completely melt. And now LGD have to defend in a 4v5.
So RNG, they get an inhibitor. Are they going to stick around for more? Looks like the answer is no, but Hex Soul taken even with an inhibitor traded. I still feel like this favors LGD.
Yeah, for me, I just think that Hexol is so powerful, you never want to give that up. And what it also means now is that if Leona ever hits a Zenith Blade, which is one of the easiest skill shots to hit onto you, the whole team gets slowed, which means you can't run out of something like the Solar Flare.
He's got Glacial Augment and Aftershock. This is too OP.
Guy's loaded up with an extra set of runes. Yeah, Jin Zhao, for me, actually, he's been the player of the game for me so far. I think this Leona has been absolutely obnoxious. It feels like just every time the RNG try and pick him up, it's like, nope, I am the tankiest support. Again, every time this pick gets locked in right now in the LPL, I'm just glad it's back for our LPL supports. They're just really happy with this pick, and Jin Zhao definitely amongst them. And now we go towards the Baron as well. Let's see if that Hex Soul on that Leona can make it even more obnoxious.
This pretty quick. RNG have got to try and find a foothold here. Tango trying to move in as Haichao goes for the wall, but Ming immediately capitalizes. It's answered by Jin Zhao diving on the other side as Birdall going to finish Ming in the death row. Now to the rest of the fight. Sleep onto Jin Zhao. They can't really follow up. Meteor gets out with his life as well, and in the meantime, Birdall's still going on the backside of the play. Everybody chasing up to the Mordekaiser once again, but it might cost an objective. No, recess from the rest of the team. Maybe RNG can go for the Baron.
I think they can now, with so many low health bars. I don't think that LGD can stay around this part of the map, and even when we were just calling about how strong Hex Soul is, and how well it felt LGD could play, they managed to find themselves at a bit of an advantage. Here come LGD with a Hex Gate.
Jin Zhao stuck around, and he's got a Warlord, so he's healed up. Baron taken, Jin Zhao looking for the engage. Huang Feng found. Meteor here to follow up. Can they get the kills? Can they deny the buffs is the question. Haichao trying to chase alongside Xiaoya here. This way, getting out with that movement speed. Tango and the target stunned on the rocks, but they can't quite finish the kills. RNG, get out of dodge.
So I think RNG, on the whole, walk away the better from that play. Meteor's going to go back and wave clear, I suppose, but you know, most of this comes from the fact that Birdall is really struggling to frontline. We're going to see that in this replay. Actually, no, we don't even go as far back for that one. It's a little bit after. Remember, this is a 4v5. You see how strong LGD are if they can actually get their damage onto people in range of them. This has been hard to play around the front line. To get themselves the kill here, though, even though the Baron goes over.
This has been a messy game, to say the very least. But Right now, we're 3,500 gold up for LGD. We're 4 Drakes up. It's Baron in the hands of RNG. We'll see if that can lead to any objectives. The supers in the mid lane haven't really led to that much pressure because Draven is so good at dealing with those super minions. He can clear them so effectively that he's not really got that much mid prio. Still 2.5 minutes until that Elder Dragon spawns, so no neutrals up on the map.
You know what that means? Back to mid lane, baby! We're fighting over the wave again!
Parabuff will certainly help in that regard, but I'm not sure it's going to lead to all too much. Birdall behind enemy lines right now. Juice does get stunned up. Solar Flare comes in. Does use his grab, but it's not really going to lead to anything, and he falls. Birdall has found one bug in the Death Realm as well. Death being the operative word on this one. Nothing a Jin can do about that one. And Highchow even finds a flick back onto his opposite. Man, it's a massacre on the Rift, and it's all in favor of LGD.
Run, Ming! Run! I'm sure you can make it. Maybe not in this world, though. He'll be going down soon. That is 4 for none for the side of LGD. They're going to teleport to a wave, awaiting them on the bot side of the map. And despite RNG winning a lot of the fights that have led up to this point, LGD find the big pick onto the rookie top laner coming in for RNG, who honestly has had a good game. I don't think Juice has been the problem, and it feels like just this one pick here, though, has been the difference. LGD finally break open the map once again.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced the ZDZ was the problem in RNG right now. Based on this game, I don't know if this was a ZDZ issue. Mid inhib going to go down. They're not going to overpush for the bottom inhib. LGD respect the respawns coming out from RNG. Going to go for those resets because Elder is up in 70 seconds time. And no matter what has happened in this game so far, there's always time for Elder shenanigans.
That there are. Juice is a little bit separated from the team. He gets completely isolated. Birdall managed to get off of Vision 2, managed to take down Fong. And honestly, given how well Juice has played out most of these team fights, I can't really fault him for the entire game, but that's a bad moment from him. He has been so important to this team composition, taking off Birdall. He's the one who picked off this side. And the whole team fight basically falls apart when the front line kind of changes the results of the team fights.
I'll say Birdall has had an interesting game on the Mordekaiser. Doesn't feel that comfortable on the champion. I'm going to hold that thought though, because Juice has jumped back into the fight immediately chunked by Xiaoya. He's going to clear Vision out. Meteor is going to get rooted. This is a big opportunity for RNG. If they could get the jungler just as Baron spawns by Xiaoya, that's just as good. That's a shutdown into Tangyun's pocket. Double sleep comes on through Meteor Core, but they're going to go for Jinjiao. The root lands. This could be everything for RNG. Elder's up in 4 seconds time, and they have control.
RNG can also threaten going towards mid lane if LGD overstay as well. As an open inhibitor. Meteor's going to take down the Scuttle Crab. LGD need to be very careful. They have 35 seconds until Shire's back up.
I'm loving this Warbox from Jinjiao. He's back full health behind enemy lines, looking for the flank of all time. Xiaoya will not be a part of the play. Let's see what LGD can find. 10k on the Elder Dragon as Highchow just trying to get damage down onto Big. Jinjiao threatening on the backside as Birdall goes into the death realm. With Wei, perhaps an opportunity. If he can finish the jungler, LGD can turn this, but Wei turns golden, and Birdall's left alone in the middle of no man's land. Meteor stunned up as well. Jinjiao can't get into the play. Highchow can't get the damage down, but half HP on all of these RNG members. I don't know how much longer they can keep going with this.
Okay, Shire's coming back up. Shire's back. Maybe he can cast the ult. This is going to be an extended fight.
He's got Hexcase as well, so he's back into the play completely. 6k on Elder. We're going to flip this one as everybody dives into the action, and LGD start things up. The resets come through. Juice can't find anything, and LGD somehow have made a miracle occur. 17-7 as they charge into the base.
The Elder doesn't even die. It doesn't matter. Too many champions die instead. RNG so close to finding the miracle pick they needed, but it turns around just as quickly. How fickle we are here in the LPL.
I don't know how Meteor, Highchow, and Jinjiao all had flawless games. It doesn't make any sense. But at the end of all of that chaos, LGD come out on top.
Yeah, we said that both these teams, they'd be looking for a redemption arc, so they say. It felt like really both of these teams have had some very, very rocky showings in their first few series. And yes, LGD did have that very close series versus BLG, but they couldn't even close that out. And a lot of that was through their pre-objective setups. They had managed to get caught out somewhere in mid lane just before the big fight. It happened again. And I mean, it's kind of a sad story that RNG couldn't capitalize off of what really should have been some game-ending picks at points.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like LGD having that close series against BLG, that should be the tape that can shore up your objective play, right? Surely that footage is the footage for improving this stuff. Still a little dicey, but it worked out in the end, and a win is a win at the end of the day. 1-0 to LGD. We're going to jump into a break and then find out what on earth happens after. welcome back everybody to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 between LGT and RNG. And the first game was definitely one of the games of all time. We'll see if the second game can live up to that expectation. I'm joined by Nymera. Nymera, break some of that down for me. Make it make sense, because this game was just pure chaos and messiness and shenanigans.
Can we just, like, return to you saying, let's hope that Game 2 meets Games 1 expectations? Can we not do that? Being a game of all time. I have to say, even through this, I do think Jin Zhao had an exceptional performance on the Leona. I think we're seeing a lot of these from the Leona right now. He built up the Warmogs, which he called in-game as well, which meant that he could kind of walk into a play, walk out, regen, walk in for another play. He was doing that really well, and there were multiple times where he kind of outplayed the entirety of RNG just by himself, and even then they nearly lost the game, which is quite concerning. But hey, on an individual level, yeah, go Jin Zhao.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Zhao had a good game. Like, Jin Zhao, Haichao, and Meteor all had a flawless game at the end of things.
How?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm really
don't understand it.
Birdall had enough deaths to make up for the rest of his team not dying. But yeah, definitely a weird one. Some of the early stuff as well between Meteor and Wei, the way that the pathing worked out, the fact that Wei was chain ganking Birdall on Mordekaiser along with Escano, they're not getting any of the grubs anyway. Meteor just running the early game, having massive farm advantage, gets literally all objectives except Herald. Yeah, weird one. I'm excited to see what happens in game number 2 though, because it's Fearless Draft, remember, so both teams have to change their style, things have to change up, and I'm hoping...
No Mordekaiser for Birdall?
Like, it's worth mentioning, RNG have a new coach in town. He's called Teachama. He is the greatest player to have ever played in the LPL. I'll get into more of that as we get into the game. But hopefully, this tape from game number 1 will have been enough for RNG to now completely evolve and revolutionize their gameplay coming into game 2.
It's been downloaded, it's been integrated, it has been worked into the very fabric and the code of RNG. Teachama, teach us too, your willing students.
We'll have to find out if Teachama can make
it. Oh, ZDZ's back. Okay,
ZDZ returns to the stage.
I'm gonna throw this out there. I don't think Juice was the problem in game 1. I don't really think that ZDZ was the problem with their other games. Like, I think they're just kind of mucking around a little bit with this top lane kind of switching. Having a single game to try out a player which maybe you want to put on a roster at some point in the future, I can understand that, but yeah, I don't think it's that helpful switching in players in and out like this. It doesn't really bode confidence for connection between mid-top and, or like jungle top and top and the rest of the team.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. They swap it out, they change it up. Maybe just want to get some stage experience for Juice in a matchup that they're a little more confident in. However, 0 so far to LGT. You can see the grey pictures at the bottom. Those are the Fearless Fans. So neither team can play the champions they played in game number 1. For anyone that has been missing Fearless so far. Ash, Yone banned away, the Tristana and the Rumble banned away. We're sticking to the bans from the previous games.
We are, but it has been a separate side. So this does mean the Corki first picking up the Haichao, because it can't be played. Well, actually, you don't even need to first pick it, because Tanguyen can't play it, because he played it in game 1. Again, we're still adapting to this too. So RNG, they might want to ban out the Corki themselves, just to stop Haichao from picking that up later. This could be the kind of thing where you could even first pick an AP jungler if you're worried about the Karthus being taken away. You could even go, weirdly, first pick Karthus and then go into the Corki in the next round of picks and bans, because it can't be taken away by RNG. Corki is the real power pick AD mid left. You don't have to first pick this. You don't have to. Pick up another power pick if you want.
Yeah, you don't have to. The one thing I will say is you can give away other elements of your composition. So maybe wanting to go for the Corki just because, like, everyone's just playing Corki in every composition right now, so it doesn't give anything away. But they decide no, they're gonna go Meteor B1 Nidalee.
Right, okay, so what is Nidalee good at? Great at shutting down junglers which can't fight early. So if you're going to play something, I mean, obviously if you played the Lily in the last game, into a Nidalee, that can be difficult in the jungle matchup. You need to pick something that can skirmish a little early, and that typically tends to be your AD junglers. Viego can be good, Lisa and Xin Sao. So that's why you see the AP jungler, mid lane rather, locked in for Tanguyen. of the LeBlanc opens up something a bit more skirmishy that can fight back against Nidalee, or at least survive it.
Was that just applause for Big Locking in Nautilus? I'm pretty sure I just heard the crowd applauding.
Hooray!
Big
Big Nautilus!
Oh dear. High Jungle Scope the cookie. In the end, Skarner locked in as well with the Twisted Fate man, the Rumble man. That feels pretty nice. However, ZDZ could go for the Mordekaiser, and I don't think it would take much to have a better performance on it than Birdle.
Yeah, Birdle, I'm getting a little worried about him in Summer. With this is the third series, and Birdle's been looking very kind of suspect on the other side. We have seen some of that Kha'Zix being played, but we did say early skirmish AD junglers. Kha'Zix would have fit that, but the Viego is what we've more commonly seen into the Nidalee. Can farm fairly quickly, as we saw from Meteor in the last game, and can survive the Nidalee just with Wing Eing out of the play as well. Getting around to the second round of these bans, really need to see what Tanyuan is going to play into the Corki. Wouldn't surprise me if Talia is banned away. And oh no, sorry, he's already picked up that LeBlanc run-up. So it's instead AD carry and top lane to be correct.
I've got to say, I'm liking what I see in the RNG draft so far. Like, very clear-cut win condition in. Get a hook, blow them up, get a reset, right? It just makes sense on paper if they can find those angles. We'll see if they can find two more picks that will fit within that remit as well. Obviously, they played the Jhin in the first game, so I won't be able to go for that. The Varus is gone, the Kalista is gone. Like, a lot of these long-range supportive AD carries are taken off the board. However, Hwangfeng's Ezreal could still be in the mix.
Not a bad pick right now, too. We've seen Light over on Weibo pick that champion up a few times. ZDZ is going to be quite hard pushed to figure out what he's going to do top lane. It wouldn't even surprise me to see if K'Sante is banned away now as well, because you have kind of two answers, right? You have the lane dominant picks of the Twisted Fate, the Mordekaiser, and then the Rumble, all of which are banned, and then you can match it with something like the K'Sante, which actually hasn't been banned, so now we maybe just see that from ZDZ, lock in a tank v tank and just try and out-team fight the other top laner without really having an interactive 1v1.
If RNG will just lock their top lane here and go for, I guess, AD carry counter pick, or if there's a priority AD carry that they want to try and go for. It's not really a counter pick at the top lane, is it? But just go tank beat tank, like you said.
It's just,
Found a slug it out.
So, oh darn, you've gotten rid of all the champions which can deal with Skarner and lane. Time to be really boring for a bit. So it is tank versus tank. Both will be looking to flank in later team fights, or just run straight down the middle of a team fight, be that front line. LGD, they have to lock in something which can maybe play around their range advantage. If they could lock in the Jhin themselves, call the Jhin, very long range. Of course, with the Varus banned away, that's one of the other long range champions taken off the table. And this would be a bit of a different support to lock in, because we did see that BLG picked up that one as well. They do need a bit more engage. They need engage one way or another. So looking at something like the Leonas, the Rels, they can...
Okay, the Rel's going to be locked in. I was just going to say, Camille could be Flex topper than Skarner support. We've seen loads of Skarner support in solo queue. Moving on,
wow.
It is the Rel from Jin Chao, and we'll see what RNG are going to go for. Jinx, reasonably safe in this lane. He can farm up and also gets the reset, so kind of leans into that playstyle that we discussed earlier alongside that Diego, and it will be locked in for 1.
You can also just safely stand behind the front line too with the extra range of fish bones, the rocket launcher. So it's an okay laning phase. You're probably expecting a bit of wave clear advantage for RNG's bot lane in the first few levels. Then afterwards you're looking at Jhin Rel having more kill pressure, and then later into the game Jinx will outscale once again. Very interested to see how LGD can kind of benefit from the Nidalee pick. They need to make sure that they've got enough control in lanes for the Nidalee to walk into the enemy jungler and to force weight off of some of his camps. I don't think we're going to see another lane swap. I hope we don't. It really didn't lead to much in that last game. I think it should be based off of winning lanes and then seeing how the junglers interact with how they can balance off.
Let's see how these junglers get involved. The early game was a bit of an odd one in terms of pathing, in terms of how these junglers interacted. It was not quite the way that we expected. Meteor getting the upper hand. This time he B1s Nidalee to start the draft off. And it's answered by a Viego on the opposite side. Let's see what Wade can do with the pick that his opponent just won.
So, Game 2. Game 1 was a mess, folks. It felt like both these teams were snatching and grabbing. It felt like they really need to step up in regards to playing towards a consistent game plan, rather than just meeting up in mid lane and hoping that one of the top laners comes out of it alive before an objective. Need to see something cleaner from them and have an awful way to climb up in this group.
here to see something more. I'd love to see a better look from RNG. Maybe ZDC coming back in can be the answer, but it's tank v tank at the top side. I don't know how much that'll influence things as we head into game 2.
Did we only get one Gyro for one of the teams?
I'm pretty
Did
sure.
we really just check out after one?
Pretty sure LGD just won the first game and then got absolutely zero fan support off the back of it. Tanguin grabs himself 15 gold, sorry, 17 gold off of his space strike. We're getting a whole level 1 brawl here. This Jin Zhao is in the wrong spot right now, crashed down into a flash, somehow gets out with his life.
Yeah, he's in the wrong part of town, gets out alive. So LGD, they were looking for an invade to get Meteor ahead of the curve. We did say one of the big things about Nidalee is getting into the enemy jungle and getting the enemy Viego off of their camps. Not quite able to do that here, and of course loses the flash on Jin Zhao. The Ignite on the other side being down, though, does mean that in terms of laning phase, it's not the worst thing for the 2v2. You actually would take Hex Flash being up on Jin Zhao for the Ignite being down on Mick.
Yeah, flash for Ignite. I feel like the Ignite cooldown is very, very low, so it will be back soon. Equally, Jin Zhao
not for
has
level
Hex
1, 2, and 3.
So it's kind of, neither I don't think are going to be too upset about the cooldown having been used. We'll see how this early game goes. No lane swaps this time around. It is going to be the 2v2 down in this bottom side. Jinx, incredibly strong at level 1, just in that because of Fishbones, there are very few AD carries that can contend you with Prio, unless there's some significant threat onto you.
Oh man, do you remember back to the Jinx of Phelios meta of, I think it was spring 2022? That's a heck of a hook. Remember, he has no flash, so he's going to take a bit of damage there. Of course, no Ignite to threaten that kill, though, on the whole. But remember back in the Jinx of Phelios 2022 spring meta, there was so much learning done about, well, Jinx could push in for the first 3 levels, go back for a cull, but then when you hit level 6, the enemy champion starts getting kill pressure on those, so even you can kill waves, you might just die yourself. That feels like we're getting towards that understanding of the Jinx again, where you need to be very careful once it gets a few levels into the game. Even though you kill waves quickly, you just have to be careful that you don't get kind of all in on the other side when the other champions start getting a lot more, like 100 to 0 powers.
Yeah, it feels like there's often that situation where you have been very strong so far, you can get a little overconfident with that fact and underestimate the power spikes coming out from your opponents, especially champions like Rel that do get better after that, first level, not necessarily the strongest in the game, a little Alistair-esque. But level 2 looks pretty good, especially with the root from Xiaoya. But Wei has arrived to deny the hook, and the hook is gorgeous from Ming. Redemption for game 1 from Ming.
And Wei gets the kill. We said the jungle matchup can be very important. First kill onto Meteor, who late flashes, gets absolutely caught out of the water with that hook. That's a mega point.
Meteor goes down for first blood. Fast recall grabs Dark Seal. Now that is a confident recall right there.
That's all right, you win round 1.
Yeah, he's coming back for more. Meteor, not to be deterred. Wei very happy with the way that started, though. First blood for him. Has a pickaxe as well as a longsword on his first recall.
Oh, he is so happy. Pickaxe as a first back is just really, really sweet to get into. Gonna go into replay of this. Meteor a little bit low health in the first clear. Not gonna lie, I wonder if he ended up tanking a little bit more camp down than he would have wanted. Then Ming throws the hook through his own minions and gets that one really, really on target.
So, shenanigans right off of the bat.
Yes.
Both junglers come down to the bottom side. We have a little bit of a sparring match. A great hook from Ming. And a kill up to the side of RNG. A much needed lead, and you can see almost 1,000 gold up at this point in the game, which I wouldn't have expected quite that much of a lead. Nice trade from Haichao. Valkyrie's to the spot where he knows Tanguin has to go back to. Good bit of damage coming out from that Corki. But overall, great stuff from RNG in a matchup where I think a lot of people were seeing LGD as favourites based on that BLG series. RNG showing that they're not done just yet.
Yeah, to an extent. But then the problem is, it's just like, well, LGD looked great against BLG, and they still lost 0-2. I guess that's maybe not the best criticism to give, because it is BLG who have managed to clutch out a number of really crap games for them in the group stage so far. This is really the important match, because you start to learn, well, okay, Do we have stronger individual laners between the two of these? Is it just the whole setup problem for both these teams? If they're both crap at setup, who comes out ahead of the clutched out team fights? We might get ourselves another 3v3 towards bot side as well, so we might get to judge some of the early game plans, which have been a mess so far for both of these teams. It really is starting to kind of see things on the same level when you're down in the dirt. Who's coming out ahead?
It's difficult. And getting the better of the trade this time around. The level 6 hit does mean that he has that extra bit of burst in the trading pattern from his ultimate, and his ultimate's such a short cooldown as well. Way spotted on a ward. He tries to move into the enemy jungle, but won't go deep, just dropping a bit of vision for himself, and will start this trade.
Meteor's going to hop into River. He was thinking about recalling. Give himself the attack speed buff. There is flash back up for Jin Zhao. There is Ignite, so both them as well, and we're going in.
Oh, Ming denied on the escape. Root comes through, and Meteor finishes the job. Nice little gank there from LGD, capitalizing on the fact they knew Wei was on Drake.
And there's a whole lot of setup in that bot lane to make Meteor's life a lot easier too. The death means that Wei can't stick on towards that dragon. That means that potentially LGD can go towards that. Wei will likely go towards the grubs on the other side, knowing that he can't really be on the bottom side of the map now. Meteor's not actually going to go towards that objective on the bot side, but at least stops the dragon take from RNG.
I think Meteor maybe is just going to head straight up towards the grubs himself to stop Wei getting that objective. However,
How quick can they get there,
Ming is
though,
moving
the
over. Yeah,
problem.
Huanfeng is moving over as well. The whole gang is moving over from RNG. We could have a scrap here, and Birdol having to dive through the wall just to get himself out of dodge. That's one grub already.
It is, and the smite hasn't been used yet from Wei, so Wei should be able to smite away one other. If he doesn't use the smite in the second one, he might be able to just do a smite fight for the third, and seeing that that's gone down without the smite, Meteor, Bird ult, they realize they can't enter into that river safely. It's going to be all three going over to the side of Wei. Gave up all 6 in game 1. That'll be a nice return to that kind of objective for them in game number 2.
I'm just kind of surprised that the Drake didn't go down, that Meteor decided to go for the recall and try and contest this objective. That didn't work out for him. He's going to clear his top quadrant and then, I guess, head to try and go towards his Drake. At least his bot lane does have a massive push moving in, so LGD, in theory, would still be able to go for that.
Nah, Meteor would rather clear his cat. You just don't get it, Joe. It's about the jungle farm. It's about the dopamine of, yay, that's gold from killing a Grob. Meteor's stuck on his top side. Yeah, I think that this is why I was saying kind of just earlier, you have to judge some of the early game plans when these two teams face up against each other, because it feels like the structure of both of these teams' games has been not completely there. And you can see that the idea is that they know that they're going to go towards the grubs, so let's go contest them on the grubs without realizing that they didn't have the mid and top lane pressure to go towards that they didn't have the timing to go towards it before they went back down, before they went down. Just feels like LGD, they have half of the right plan, but not all of it. RNG, you could say similar things about, particularly from last game as well. We are expecting a lot of growth to come in this area, because this feels like this is where they are most kind of off-centered right now.
Yeah, and you got to remember that both these organizations are those legacy organizations, and for LGD that means it's a long time since they were one of the top orgs in the LPL. But for RNG, it's not that long ago that this was a team going and winning MSI multiple times in a row. Like, that's only a couple of years ago. And yet, RNG now just feels like a shadow of their former selves. Obviously, a lot of roster changes since that time, but even still, it does feel like a distant memory at this stage when you watch how RNG play today.
Dragon is still up. You can see that the push in from bot side is going to give LGD a leg up and go towards that as well, and towards mid just about. I don't really think they can start this Dragon up for free. Level 6s have been hit by everyone. This could be an explosive fight coming up. There's Scuttle's going down, positioning for LGD in the river, but they're against the wall. Geography of blue side taking Dragon is quite dangerous.
Meteor smiting the crab there, but he's got the double smite stack, so it will be back up for Drake. Wei dodges an all-important spear. If that had hit, perhaps it could have led to something.
Wings
But
on vision.
target instead. Magnus Storm comes in, but the death charge is pretty good to try and answer Meteor. 1 HP, and Wei finishes the job. Reset comes on through. Jin Zhao now nowhere to go. Hex Flash can't get you out of this one. And the ult over the wall. Huanfeng grabbing kill credit, and RNG are off to the races.
And once again, it feels like both of these teams had incomplete setup around that objective. LGD, yes, they got into the river first, but then actually they're in danger of the engage. They snatch and grab at it, and they don't manage to find themselves the fight. RNG, they're going to get themselves that dragon. They get themselves some golden pocket into important places. They keep themselves a slim gold lead over LGD. And LGD, that's a dangerous moment, because if Nidalee is dying in early game situations like that, the champion becomes much less useful. They get Ming on vision. That's a good start to this. They manage to find out the engage spot. They almost shut him down, but he gets the aftershock, gets himself that shield, and he gets a really good ult throughout the middle of this too. Shaya gets knocked up alongside Meteor, and that's kind of where things fall apart. Feels like the initial opening to this fight just didn't go the way that LGD wanted it to.
It really, really didn't. And suddenly, like you say, the aftershock really being the difference maker. But crucially, I want to quickly point to Meteor's inventory once again, because he picked up a Dark Seal. He then got a kill, got it to 2 stacks. It's back down to 0 stacks once again. The snowball being stopped. To remember, this was the first pick for LGD.
True.
This is what they consider to be the most important pick of their draft.
Yeah, it's tell you what, anyway, we got second spawn of grubs, so we might get a fight around this too. It does just kind of feel like LGD, again, they have like half of the picture. One of the champions feels like it's making sense in the way that's being played, but the rest of the picks aren't necessarily on the same page. LGD, they are going to get themselves to the grubs in time this time. It feels like with RNG still pushing mid lane, LGD should have a free swing of this.
And I mean, Xiaoya moving over alongside a Corki who will just one-shot that minion wave. So LGD 3 grubs here to match RNG's 3 from earlier on. RNG quite happy to just concede this one. In the meantime, ZDZ just pushing up in that bottom side. We expect Bird or perhaps will TP down to try and catch that wave. So long as Ming can't get involved and deny any TPs or anything like that. Well, that's 2 plates in the bottom side.
You know, big tangent. We saw a lot of Mordekaiser in the Realm of Death. It inspires visions of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was talking about pieces missing from the puzzle. Did you see that news story recently where I think it was actually a Pokemon TCG player cheated by eating one of their opponent's cards so they couldn't use it? Did you see that?
No,
Someone ate one of their opponent's cards so they couldn't use it. So when they got their deck checked, they didn't have the card because it had been eaten. Someone ate their opponent's playing cards.
I mean, first of all, that can't possibly be good for digestive health. Second
It's
of
loads
all,
of fiber, you don't understand. Part of any well-respecting TCG player's diet.
Yeah. Second of all, surely you also just get disqualified yourself. Surely defacing an opponent's deck must be a disqualifiable offense. Like, that is a pretty flawed rule book.
Look,
if
I'm
I
not
could
gonna
just
lie.
take a hammer to the table and win the tournament.
I'm not gonna lie, I saw the headline because, oh my god, who would do that? Well, I don't know, I've seen crazier things within different gaming settings, but I've seen crazy things before. That was the only detail which stuck out. I would imagine since they found out that someone did, in fact, eat someone's cards, they probably did get punished for it. And I hope that they were compensated too, the other person, because that stuff is expensive, by the way. Those cards, they don't come cheap.
I'm just trying to figure out what the League of Legends equivalent of that would be. Like trying to scoff down someone's mouth or something. It doesn't really quite translate in the same way.
You go to the other person's client and refund a champion purchase. That's probably the closest you get.
Yeah, the issue being tournament realm, they technically never bought them. Yeah.
That's true.
Oh, dear.
You know, I never wanted to own Bard as a champion because of the crimes that champion has committed against me from Season 5. Someone gifted me the champion, so I can no longer refund it. You can't refund gifted champions. All these years I spent avoiding that person.
You'll have Bard, and you'll be grateful about it, okay?
I eat your greens, same kind of energy.
Yeah. I've got to say, old school LPL caster Rusty would be furious at your Bard slander. He's a big Bard man himself, as RNG muscling into the top side. Remember, Herald has spawned out LGD here to our match. ZDZ on the bottom side has that TP advantage. We saw Bird on TP to match earlier, which means TP's tower goes down. Wait forced to ult out of the pit. And now everyone grouping up. Ming is already chucked massively. The hook goes wide. The poke is devastating from LGD.
Keep on going. You've got Nidalee Spears. When's the next hook up? The next hook could be everything. Flash, ult, ZDZ goes in.
ZDZ's Q3 will do the job. Beautifully done. He steps back into the roster and steps up in the fight.
Takes himself a bot lane turret, teleports to the fight, takes himself a kill. The Herald to come on top of it. Lauren G bringing back in ZDZ. I'm not going to say it's all on him, but it's definitely helped in this last phase of play. They can use that Herald immediately on mid lane. That should be this going down, I would have to imagine. But that means that LGD really feels like strategically they just lost a really, really huge amount in the last minute or two.
Yeah, honestly, RNG really enjoying this second game. The draft feels much more cohesive. The way that they're playing as a team feels much better. ZDZ definitely getting a lot of work done in that top side with the TP advantage. The TP's back into the play. It makes the fight happen as well. I mean, what more could you ask?
That's a team which hasn't had their cards eaten, Joe. I tell you that right now. They've got all on their deck right here. And they've, yeah, it feels like just the last minute.
Are you suggesting that Juice ate one of their cards in the previous game? Is that the extension of logic here?
No, I would have thought they would have the LGD being the card munchers in this case. Because, of course, it's the opponent which has to do it. Anyway, ZDZ, again, he does really well with this fight. We already kind of went over this. Took top bot lane turret. Nice to get that first kill.
I will say
that was all good.
That does sound like an absolutely fantastic insult. Absolutely card muncher.
Card
What is wrong with you card muncher? Anyway, sorry, I think I just completely interrupted you to chat or to tribe, but you know, it's that kind of series.
In some games like this, I appreciate that because, yeah, I mean, to be real with you all, not to sugarcoat it, this game's setup has sucked from both these teams in a lot of different cases. It has felt like it's been more like the pitch battle of olden days, where you just decide to turn up gracefully to a battlefield, and then you all do battle, rather than actually kind of like trying to figure the ins and outs of how to attack people before the setup comes through. And it really does feel like it's becoming just 5v5, stand on either side, no flanks, wait for the skill shots to hit. It's not particularly confident, decisive play, and I get that both these teams will be cagey against each other. They're at 0-2, important series to determine who can come out on top of what we assume to be the bottom two teams in this group, but we need to see more from this setup.
Certainly do. Herald comes down in the mid lane, wave cleared, but RNG, I don't think they want to stop just yet. Ming gonna slam that one in, but immediately engage him, but a Birdle flies in from the side. Who said there will be no flanks? Birdle certainly doesn't agree.
Alright, okay, Birdle has something to prove, especially has something to prove after that last game. Had a difficult game on the Mordekaiser in game 1, 1,000 gold down here in game 2, but it doesn't stop him from taking one back. LGD have still lost the mid lane out of turret though, so again, in terms of the strategic, large-scale problems of this game, losing mid lane out of turret is a suck for LGD. RNG still walk away happily from the overall phase of play, and now we get to the point where LeBlanc can be in a side lane, and maybe now you can get some inroads into the enemy jungle now that mid lane out of turret is also down, but we won't really see the fruits of that labor up until the next big objectives and see if they can set up in time for that.
And speaking of those next big objectives, it's 2 minutes on the clock until Meteor tries to rush Baron. So keep your eyes on that top side of the map. He'll find a way. He will find an angle, an avenue in. Way though, trying to make a dive happen onto Birdle on this top side. There's a tanky Skarner to go for.
He has flash and he has ult. He's just going to clear this wave, folks.
Okay,
or is he? He might actually also just die.
Tower actually ults out of the Skarner ult. Well played by Way. Talk about a heartbreaker. It's a heartbreaking play for Birdle.
Yeah, stabs him right in the heart. The Scorpion goes down. I honestly thought that Birdle would be able to just clear the wave. I'm really surprised that he could manage that. We're going to praise him anyway, though. Dies in the top lane. Whatever. Gets himself a play right the way through the wall. Drills right on through it. And gets caught out by Huang Feng at the... not by Huang Feng, by Shaya at the same time. I saw the Jhin, and I just assumed. But Birdle comes up with the rest of his team. That's a good kill.
Nicely done there. Birdle and Jin Zhao syncing up well to punish Ming. I did think that when Ming was in the Herald, I was like, you're going to have to get real close on this one, and unfortunately, it doesn't end well for Ming.
The problem is, every single player, not even just in the LPL, but across the world, just has that vision of Hacker now, the play he made last week to get the getaway driver. Of course, I have to say, I don't get surprised by plays in League of Legends that much anymore. Folks, when you watch, like, 30 games of League of Legends a week, more than that, you don't get surprised by that much anymore. That one genuinely got me though. I was like, wait, hang on, how the heck did that work? Every player who steps into a Herald now just has that just after afterthought in the background. Maybe it doesn't need to hit attack. Maybe I can escape with this. Maybe I can have the highlight reel play.
Everyone's seen that it's possible.
Yeah.
And that means...
He's beginning to believe.
Yeah, that means the floodgates are open for potential Herald plays. However, Ming was actually just charging at a tower. Perhaps underestimated his opponents on that one. Drake spawning soon, though. RNG has to be there. Third
flash
one.
down.
Oh, no, you can't go through the wall while you're rooted. Way pulled in, though, and actually, I don't know if he can get out of this one, but Xiaoya threatened by Ming with the depth charge, and Jin Zhao is the one that can't get out of the play. Hunt comes through. Ming finding angles in this one and forcing LGD away.
And you can see that RNG, they can follow up so easily with the Viego ultimate over a wall, with LeBlanc getting the double dash, with Jinx with the long-range ultimate. Meteor, this is not your jungle anymore. You've got better back off, buddy. RNG, they're going to get themselves the dragon, they get themselves the kills. We're getting to the point now where, of course, Baron has spawned up on the table. With Meteor in red side jungle on the bot side of the map, he can't rush Baron. Disaster for LGD. What are they going to do?
This is
what they do.
I will say, he's making a beeline towards that part of the map. There is a scuttle crab up, but I'm hoping that's his
I'm a minute late for my Baron appointment. I'm a minute late.
That's going to be so point, though. I mean, this is looking pretty good for RNG right now. Birdle just get caught. Let's check.
And again, the follow-up is just so huge from the side of RNG. Their ability to cross walls is really nice. Ming turns up to the play, gets the ultimate through too, and whenever you're starting these fights off badly, you have to think of the double resets. If LGD don't have setup, if they're face checking, they're losing all the HP on the front line, you don't want to re-engage and give a reset over to, you know, the deathless Jinx and Viego, who are very happy with their farm and items at this point in the game.
Very happy indeed. I mean, it's not like this composition from RNG doesn't scale or anything like that. Like,
absolutely
you've got
not,
late game Jinx coming their way with a big front line in front of it. Not to mention, LeBlanc in a sideline later on in the game is a nightmare to deal with. And who's going to match the LeBlanc in the sideline? Like Corki, Skarner? I don't think so.
It'll be Jin Zhao. It's got to be. The Ral is just going to lock him up on the tower. It's going to be wonderful. You see it now. It'll make as much sense as anything else which happens in this game. Trust me.
It will make the same amount of sense as everything else in the series. LGD forced underneath their tier 2 here. Potential flank coming out. Tang Yuan punting at this stage in the game. But Baron is up.
I love how we talk about how LeBlanc, great in the side lane, immediately heads mid lane instead. It's like, nah, don't want to push the side lane. It game's back now, but he's just been hanging around mid lane instead, looking for the poke. Gonna get himself some of that rob damage on the tower. Of course, you don't get the mites, you can still get the extra damage over time. So killing turrets, all the same. I kind of miss seeing Lichbane LeBlanc. Showmaker played a little bit of it. It could be really nice in these side lanes at this kind of point. Would have been kind of nice to play through that turret there.
I will just
RNG, full control, just really happy with this right now.
I want to take a moment to actually say something serious and educational on the stream. Like, him moving to mid lane there is him playing side lane well, right? He didn't have any minions, he's waiting for the next minion wave. That's your opportunity. When you're side laning as a solo laner, push that wave. You've got prio, move into the enemy jungle, move towards where your team are pressuring, and be that potential flank threat, right? Like, again, yeah, like you say, the wave not there, so Tanya moves up to his team, and it secures tier 2.
Yeah, Tanyuan just choosing his moment to dip out of those side lanes. The worst thing is to face check into a LeBlanc, because 2,000 gold up individually. There is a point where I think this comes for Syndra, I think it comes for Ahri, for Zoe, for LeBlanc. There are points where the chunk or the poke becomes a full-blown assassination. And when you are anyone but Birdle, and actually even Birdle at this point, you need to be very, very careful stepping into Fog of War. Tanyuan has swept out basically the entirety of bot side jungle. They have picked up a sweeper on the LeBlanc as well. You've got pink wards being dropped in the bot side jungle. You can see that LGD, they have to reclaim that vision control bot side really slowly because they just don't know if they're just going into a straight up, you know, double sigil distort combo, which will one-shot most of their team.
I'll vigilantly return to the Dark Seal watch as well here. As it's
Thank you. It's very important to me on a spiritual level. It's like the Magi's library card.
Yeah, exactly. One stack for Meteor right now. Tang Yuan, he's grabbed one of his own, and it's on 4 at this point, so we'll keep our eyes on those two. Let's take a look at Xiaoya's inventory as well. Gone for the double crit cave at this point to just try and make sure more of those shots are critting than not.
Yeah, and the thing with Jin is that when he gets a load of crit, he just becomes really fast. Do you remember that remember the first time Earth came out, we had I Am the Fast? That was largely due to that as well. You just get like 1,000,000 attack speed, 1,000,000 crit, it all goes into somehow movement speed when you crit stuff. Jin's scalings are really weird on his passive, and we'll have to see whether Xiaoya can turn this. That can be damage breakpoint around this Baron. You can see again, vision control taken in by RNG. I was worried if the fight was going to start erupting there, but it does just chill down again.
Honestly, reading Jin's passive is comparable to reading those revision books that you had to do before your year 6 stats. There's a whole lot of words there, and I'm not a big fan of words or numbers.
It's like, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
I gave it to lead, not to read. RNG, though, it does feel like they're stalling out a little. They have had control for a little old while now, and I do feel like they're at a point where they are strong enough where you theoretically could threaten a Baron, you theoretically could at least try and bait the enemy team into a Baron. So far, we are just kind of ping-ponging things.
Yeah, and RNG, they are no strangers to stalling out in some games. In their first series versus Team WE, they had game 1 victory, well, very close to a victory, and they threw it in the late game. That was way on the cards as they were scaling even then. See, again, it's just come back to fighting through the mid lane. They could be playing through side lanes, they could be pulling LGD apart. Maybe they're afraid of the teleport, they're going in now.
Hook goes through, and that's an easy kill onto Jin Jiao. Nicely done by RNG. They find their moment, Ming finds a hook, and that'll be sold.
That'll be sold, that'll get themselves full Baron potentially too if they want to. Feels like they can just run over the entirety of this map. They're sticking in mid lane for a lot. Guys, just go to an objective. Way's taking down Dragon by himself, that might just be it.
I think that's why RNG have stuck around, right? Make sure that there's no risk of LGD getting some Baron shenanigans off. We've seen that Meteor is more than willing. RNG making sure they stay in the area while their jungler does the Drake. Birdall is now going to get Q3'd. Oh god, surely this doesn't turn into more of a play. Surely not LGD. You can't get caught like this. Way on a flank as well. Birdall stunned up. He is damn tanky. He's been being hit for about 20 minutes. Finally falls. ZDZ once more, as well as they found Jin Jiao for a second time in the play. Jin Jiao crashes down into his base, but one ping might just be enough.
Might be. I don't think the Jin ult's going to do enough to return the favor either. RNG, yes, we felt they were stalling out. It does not like LGD had a good answer for them. Tanyuan lands the chain.
Oh, he flashes for the kill as well. Tanyuan, that was gorgeous.
Clean combo from the LeBlanc. That will 100% seal the Baron. They get themselves the soul, they get themselves the kills, they get themselves the big objective. Tanyuan fails to hop over the wall, but who gives a damn? RNG, they break out of their stall and should be able to kickstart this engine into life once again. I think this Baron push should probably be the end of the game. We said that they have some strong side laning champions. Tanyuan goes back and he's got himself a whole load of Dark Seal stacks. We're still watching that one. And he's got himself 3 items alongside that too. Feels like RNG should be able to ride this Baron into a victory.
Maybe Juice was the problem. maybe I just don't understand it all. It's a 9,000 gold lead now in favor of RNG. They've got an Ocean Soul and a Baron. If they can't close the game out at this point, well, there are a lot of very big questions to ask about this RNG roster. Let's take another look. As it started off with just a great hook. In fact, no, this is the follow-up.
This is after.
Yeah.
So we had the first hook in mid lane. We said, oh, okay, RNG's stalling out, but they find themselves the hook. And now this is after they have Ocean Soul. They took it in the midst of this play. Ray comes in from the flank, and Birdall, yeah, he's tanky. Starter is at the point where it doesn't really matter how far behind the game he is. He actually can tank up a lot of things for a lot of time, but just not 5 people all at once. LGD, as we said, they're likely to fall apart now. RNG crushing through these turrets, going into a 4-1, making sure they can't get engaged onto by Jin Jiao. The rest of them, RNG just continually rolling forwards.
Look at Siege, both mid and bot lane right now, using these cannons to try and whittle away. Honestly, Huangfeng struggling to get close. Obviously, there is still threat on the enemy side, like Hai Chao and Xiaoya. Plenty of damage if he oversteps slightly. And LGD trying to threaten an all-in here, but Jin Jiao can't find the end.
No, the Ocean Soul is helping a little bit. You can see that even if there is bits of poke coming through, the Ocean Soul is just adding the extra little bit of staying power to RNG. They're in the 4-1 though. ZDZ is going to go towards this mid laner and shuffle in that wave towards mid lane. one of these waves will break at some point. I don't think LGD have the wave clear to consistently survive for another minute.
Okay.
You see, that's already
They
half
figured
the
it out.
HP on
They
the
figured it
test.
out.
Yeah.
They're not just hitting the wave, they're waiting for the mid-wave as well. See, League of Legends teams can learn, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
RNG realized desync waves were not going to win them this game. Now they crash the bot wave as slowly as possible while the mid-wave catches up. Potential engage from LGD, but Birdall is so chunked that they can't really follow up on anything. But ZDZ has found his way to crack open the base.
It's like we've only had this version of the Baron for 10 years. It changed at like season 5 or something. Wow, we've learned after all this time. Somehow, someway, gonna get that first stack and get excited off the tower for one Fong. That'll see through both of the inhibitors. It won't be the end of the game, but it's kind of as good as that. 2 inhibitors down. Feels like with Elder coming up and while those inhibitors will still be down as well with the top wave. Now on the table for RNG, even without the Baron, I don't think LGD have what it takes to wave clear through all of this.
No, I don't think so either. A team comes out from Haichao. I'm not sure he actually saved that much time with home guards potentially available there, but we'll be able to get a rocket onto the wave, I guess. And
Yeah, I don't get that one either. That one's a weird one. You know, you've got Elder up in 2 minutes, Baron up in 3. Might have been useful. Maybe.
I mean, I don't know how much difference mid lane TP really will make. It's not like Haichao's going to go for a flank, but I don't know.
It's not quite the. There's not quite the old. I say the old. The very recent. The artist formerly known as the package. You could teleport in for that. That was fun. You could flank with those.
Yes,
but,
you could.
LPL, we tried that for a while. There were some iterations where it was good. There were many iterations where in the LPL it was less good, particularly recently. I feel like new iteration of Corki has been better, but the jury's out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the new iteration of Corki really player dependent. We've seen some actually legitimately good stuff. We've seen some
Shanks.
lackluster stuff too. But naturally, like, Corki's kind of similar to Tristan. I feel like it fits into a slot that LPL actually have been pretty good at using, so it does make sense to me that this like AD carry mid would work for a lot of LPL teams, to be honest.
And speaking of that, AD mid has a decent amount of items, has level 16, that's a good amount of damage. It's just into a really strong front line with Ocean Soul. And you've got an Elder up in 30 seconds, Hook misses out of the pocket war. It is dangerous here. The jungle is dark and full of terrors. RNG looking to force a fight before Elder.
Oh, Meteor almost gets one shot by Zhang Yuan, who turns golden and gets out without even losing a single point of HP. LGD falling apart before our very eyes as RNG want to push us to 3 games here. ZDZ finds a 1v1 versus Birdall. And Haichao has to flash to keep himself alive. A double for Huanfeng as RNG close things out. A clean second game coming out from.
They got themselves ahead of the game, and honestly, it didn't look like it could fall away from them beyond that point. It has been a bit of a slow drudgery between the first 2 games, and it will go the distance. So game 3 with Fearless will give us some extra openings for some weird stuff beyond the Rift. Both these teams currently at the bottom of Group B, trying to get a leg up over each other.
Honestly, much better game from RNG. When you consider this roster as well, like you got Ming and Wei and Huanfeng on this team, you've got CDZ, who's a really solid top laner too. Like, these names should perform in a much cleaner way than what we've seen so far this split. That game a little bit closer to what we want from this team. LGD a bit disappointing after how they look versus BLG, after how game 1 went. We'll see if they can change things. We're going to jump into a break, then we'll find out how this series concludes.
odds move closer, but with the deepest red. Beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munch. I'm joined by Nightmare as we head towards game number 3. LGD managing to win out the absolute chaos of game number 1. RNG with a much more slow and stable, sort of confident win here in the second game. Not exactly charging through things, but looking a lot cleaner than I think many people would have expected from RNG coming in today.
Yeah, and both these teams have had real worries about their early game plans with how they've played around their objective setups. I do think that Wei has been individually an important member for RNG for a very long time now. He's kind of been the person holding the torch for organization. He walks away with the player of the game from that game number 2. And on that Viego, it made things quite easy playing around that reset composition. It was one of the reasons why the fight snowballed out of control so hard once the first kill came down.
Yeah, the Viego actually looking fantastic on both sides so far in this series. But now Viego will be gone. No more Viego in the series because of Fearless Draft. We'll see.
Is VA gone?
He is VA gone. I'm sure many people in the crowd will be heartbroken. But let him not be the Forgotten King. Instead, I don't know where I'm going with this one.
Got anything else to that?
He's not the Forgotten King anyway. He's the Ruined King. So yeah, just kind of messing that one up. Anyway, RNG vs LGD. Away from my horrendous puns and wordplay, we're looking towards mid lane bans here. A LeBlanc and a Jace and a Tristana by the way.
Yeah, so Tristana's not made it through the entirety of this round, which makes sense when you've got Haichao and Tenuan who both played that F1 out very comfortably. You wouldn't be surprised to see the Rumble as the last ban as well. It's also one of the more priority top laners. With both of the, well, with most of the tanky top laners gone, someone like the Rumble can still just get through and win a lot of the carry versus carry matchups as well. Rumble first pick looking pretty good here.
Yeah, feels like a solid lock-in. Honestly, a few of the champions that can do really well against it available. See what Birdos going to go for in response, as well as what else is the priority, right? Because you can't go for the Corki. Things like the Tristana are banned away. You actually want to prioritize it. So the Varus going to come through.
So the Varus is the easy one. What's happening in mid lane though? Because you can't get the Talir, your Corki's gone as well, you don't have Jace, LeBlanc or Tristana, so they lock in the Cassante to say, alright, well, you got the Rumble, they might try and lane swap away from it now. We see a lot of lane swaps against the Rumble, so already I'm keeping my eyes on stuff like, well, what if you have a strong level 1, you know, Nautilus or something like that for LGD? RNG might want to lock in some level 1 fighting champions themselves, just so they can secure themselves like a better level 1 if LGD do want to lane swap. Even with the picks locked in, I think that's a likelihood.
I was really hoping RNG would go with ASOL. They just picked up Teachamar as a coach. I feel like ASOL was the answer, but it will be the way. Locked in for Tango, and still an incredibly strong mid laner. There's been individuals in the LPL that have made Wei look like it should be first pick. Namely Fofo, I think, has looked really, really good on that pick. But Juan Fong goes for the Draven. He's often known for his utility picks, but Draven is very much in Juan Fong's wheelhouse, as he trained under Jacula on IG Young, so no stranger to aggressive lane.
And IG Young, honestly a really good LDL organization. Of course, it's the kind of the development team of IG. There have been a lot of players that have come up through that organization. You know what, folks? Keep an eye on that league. There are some really fun players that come up. Now, that Nautilus, which we said likely to come in from LGD, has been locked in again. So now you have a Cassante that wants to avoid the Rumble. You can avoid the Draven early lane as well. I think LGD are looking to lane swap. I think RNG should ban away some of these stronger early kind of like junglers, which can maybe leverage off of that as well. I mean, have they played the Lillian? No, LGD haven't played the Lillian. They could also ban away something like that as well. I think we're in lane swap city right now.
Does feel that way, doesn't it? We'll see. That does come to bear. I love the Blitzcrank ban against Ming. I feel like Blitzcrank is like a secret big pocket pick where it's not a secret at all, but he does like to pick it off.
Oh yes, the secret, which is not secret. The operative word.
When you think of Ming, the first thing you think of is a Blitzcrank, but actually when you look at his history, he's played a lot of Blitzcrank over the years, like more than most, I would say. Alistair,
it's like saying like AD carry. Oh yes, my secret Varus AD carry. They will not expect it. It's the most played AD carry for however long. It's like on that kind of level. I do think the Alistair's a really good ban here on the other side there too.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad as that, but it's definitely within that realm. Vi going to be taken off the board away from Meteor. I will say, Zyra's available. Just going to throw that out there quickly.
True. Yeah. I like seeing Zyra. Zyra's a fun champion. I've enjoyed playing that champion more. If we're going down to AP junglers, that there's a chance of going towards that. Problem is, you kind of need the AD mid laners to make sure that your jungler isn't over-indexing on AP, so then everyone just goes into Merc Treads and a million different magic resist half items and stuff like that. The Vi was banned away, but the other pairing of that mid jungle, typically the Vi Ari, is locked in for Haichao. It's a squishy lobby now, right now for RNG, so feels like Haichao could really pop off in this pick.
Unlike every single solo queue game ever, Ari was not banned. And so Haichao can go for that one in the mid lane. Obviously, the skin not available on this patch, so we won't be getting our first glimpse of that one in the LPL just yet. Men going to go for the Braum. Surprisingly, deceptively good alongside that. Draven can set you up with the stun and protect you to just get that damage out. We'll see what the jungle lock-in is going to be for Wei, because this is quite a squishy composition.
Could go Sejuani or Maokai. That would be Maokai can still be picked off by the Ahri. They're not tanky enough to survive that. Sejuani might be okay. Like I said, this is a Wei classic. Wei really used to love this one in the meta when it started coming through to jungle prominence, and then Meteor goes for the Grave. So it's going to be AP mid AD jungle for both these sides, as opposed to what we've seen in previous points in this series. And it does kind of feel like LGD, they are really relying on Xayah and Xin Zhao to start off their fights. They are the ones with the pick CC most of the time. Haichao can follow up the Ahri as well. On the other side with RNG, Wei is the real engage button. That's kind of it.
Yeah, it feels like if RNG fall behind in this game, it's going to be so difficult to contest anything. Like, who is face checking Ming? Even with the Unbreakable, it can only last for so long. Let's find out how this one's going to go down. RNG need to have a solid early game, and to be honest, that has not been their forte so far this split. It's been a little later on into the game than we saw this previous game. They managed to win it out. It was a slow and steady one, as opposed to snowballing. But Fearless makes you play multiple styles, and we'll see if RNG can adapt things here for Game 3.
Remember, folks, this is currently a bottom-of-the-barrel clash in Group B. There will be a second round robin. It is absolutely not over if one of these teams loses. And even if you do end up going into the bottom two in these groups, you qualify just for Group B of the next stage of the LPL. It doesn't mean you're immediately out. It just means your job gets a little bit harder. The fire turns up a little bit hotter underneath you. Getting a win here and maybe snatching a second place in this group in the second round robin. Start right here.
It would still be a mountain to climb, but the mountain climb starts with that first step. Both of these teams getting their first win of the split today in this series. Let's see who can get a series. I fear we missed the first set of Gyos. I hope we missed the first set of Gyos, because if we didn't, it just means only one team got, which is a sad reality.
Yeah, it wasn't great in the last game either. Right, so we did say, potentially, lane swap business coming in from LGD. You don't necessarily love lane swapping versus something like a Draven, I guess, because there's the easier chance of a cash-in, but giving ZDZ a free lane on the Rumble versus the Kasansei, I don't love it, Joe. I don't love it. LGD aren't positioning themselves for a lane swap. In fact, RNG were in position to maybe respond to one on the other side. They brought up their bot lane. Looks like we're getting standard lanes, and for me, that's a big win for RNG. I think that LGD should have tried to hard force that. Rumble with loads of gold and experience is just not a fair champion.
Yeah, especially with the new first strike as well, where not only are you going to have prio and get ahead in farm, you're just proccing first strike on repeat, literally on cooldown. That's going to be 15 gold plus a little bit extra each time into ZDZ's pocket. He's going to enter the mid game rich.
Yeah. Speaking of some of the other lanes too, so Ahri, we don't see it as much in summer as we did in spring. It's my favorite champion. I've been playing that champion for far too long myself. And one of the things which I've really been noticing in terms of the different gameplay from Ahri in the last year or two has been about the level 1 dominance, getting that W on target. Hydro started Q and missed it in that mid lane, so maybe Tanyuan can use the early HP, which he kind of shouldn't have, to maybe control that mid lane and allow Wei a little bit more into the game. On the other side, I think that Meteor can't really impact the game in the same way as that Wukong too. Both these junglers are kind of relying on their lanes to give them a path into this game.
We'll see which lanes will find that advantage. You can see Huanfeng obviously having the advantage at level 1 on Draven, not surprising. Tengyuan very good at pushing, ZDZ very good at pushing, which does lead you to believe perhaps Wei will have run of the map to start off with, because it's going to be very difficult until you get a bit of lethality into Xiaoyu's pocket to really contend.
Oh, did Huanfeng just... Look, folks, again, I feel like I need to do this because Ashin's not on the cast, but like Ashin, every time that something like gets missed, like a cannon, will just immediately point out, by the way, the LPL observers are savage. They will not let you miss any of this. You will be held to account for missing your cannons, folks.
I've seen slow-mo replays of cannons being missed in really slow games, like the LPL.
By the way, Xiaoyu missed 3 minions there too, in case anyone else wants to flame that. So we've got this. We got you covered.
Yeah, no chill is the best descriptor, I would say, for the production squad over in Shanghai. They do love to highlight these kinds of shenanigans. I'm curious how this early game is going to go as Meteor moves down to this bottom side. Jin Zhao, if he could find a hook, perhaps could get an angle to set Meteor up, but I do think this will just be a trade of crabs to start us off with. Very neutral in the jungle. The question will be, will Wei look for anything after this reset, or will he just try and keep farming up and get to that level 6 on his Wukong?
Well, you really want first back to get something in your inventory. I guess it really depends on what the first item is too, coming in from Wei. You can go towards Black Cleaver first. Sundra, particularly when you have less AD heavy compositions, also just very strong. In general, I'd imagine that will be the first build when you've got the double AP solo laners. He goes into the enemy jungle. This is a thing which we've seen for years now. After you finish your first or second clear, you just recall in the enemy jungle. You put down a ward, even if you're not stealing enemy camps. Getting a ward for the second respawn can help.
Big from Birdall here. Got the turret shots hitting onto ZDZ. It's not going to lead into a kill opportunity, but it's a nice little trade onto him. ZDZ now chunked heavily. He's actually going to have to reset.
Yeah, you got the wave shoved in. He's going to back with 30 CS. Birdall actually doing much better in the individual lane than we have seen other Cassantes do into this matchup. Rumble gets himself that tier 2 power spike though of Boots, which is really, really important. For stuff like top laners, particularly melee versus melee, Boots can be such a big breakthrough. So you just run at people over and over, just as bot lane. Also showing the power of running at people. Very underrated, I feel.
If there's one thing Braum and Draven are good at, it's running people. That is pretty much both of their speciality. Chasing you down. Jin Zhao a bit of a tapper. They'll be okay with things. The one problem they've got is Huanfeng has completely frozen the wave down in that bottom side. Wei moving into that area.
Passive,
as well.
dangerous.
Xiaoyu in big trouble. That's exhaust as well. Good flash for the stun, and he will do so. Huanfeng trying to catch him for first blood, but he can't quite get it, and it's Ming to grab the kill. Meteor answers. It's a bit of a disaster for RNG.
Oh, and Huanfeng ends up losing, what, 70 stacks or something like that? That's we'll call that a bit of a blush moment there in that bot side. Very, very close to getting the Braum passive in the right kind of timing to kill down that Varus. Doesn't quite manage it. Hydra teleports as well with that level 6. Could have cleaned up the back end of that play if it even lasted even longer. It is a 1-for-1, but it is not an even trade. The Draven not getting the kill really flips this towards LGD in terms of favorability. They do end up hitting that Braum Q. It ends up really being important there. So all of this is happening. Jin Zhao and the minions also damaging Huanfeng back in return. Meteor's first back to the play as well. Kills with the smoke screen, which is a stylish move for himself. He walks away.
Jin Zhao flashing there to get his CC chain onto Huanfeng might just have been the difference maker. Meteor moving over to try and contest these. Wei will smite away a second.
That's a hook!
That's a hook and a half from Jin Zhao. Birdall chasing for more, but instantly pulled back. Wei survives, got 2 grubs. Last one will be smited by Meteor. 2 for 1 on the grubs, and it feels like the pace of the game is speeding up.
And it feels like Meteor has gotten the first foot into the door in this game. Neither of these junglers have an easy route into this game. It's not like you have a really good early game combo to play around. Graves has some setup in that bot side, but you're not the best early damaging jungler. Same with your solo lanes too. And as we talked about before, you mentioned this, Wei really needs like one item, needs level 6. Hasn't got to that point just yet. Feels like RNG, they have a great comp for team fights later into the game where they can have so much area denial, but they have to get there without bleeding out too many important kills. They are still ahead in gold. They still have themselves a strong top lane, strong bot lane, laning phase. But these kind of losses around some of these objectives, they realistically should have won around those grubs a bit more heavy, and they shouldn't have lost those stacks onto the Draven. That will still worry them.
It certainly will. It's not an ideal start, but it's still a decent start for the side of RNG. First Drake is up onto the map and away. Bottom side of the map as well, as he hits level 6 off his red buff. You know that he wants to at least threaten an objective, if not threaten for some kills. Realistically, I'm not sure that this is a fight LGD would want to take against the level 6 Wukong.
If you get the level 6 on your Nautilus, maybe you could have done, because Ari is also strong at this point in the game too, but you need a good angle into the fight. You don't have level 6 on the Nautilus, you're not into River first. Tanner is hanging out in Fog of War. They could fight, but we'll see how much they can get.
It's going to be the Drake taken no matter what here. Can they find anything else off the back of it? Ming just drops. Tango stands his ground and tries to fight. Had flash available, but just ends up going down. A questionable decision from the RNG mid lane.
If he flashed backwards, he wouldn't have been able to get over the wall. He wasn't close enough. And LGD, they use their CC and their level 6 marks to do enough damage before Wei really returned fire. If that Wukong had got into the backline with the level 6, maybe it could have made the difference. But that wasn't the case. LGD, they don't get the dragon, but they get some gold. And as we said, RNG really don't want to be giving up that extra gold right now and get snowballed on by the likes of the lethality building Braves and the Ahri that picked up some kills too.
Tango in there feeling the wrath of Braum telling you to stand behind him and then ceasing to assist. Never an ideal situation.
It's like, you know, in Overwatch, there's that meme about justice reigns from, and then just the voice line never completes because they've died. Same kind of thing here. Ming goes, stand behind, and they're just gone. The CC chain is absolutely nuts. They get hit by the Varusol, out of Fog of War, the Charm afterwards, the resets come through from Arian. Yeah, Tanyuan has flash, but he just can't get over the wall in time. He positioned maybe a little bit poorly after maybe misunderstanding how tanky Ming was.
I think the Varusol caught him. I think that's why he was in such a compromised position in the first place. Good stuff from LGD to punish, but still the Drake goes the way of RNG. So I don't know if they'll be quite happy with the way that one went, but at least they got the objective that they moved in for.
Really important moment coming just up now. So you have grubs spawning. We have Malignants built up on Haichao, which means that one of the big playmakers for LGD is Ahri in the mid lane, which can go jump forward and start launching charms. Has the ultimate on a much lower cooldown. The pace of the game should hopefully increase from LGD. I think now is the time to strike before you have RNG in position with big items on stuff like the Rumble and the Wukong to really make a difference. Of course, Haichao, with the most gold in the game right now, can be the instigator of that.
See if he can find his angles, see if he can find a good charm, find a good ult, and potentially set up to snowball a fight. We've been talking about resets, we're talking about snowballing fights all day because it's been all about the ego. But Ahri, not a lot different when you do get an extra charge of that Spirit Rush. And he sets up to snowball a fight like crazy. Needs the other one on the grubs to start off with. Bonfang has swapped up to that top side, but they're still going to be late to the objective regardless.
What's happening here? Well, okay, so ZDZ has teleport. Shaya's like, right, wait, we're fighting grubs? I should leave. I should go. ZDZ's teleporting. Shaya left earlier. We might have ourselves a fight anyway. They're teleporting straight onto the charm.
Okay, ZDZ flashes out to safety here. Has the equalizer available. That's one grub for Meteor. Third for LGD of the game. On a second, sorry. It's two apiece here. ZDZ is denied entry. There's a third one for the side of RNG. ZDZ just tries to all in onto Jinzhao, but he doesn't really have the damage, and Haichao will finish the job. No, exhaust comes out. Jinzhao still surviving. Haichao now, the next one on the chopping block as Wei dashes back out of the play. Double ult comes up through, and Haichao has to ult away and flash to safety.
Flashes out of the ultimate coming out from Tanyuan. It's a bit of a sloppy pick around the side from LGD, but it does stop ZDZ from affecting the team fight. That's going to lead to, what, 3 grubs apiece, so it's not going to be the might buff unlocked from either team. LGD, they really committed to that. Shaya roamed up early. They really wanted to take that fight. It's a little bit worrying that it ended up being, what, a 1-for-1, all things said and done, and the cash-in for Huanfeng adds extra value for RNG. They're trying to dive Tanyuan to keep the kill score racking up.
He's trying to just clear the wave. I don't think he's there in time, but Wei arrives to try and protect his mid laner, takes a bit of damage himself. Haichao wants to finish these kills off. Flash from Tanyuan, and RNG's mid and jungle will walk away with their lives.
Okay, flash down on Tanua, that's an important thing to track now, because what we have seen is LGD, they built up the items to increase the pace of the game, namely the Malignants, and they wanted to start getting those picks. I think if you time the charm perfectly, there shouldn't be a way to flash out of this, and Haichao waits a little bit too long on that. Doesn't quite end up getting that proper no counterplay charm with that one. But still, ZDC with no flash and being out of the rest of that team fight does get zeroed out. It just takes a little long to reach towards him. See that the equalizer goes down, Haichao doesn't throw all of his skill shots while he's CC'd to miss both parts of the queue pretty much. Means that the pick takes a little too long and it ends up in a 1-for-1, and of course Haichao has to ult and flash out of it.
Honestly, a very weird skirmish coming out. Like,
Yeah.
that was a difficult one to track. Not just for me, I'm sure for everyone at home as well. 2-4 on the scoreboard. Gold pretty much dead even. The Grubs have ended up 3-3 at the end of it as well. But Drake spawning in 10 seconds, and RNG very much got their eyes on that one after getting the first.
Yeah, we do have some important items to talk about. One item on most of the important members from LGD. There's a Leandris on ZDZ, though, on the other side, and the Bloodthirster. Those could be really, really important for Bonfang. Maybe cleansing and looking to lifesteal through a fight. Haichao gets a decent chunk, gets the Guardian out for free as well. ZDZ's onto the play now. They can't just isolate him on the side of the fight. He's already with the team.
RNG have to keep fighting. Remember, they can't fall behind with this composition, or
arrow.
the game will be doomed. But Birdle just muscles his way forwards and sets up for a big Tanguan falls. Dragon taken as well, as Haichao has 2 more Spirit Rushes. Perhaps could look, but instead just going to clear this wave away. LGD very happy with that.
They got 1 more Spirit Rush charge, maybe just enough room to get a charm off. Nope, this ends up decaying just in time. That thing is, when they burned the flashes to escape that play towards that top lane turret, that did kind of put a target on Tanuan's back. He couldn't end up retreating from the play. LGD take themselves a dragon, they get themselves another kill. They need to be getting this kind of stuff. They do want to be ahead in this early game and to start snowballing before the likes of this Sway can pretty much one-shot most people on the enemy side of the rift. RNG felt again a little bit like their setup for the objective was quite disrespectful. It's something that both of these teams have fallen prey to at the start of summer.
Haichao is loving this game, though. Like this Ari pick where realistically there's no one that can actually lock you down on the enemy team. Like, Ari struggles when someone else can stop you from moving around the play. I mean, he's been fine. He's been flying around wherever he wants to be. Surely, sure that skill shot accuracy hasn't been perfect so far this game, but still 3-0-1. And he's locked that Dark Seal in as well. But he's about to face check. And perhaps, no, he still just flies away because nobody actually has a hard CC.
If that's a Leona or Nautilus, then maybe Haichao dies. He doesn't have flash still as well. Remember, he has the Malignants. Losing the ult is not as big a loss as it could be. And it's also level 11 too with some kill participation on the Ultimate Hunter. Haichao's ult pool then is really not that significant, even with some nerfs to that in patches before. So that's a lot of, it's an attempt towards topside. It's not really any tools used by RNG, but it's still not the most valuable target it could go towards. Gonna go back towards the last play. Shaya, honestly, great ult so far. At the last Dragon fight, around this one too, those ultimates have locked someone down, and while some of the CC combos have been a bit awry from LGD, the start of them has been good.
Yeah, good ult from Xiaoya. And in the meantime, CDZ managed to get that tier 1 in the bottom side while LGD grabbed the Herald. The ultimate, obviously, used by Haichao, but kind of ended up being his owning ultimate anyway to guarantee that objectives. Jin Zhao chased by Wei, but very difficult to close the gap. And in the meantime, it's worth mentioning, the observers would be mad at me if I didn't. Haichao did this.
Missed the cannon. Yeah, I was going to mention if you didn't. I'm glad that we've got this covered. It is the most important thing that we can give to you, the viewer, to shame publicly and very loudly when players are not very good at killing minions. It's really important, so I think, to hold them to account. It's got that.
I was going to say Chovi's turning in his grave, but I'm pretty sure he's still alive.
He's still very much alive and kicking. He's actually done quite well recently, in case anyone missed that.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing okay. I'm going to be honest, not the greatest series of League of Legends that I've ever commentated going on our screens today, but I do feel like teams like this, you've got to see what the improvement looks like over the year, because not only do we have some new players, we've got to see Juice playing his first ever game, but even players like Tangyuan, players like ZDZ on this new team, players like Haichao as well. Like, how do they improve over time? Games like this are their opportunity to stand out from the crowd.
Okay, so now you've got the Herald going in towards mid lane. This could be a flash forward for a Northwell Assault. The Braum Shield's currently down. Going too far. Maybe they're afraid of ZDZ coming up from bot lane. He was off bottom, so that would have been potentially quite dangerous. So LGD take that mid lane out of turret. I think this is danger mode now for RNG. They haven't lost their outer turrets, but losing in the side lanes, but they have in the mid lane, makes it much easier to them again move forwards with the Ahri, particularly 3 kills. Again, my pet peeve, I would be remiss to not mention this, get your Dark Seal before you get the kills, otherwise you don't get value out of it. You want to be snowballing in this game, get it first back, I say actually, on Ahri most of the time. He's pretty happy with how the game's being played, but he could have been just that slight percentage better, which would have made me a very happy Ahri main, Joe.
Well, unfortunately, you can't always have exactly what you want.
But I want this
that many
for Christmas,
Christmases
Joe.
ago, yeah. Haichao didn't have the Dark Seal in his stocking, unfortunately. That was the last present he unwrapped. Nightmare. He wanted
Remember,
a BMX after
you just
all.
have to, the morally correct thing to do is to just get down to one knee in front of your Ahri player and say, will you stack my Medjais with a Dark Seal ring? That is the only, that's like the societally appropriate way to get them onto their snowballing champion. He's going towards the Andrew second. Such a really good topic of conversation. He'll be better at killing the front line that way. So Haichao, pretty happy to play a slower burn version of the Ahri in this game.
Yeah, very happy with especially the pace of this game so far. You're going to be able to get value out of the Leandries if you're sort of this somewhat Pokari with the way that these fights have been going. It's just been a lot about chucking out a couple of skill shots, trying to get some damage down before the play really kicks off. ZDZ in the meantime, we mentioned this Rumble in the laning phase should have a big advantage. Well, he's come out of the laning phase.
He sees Xiaoya here.
Up, but Xiaoya maybe can capitalize. Just
That's
takes
one
an
Evo,
Electro
right?
Harpoon
Ow.
and then takes an Equalizer on top of it as well. ZDZ just farming him for gold.
Hey, it just looks and goes, do I have my first rank up? Yep, okay, eat this. Using the ultimate, figures that there wouldn't be a big fight. They'd already seeded bot side for the Dragon. Haichao should be fine to just wave clear this out, so Wei's not really going to get much out of this. And yeah, RNG, they leave the Dragon. They don't really get anything for it. They're continually pushing down this top side, but one of the great things about Haichao having flash and ult is that it's just really hard to kill him. He stood in the right place to spot if there was going to be a dive coming down. Sadly, he doesn't have a ward to secure himself top lane presence right now, but Jin Zhao could come up and rectify that situation with Haichao. I don't think he can quite wave clear this down.
So RNG trading a Drake for a bit more gold into their pockets, which to be honest with this composition I don't mind. The problem is you're also losing a tower in the bottom side, so not necessarily a big
yes, we are
gold
trading
advantage
gold
acquired.
for gold. Yes, we have come ahead of this.
Yeah, the problem is the bonus Drake on top of everything else. Not ideal really for RNG, but decided that they're not in a position. Honestly, this comp from RNG, I'm not sure you can ever say we're not in a position to fight. I feel like you just need to try and be in a position to fight.
Yes.
If you fall too far behind, this just feels doomed.
And I think also the big thing for me is that we saw this around the second Grubs, when we saw Haichao and Jin Zhao just go straight towards ZDZ. ZDZ is fantastic if he can get a big AoE teamfight ultimate. If he has to approach from the side and LGD find him, that fight is over for RNG. You need the Rumble to be doing a large amount of damage, and I feel like LGD have the tools to shut him down on the side. If they give up vision control, if they're losing his side lanes, if they're losing out of turrets, like they are right now, it becomes very much about vision play and stopping this Ahri from assassinating the Rumble, who's gone towards a little bit of HP. Yes, with the items he's built up a little bit of armor, but no magic resist. I think Ahri's going to be very happy taking down that Rumble.
Worth quickly mentioning, it's 21 minutes on the clock, which means Baron is alive and Meteor is in the game. So keep your eyes on the top side of the map here. Mick,
Honey, it's Baron time.
The flash engage. It doesn't really find anything though as the rest of RNG is zoned away. And Mick dashes to try and escape. There's nowhere to go. 1
He has the charm still.
RNG chased down to the charm lands on the way. Tangyuan takes a Q as well as LGD continue to chase RNG across the map.
I was wondering if there'd be a charm flash even at the end of that with the second one of the fight. Great patience coming out from LGD to take up that initial attempt at an engage question mark. I'm really not sure about that one. They're going to go maybe turn onto the Baron themselves now. It's currently that 4v5. Bing has respawned, but they're going into Fog of War. Again, they see that they're not on Baron because they had a blue trinket on it. So LGD, they take the kills, they walk away.
Yeah, blue trinket just used, I believe, by Huanfeng there to spot things out. Bit of respect coming out from LGD. I kind of just expected them to give it a go on that one, but deciding they don't feel safe to do it, and they don't want to flip the series. Remember, this is game 3. Neither of these teams had won a single game coming into this series. Now it's game 3. They want that series win.
I don't know what Ming's thinking here. Maybe he thinks he can blow the spell shield off of Shaya with a Q and then get the ult after, but then he's body blocked for. This is the difference between playing something like a Leona or a Nautilus and then the Borm. Borm's great on the back foot, but can't do the same to lock down this fight. Dies very early and means that RNG don't have their one real frontliner to buy some space for them. Now we go straight back to the same problem they have, which is they've given up vision around an objective. LGD loves sitting in the dark, forcing RNG to come into that.
Little bro thinks he's Mickey X with the flash bomb engages. Ming doesn't quite make it connect. RNG though, this is what we were talking about before. It's so difficult to face check in here for them. There's so much damage coming out from the opposite team. There's also not really any front line on the side of RNG to be the one making your way into that fog of war. LGD can keep this up all day long.
Yeah, they can. And sadly for RNG, it really just looks like they have to face check with the severing bolts from the Hui, that QW, that lightning bolt from the sky. That's all they've really got. Haichao sitting in Fog of War, very happy to just keep that Leandries ticking down on this slower burn build. Really damages a lot of those frontliners. Just playing Gatekeeper, and LGD very happy to pull RNG into the Baron yet again, see if they can get any good poke down.
Ming goes in, has to be the one to face check, but Unbreakable's on cooldown. That means he's not long for this Wei. Has to flash out of the play as well, but it's 1-for-1 for support. Fong is caught. Beautiful from Haichao. Great follow-up from Xiaoya. CDC forced away. LGD can return to the Baron once more.
And credit to LGD, the big criticism we've had of this series, which is one of the series of all time, is that the setup for objectives has not been fantastic from either of these teams. This one's been much better. They've been playing around the vision control, very obvious what they want to do, look for charms, Varus, and then also the Nautilus CC as well, which is exactly what they do. The first thing to hit in this case is the charm. They notice that the shield cooldown will be then off. The duration of that, the damage reduction is down, and then the Borm melts. You said there's not really much front line. Once that shield down is from Borm, there is exactly none. Haichao's held on to his second charm as well. Use that very patient again from him. Even though some damage comes out from Tanyuan, it's not enough. Baron still up on the table, but LGD taking the kills, taking themselves another dragon, and just keeping this gold advantage picking up slowly.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like maybe LGD could have done the Baron, but decided that they want to get this third Drake. It was 10 seconds away as that play ended, so wanting to make sure that they are still stacking that objective. That is the permanent objective of the two, so making sure to keep control of that one. And that'll put them on the soul point. Let's be honest, they can just return back up to the Baron again and just repeat the previous play. It's not like that play is really hard to make happen again.
It is just that kind of like, you just keep going back to it because it's just that clip from Rick and Morty. It's like, I just kept crawling at it, just kept working. I'm not proud of it, but it just kept happening. Same kind of thing. Like, you just sat here on the Baron, I'm like, I just kept baiting around Baron, it just kept working. RNG still have to face check this. They have a blue trinket coming up in a few seconds. They'll have to use that. LGD are just doing the same thing. Again, the RNG are going to keep doing the same face check. Again, blue trinket's down. They have to walk up again. Here comes Huanfeng. They know the Haichao's in that brush. They just can't do much about it.
Remember that time when we discussed Maokai in the draft for RNG? I feel like they're wishing they had a Maokai right now. Wei gets a knock up though, and maybe Jiao goes down. Perhaps a chance here, but RNG, the health bars are so low, but LGD can't quite finish any of them off. RNG, they do get a pick.
Okay, so maybe it's not as free as we wanted. Ming walks up, doesn't use the shield at first, but puts it up midway through the play and just about gets out with an exhaust, ignite, and the ultimate. LGD do blow like a good set of cooldowns on Ming. They don't get themselves the Baron, and that's a little bit concerning for them because that's meant to be the easy play, folks. What happens if the play gets harder?
Yeah, we were told we could rinse and repeat this. I'd like to talk to customer support, please. I'd like to speak to a manager. This is not the composition that I ordered.
I never took you for a take me to your manager type person, Joe.
When you said take me to your manager, sounded like I'm an alien invading the store.
You're not? Wow, that's news to me, buddy.
I mean, I may look like it, but I promise I am human. LGD TPing back towards the Baron. Tell you what, that's not human. The
yes.
giant purple
This
worm.
is the Baron kill machine. The design is very human. LGD just keep going back to. I mean, they failed the last time, but surely it'll work this time again, right? Missed the charm. RNG have a different path of entry this time. Maybe they can get themselves into the river.
ZDZ's part of the play this time as well, so the equalizer can definitely
Oh,
set
Varus
up
on
the
this.
things. Root lands onto Chinchao, but he dodges the severing bolt. 5k on the Baron as ZDZ tries to push in again. Wei is chunked so heavily. Xiaoya steps off with the equalizer. 3k on the Baron, and Meteor's just going to finish the job. Spike comes down. Now for the fight. RNG have to find some kills here, but they just can't close the gap. They're forced away. LGD, they get a Baron, and they're chasing for more. The charm lands. Meteor executes that yordle from the top side. Wei now trying to escape as well. But Bird all slowed. Haichao dashes back into play. One bug solo. Another charm lands, and an arrow right through the heart. It's William Tell shooting arrows off heads.
LGD finally get themselves what feels like a killer blow in this series. It has been a bit torturous in parts of this game for the setup for the objectives, but LGD, they find themselves their playbook and they play it to the letter. 4-level advantage in that jungle for Meteor by the end of this play. Wei on the Wukong bluntly has just not been it. They needed this Wukong to be a big engaged threat. They have not been able to do that for the entirety of this play. And it really just feels like the weight of levels, the weight of playmaking and pick CC has absolutely demolished RNG, even with the charm not being followed up for a full kill. It's like you said earlier, it's just kind of being put down there for poke. They missed the Varus assault, it doesn't matter. They can just return back to their second round of regular cooldowns and return back to this play. No, it's not a clean wipe of a fight, but they end up walking away with the Baron with a whole host of kills.
It's the fact that so many of these charms are landing, and then immediately Meteor can dash forward and finish with the shotgun, or Xiaoya can get
16.
a max range Q
He's
to finish the job.
He's 2 levels up for the mid laner. Like, this is not fair. This is like 2020 farming meta.
It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. 11-4. And LGT now with the Baron can continue to push things forward. Honestly, this just feels like the range advantage is way too much in favor of LGD. And, I mean, in the mid lane, they don't even have a range advantage.
I think it'd be different if you had anything which you could pin people into the equalizer on. ZDZ had a huge lead for so much of this game, but he just can't use it. Too much mobility. Here comes Wei. They might be trying it out.
The long-range combo shields come on through. Isn't enough? Tanguy burning down to his cinder. But it's 2 for 2 overall. Haichao getting resets, though. I don't think there's much left in the tank for RNG. Bonfong onto the fountain as the rest of his team crumbles. The Q3 charm can't quite land for Haichao, but the inhib will fall. They can move to the mid lane, or they can try and just end the game right here. Bonfong trying to dodge away from these skill shots with a TP back in from Birdle. Bonfong on his own, dodges away from the charm, takes a Q and a Q2. He's not even going to step forward before the Nexus will fall. This one is done and dusted. LGD take themselves a series against RNG.
We had some chats about speedruns earlier in the series. This series was anything but that. It was at points a little directionless from the teams. It felt like both of them were kind of suffering similar issues, struggling to set up round objectives, struggling to get clean team fights. LGD credit for them, at least in Game 3, for finally finding themselves really decisive team fight engages, firing up those regular skills to get the CC in the right place and walk away with the victory.
Certainly do walk away with that victory. Good stuff for LGT, and I'm glad to see it for the players. I do feel like there were some good performances today. More like Haichao had some good games, you know, not perfect games coming out from him, but still some good stuff to be shown. Him and Meteor having flawless games in the first and last game of the series. Jin-Jiao having some really good stuff coming out. His Nautilus game looking really good. Or was it? No, it was his Leona game looking really, really, really solid to start the day.
Oh, same champion, you know.
They are basically the same champion, but honestly, overall, LGD looking like the better team at the end of the day.
Yeah, they did. I think RNG, I'm getting, well, not getting, I am worried for this team and how, even when it looks like they're in winning mid-game situations, when they have good scaling carries, they're finding different ways to lose different games, which it's difficult because that means that it's not just one systematic error that's being worked out. I think that there are points where it feels like Wei is on a farming jungler but then can't impact the game at the right points. There are points where he's on a farming jungler and he impacts the game too early and can't then stay ahead of his enemy jungler, like we saw in the Lilia in the first game of the series. I don't think it's all on the jungle, though. I don't think it's all on top lane either. I think that, bringing in ZDZ definitely helped in Game 2 in regards to his impact in the teamfights, but it's not even like Juice was that bad of a player. These are systematic errors somewhere quite down to the core of RNG. I think they're really struggling at some of the fundamentals in terms of their vision control, in terms of objective setup, in terms of their early game plans. This team has an awful lot of soul searching to do, and LGD, I don't think they're perfect in that regard, but they're just a step ahead.
I think the hard thing for me with RNG is, like, you've got Ming and Wei on this team. How the hell is it like basic map play and macro that is the big struggle for this team? It doesn't make any sense. It feels like this is a team that should be thriving in those regards, but maybe struggling mechanically or struggling in terms of coordination. But it just feels like often the compositions don't really like work out together. Quite often it doesn't feel like, I mean, to be honest, the composition was fine for the third game, but you just had to fight harder in that early game. You needed to find ways in, and yeah, LGD played well to deny that and to answer that. The problem was then you had no way to face check. You had no way to really start. Like the fact that Ming is having to try and make a flash brawl engage work. Yeah, that tells you how desperate the later game was working for.
Yeah, that really wasn't it. And I don't know. I'm looking at this team, and yeah, I think Ming's had some decent games. I think that, you know, Wei had the player of the game 2 for the Viego game, but it really just feels like they're struggling to find decisive plays. I think last year you had some extra champions in, particularly Tanyuan's pool, which could allow him to have more of an impact on the engage. I think his Annie was very good. I think that his Nico wasn't bad at points either. I think losing them has been a problem. And I think, yeah, not having Breathe to be that kind of like a, well, if we're going to front-to-back team fight, we have one of the best top laners in the league at doing that. Great, we can play around Breathe. You don't have that necessarily in either, Juice or ZDZ, who, again, they're not the problem, they're just not Breathe. And that's going to be one of the big problems for them, too. You have to adapt to just a changing roster with different skill sets. You don't have superstars here right now. Not really. Not with the way they're playing.
And I do think it's worth clarifying. I definitely think ZDZ did better than Juice today. Like, when we're talking about that, it's not necessarily that we think Juice is just as good as ZDZ. ZDZ definitely looked better today. The thing is, like, the issues that they had with ZDZ and with Juice are the same issues. They weren't issues coming from the top lane. It's the crux of the conversation. And again, like, it's disappointing to see a roster like this with ZDZ coming over, like with Hong Fong joining as well. This felt like maybe this was going to be redemption for the RNG name. So far this split, it's been anything but.
Yeah, LGD on the other side, they've had a series, they've had now with this series and then against BLG as well, some bright moments. I think the conversation actually becomes at this point, looking, because it's overwhelmingly likely, based on gameplay and results, that these two are going to be in Group B in the next stage, the Rumble stage, I believe it's called, of the competition. You have to look across the rest of the board and think about, well, what are the other teams they're going to be playing against? Well, you're against actually an EDG or an FPX, which obviously have some upper tier potential, and then Thundertalk, which have some upper moments as well. And then, coming from Group C, you've got LNG potentially coming through from there. And now even teams like Ultra Prime or even Invictus Gaming, which we're seeing next, when it comes into the perspective of Group B of the next stage, you look at these two teams and you're like, well, they're going to have to step up even to compete, to be confident going into there too. I'm sure, I don't think they're going to get blown out of the water, absolutely not. But I think if you want to come out of Group B with a final chance of going towards playoffs and going through the last kind of spots, the play-ins, I suppose, the playoffs in the last stage of the LPL format, this is not going to be an easy climb, even looking across the lower echelons of the other groups.
Do I'm just looking at the potential Group B candidates.
Yeah.
Ultra Prime are making it to playoffs, man. Ultra Prime may well make it into playoffs. They do look like, or at least into the playoffs qualifier matches that'll happen pre-playoffs. It does feel like Ultra Prime, based on the games we've seen so far this split, are one of the better teams looking towards those final games. One big caveat I will add to that is that Group D definitely has the weakest of the Group A teams. therefore
Yeah, the top of their
Ultra Prime
group,
have
they're
had more
not as
opportunity to look good compared to the other
they're not
Group
as
D
top
teams.
heavy, but it also means that like Ultra Prime, the series that they've been taking and been competing in have been more like for like, and it's been more of that mid-table. Which, if you're looking at playoffs, is kind of what you're looking at those kind of matchups. Anyways, like the mid-table is kind of scrapping it out for those last kind of spots. I mean, we're moving over to Group D for our second series of the day as well. We'll bring that to you as quickly as we can. But it really does feel like that group is really scrappy. And we're seeing a lot of skill sets being developed there and put on show there, which could potentially upset teams from the Group B kind of potentials from the other groups.
Yeah, we'll see how that continues to develop as well. Group B, obviously, what we've been watching to start off today. We will be going to Group D for our second series. It'll be NIP versus IG, which honestly, I think, you know, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone to hear that NIP will be going into that series as the favourite. However, NIP, while they're 2-1 in series, they are also 4-3 in games right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's not been as clean as you'd hope it would be. And IG, they have got a couple of game wins. They haven't got a series win yet. This is a scrappy team. I'm excited to look at that series later on. I'm excited to go into that one and see what IG can bring to the table, because I have a feeling that might be a bit of a bloodbath.
So I think NIP, the first two series, I got really worried because it felt like they were very far behind on the AP jungler AD mid meta that we're seeing across the majority of the LPL. Now, when we're seeing stuff like the LCK and the LEC start playing as well, they haven't been as heavy into the AP junglers as we have been in the LPL. Of course, in this game as well, when we got around to the very end of it, most of the AP junglers were banned by this point. The AD mid laners were off the table too. But I feel like you have to be able to play them. And LGD and RNG, they've kind of been about that meta as well. I feel like Meteor, of course, he had that Zyra game. He's looked good on the Graves though as well. Jungle meta and adapting to it for Summer feels like the name of the game.
It certainly does, and we'll keep an eye on how that continues to develop over the course of the split as well, like what that meta turns into and which teams are the best at adapting to it. Often in the LPL, the name of the game is being able to adapt to that meta, and often, like when you think back on the history of LPL, the world champions are the ones that happen to be best at the meta at the time. Haichao gonna grab himself the player of the game, 4-0-10, a flawless game.
It was solid. I want to give a shout out to Shaya as well. I think those Varus ults were game changing. So I think between the pick potential from the entirety of LGD, that's what solved them this final game to take home that series and their first series win of the summer group stage, or the placements, or whatever you really want to call it here on the other side. But yeah, I feel like their pick CC was really what won the day today, and it feels like Haichao played out that out well too.
He certainly did. LGD at the end of the day managing to grab themselves a win, 2-1 in the end over RNG. Now we're going to jump into a super fast break. We're headed to NIP versus IG, but we're a bit behind schedule as it's in a different arena today. So we're going to go for a very quick break, and we'll try and catch up with what's been going on over in Group D.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL and Munch. I'm joined by Nymera, and we are going to be catching up with NIP versus IG. We are slightly behind live here as we're going to Shenzhen. Our first series was over in Shanghai, so they began a little while ago. We'll be catching up, though, at record pace as we jump straight into 30 seconds into the game. And I believe we'll be able to take a quick look at how the draft went to start us off as well.
Yeah, because NIP, one of the most interesting things about this team is that it really has felt like Aki has not done well on the AP junglers. However, what they've been doing is they've been banning away a lot of AD mid laners, and in this case, it's actually IG banning them away on the other side to secure themselves Rookie and Aki's more comfortable picks, and that looks like it's what's happened in this draft.
Certainly does. We've also got that Mordekaiser up top for Shanji to answer this first pick of the Skarner that came on through from IG. So excited to see how this one's going to go. Excited to see Nani grabbing that Ari in his hands. Nani, remember, was a top laner previously in the LPL, rejoined the LPL after doing mid lane for a year in the LDL, now has to lane up against Rookie of all players. This is going to be a challenge and a half for him.
And it's also against Rookie, who is arguably, besides Knight, the best Ari player within the entirety of the LPL as well. We had a really fun thing which happened later into playoffs in spring where we had like Rookie and Knight both kind of like picking up this champion and showing what they can do. Level 1 Ashe going towards bot side with the press the attack. Flash for the
Photic has the slow onto Arndt as well, so nice damage right at the start of the game. Troll uses both of his summoners to make that happen, but honestly, you're happy with that because it gives you so much control of the bottom lane.
And it does, and when you've got the poke virus, at least it's harder to zone them off with the CS, but he doesn't have all of his abilities yet to help with that one, so likely losing the level 2 rush, and Leona, one of the very best champions of the game, at utilizing that. So NIP getting themselves a bonus towards that bot side of the map, which will not be very happy to see for IG. They have definitely been struggling as a team, and if you're going to throw them off their pace in the early game, that's not a great way to start for IG.
No, definitely not. GLFS starting on that bottom side now, pathing up towards his own top side here. Opposite pathing for Aki, so perhaps could influence that bot lane ever so slightly, but we'll see what's going to come through from the two junglers. Viego and Wukong, not the kind of junglers that you necessarily expect to try and get into the lanes in the first few levels. So just standard pathing from the two of them, no lane swaps or anything.
That's we actually have to have a conversation about this. So, you'll notice the jungler from IG has a name. Most people have them. Now, we've been told that GLFS actually took that name from the Berserk manga from a character called Griffith. We actually need to make a decision what we're calling this guy. Is it GLFS to just go for the capture code, or do we go for Griffith? What's the plan, Joe?
I'm going to be honest, just because of how hard Griffith is to say fast, I'm leaning towards GLFS.
Easier?
Somehow it is to me at least. We'll see. Maybe he can earn the name Griffith if he has some
maybe it's
insane
GLFS.
games.
Maybe it's Griffith if he's winning, and it's GLFS if they're losing. Maybe that's the plan. He's looking at it, potentially dive Shanji. Tower shot does not help.
Yeah, that was a GLFS play right there. Gets caught underneath the tower. Shanji trying to punish a little bit as the threat of the dive completely mitigated by that massive chunk coming out from the tower.
Okay, so moving through into the rest of the map. Top lane, of course, we have talked at length now in different games. Mordekaiser is a good individual matchup into the Skarner. If it's not interrupted, we've seen a lot of times Mordekaiser be put behind the Skarner, and the Mordekaiser just can't reach the items which they need to kind of overcome the game. Now, it's not IG with YSKM playing out high volatility top lane matchups. It's Suyan instead towards that top side for IG, but still getting him as head on something like the Skarner, which is some good hard CC to get towards the backline and help that engage, and also not fall behind the Mordekaiser. I think that is quite valuable from Invictus Gaming. So
far, so good. I'm curious to see how the rest of this one goes. Obviously, Photic on that Ashe with a Leona alongside you with Weaver's Wall there. Feels like level 6 really is a massive moment in the game for NIP. This composition from them. Definitely a comp that suddenly really comes online.
I mean, I'm really looking forward to level 6 from both teams. You've got Ari Viego, so you can get the resets from them coming through, and then, of course, you've got the Varus. I think NIP, if you start grouping up, largely have the better tools to pick the first target, but if they're out of position, things will fall apart quickly, especially when everything comes through with the huge CC follow-up from IG. You can see that photo control walking forwards. Vampire has to flash away And yeah, sadly this Vampire against the sun, so it's going to be sparkling a little bit, sadly. It's not the most dangerous kind of Vampire.
Yeah, I gotta say, Vampire versus Leona, definitely. It's kind of like, you know, Zyra gets slightly bigger. Champions with sunglasses take 1 less damage. Vampire versus
Karthus
the
dies
sun.
to Lichbane immediately.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's one of these ones. It's never going to go well for him, is it? Shanji, again, getting traded on. Zuyan doing really, really well up in that top side. Or Zuyan, sorry, I believe is the correct pronunciation there. As Arn going to be slowed down. Dodges the Zenith blade, though. Good little sidestep there, but still losing the trade pretty handedly.
Yeah, I guess he gets some damage back, but it already activated the press the attack on the Ashe from Photic, so that meant that the damage was way further in his favor. Arky on the Wukong. We did say before that he's not really adapted well to AP junglers. Him on the Wukong is a lot better sight for NIP in their series versus Ultra Prime. They did a lot of work banning out either the AP junglers or the AD mid laners. Nady, buddy, you got to be careful here.
Getting a little bit dangerous there as Zuyan pulled in to the death realm by Shanji.
He's trapped on a turret, he can't leave!
The tower. Oh god, it's a nightmare up in the top lane. Shanji gonna be very pleased with how that one's gone for himself. Vampire, no flash available, but no all in from Drow either.
Oh man, Shanji takes him into the death realm, and Zuyan just can't deal with it. And this is a really big problem because we already saw the gank go towards topside to put him ahead, to make sure this matchup wouldn't get worse. Getting caught out like that with Tower Aggro under turret, pretty unforgivable actually from the top laner of Invictus Gaming after GLFS went towards that for that first gank of the game. How did this happen? What happened here? So he's walking up for the demolish. And what does he do? He puts the shield on and damages him! Your shield does damage! Why would you do that?
Oh,
Why?
good lord. Oh, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. And now a combo comes out from Draw on, forced to use that cleanse. Good damage coming out, but it's traded back. That's a big Q from Arn.
Yeah, he gets the double E afterwards too, so 2 people on both those skill shots means that trade ends up working a lot better. Now we have GLFS and Aki both level 6 towards the bot side. Flash is available for both.
Photic just hit level 6 and he
The
gets
arrow!
on with the arrow! William Tell for the second time today. GLFS trying to finish the kill, but the flash from Photic, 1 HP and he goes down right on the tip of the sword from GLFS. But chased down, he's gone too deep for this one and will be executed by Aki.
And NIP walk away with another advantage from bot side. They really started winning in the 1v1, the 2v2 rather, early from minute 1. And it's felt like they've managed to find extra inroads beyond that point. Photic and Draw, they end up getting some extra help from their jungler. And IG, they would have really liked to be ahead in this bot lane because it's a poke virus, typically very lane dominant. This is not exactly how you want things to go. It's the junglers coming down which really affect things here. So actually going a little bit before we came over to here on live as well, just before the level 6 came through. Really good CC coming in from Draw. Again, the double arrow, as we said, makes things a little more interesting. But yeah, both junglers come down. And it feels like the resets from Viego just couldn't quite... Oh, not again. This is a quick... Okay, top lane's fighting.
We went so far back in the replay, but things are happening in the live server. Shanji and Zuyan so low, but Aki just moves over to finish the job. Flash available, but no chance to get it off. Aki is just roaming around the map, sweeping up kills right now.
And it's always fun to see Shanji and Aki twin up for some kills because I believe Shanji's played every single one of his LPL games with his jungler. That's another sidestep from Arn, ult for ult trade. Those are some fancy feet.
Arn's got his dance shoes on. Unfortunately, this is not a dance hall. This is Summoner's Rift. This is a game of League of Legends. Dancing will not win you games here. There's only so much you can do against Ashe and Leona.
Yeah, he should have brought his steel toe work boots at this point because he's just had a box dropped right on his feet and those dancing feet get snapped at the ankles. Actually, that's probably not how dropping a box on your feet works.
Yeah,
Either way, dropping the full unconcentrated power of the sun, not very healthy and left alone a lot in a 1v2. I think that really, I'm looking at how this bot lane has happened a couple of times. I'm surprised that Vampire there wasn't there to help the all-in more times. I feel like Photic and Draw have found very easy 1v2s while Vampire's been away from the lane. That's just a straight miscommunication by IG.
Tough one from IG. And remember, NIP were coming into this series as a favorite. But one of the big criticisms we've had of the team is that they haven't necessarily looked as coordinated and as ready on the patch as we hoped from this NIP roster. However, Aki definitely looking good today. Feels like he's been a point of criticism for NIP so far in the split. Definitely improving on that criticism.
Aki is such a good litmus test for NIP. If Aki is doing well, typically the team thrives with him because he's such a decisive and kind of like high flair player that goes for the big plays. If he starts dying, though, the team starts to crumble around him. There was a dangerous moment there where Nani was looking for a player towards the enemy jungle. He's going to find out Rookie as well. Grubs get started up.
IG get one to start this one off. NIP sort of in the area, but Photic's still in the mid lane. I don't know how much they're really trying to contend for this one. Could well be 6 grubs in this rate for IG. That's 5.
Great. There's great engage ultimates available from NIP if they did want to play around it, but I guess the level 6 and the double reset potential where they're not in great position. I can understand why they don't go towards it. They get themselves some extra gold towards bot side as well from the plates onto Shanji. Maybe they can just play around the Mordekaiser, getting a bit more of an individual advantage.
Won't be able to find it in the end. And one thing I will say, while Nani's been doing okay in the mid lane to, you know, not get caught out by Rookie or anything like that, Rookie has built a 15 CS lead individually, and that is just purely off of laning. Like, the two mid laners have not interacted with anyone else this entire game so far.
Oh, that's an arrow.
Arrow comes in on, has that cleanse, and actually holds his nerf, doesn't even use the summoner.
That's really important because if you don't have that cleanse, it's so much easier to force that play. I think the early laning dominance from Photic and Draw over Arn and Vampire has changed the way this game's being played. Arn's not quite as safe as you would have liked him to be. I think this means that Vampire needs to be closer to him. I don't know whether Vampire, and of course he's a player who just had a rocky start to his LPL career. I don't really know whether this is going to be an easy game for him. I think he needs to be closer to Arn because of the threat of Photic and Draw. Multiple times there have been 2v1 attempts onto the Varus.
TP to the mid lane from Rookie. NIP want to grab themselves their second Drake of the game, deciding they didn't want to contest the groups previously, meaning they have so many tools available. And IG respect it, especially with the TP coming in from Rookie. So, objectives for objectives here, but it's still a 2k gold lead for NIP. IG stacking a brush here, perhaps searching for Photic, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, they have a lot of pick CC with this kind of roaming death squad from the mid jungle and support. Swian, he's going to get caught out in here as well. Flash on the Zenith Blade. How far can he get out? He just goes straight into the wall and gets out to safety.
Yeah, Skarner's hard to catch. He flashes and then just dives into the wall. What are you going to do about it? It's,
Skarner used Dig, just disappears.
God, yeah, 3 turns underneath the game. Not ideal. Not ideal for NIP. But they will still get time onto this bot lane tower. Might just be able to finish it off. 1 minute until those plates fall off. But with Aki here as well, they should be able to just finish that tower off, even without any grubs. However, IG, I think, are even faster. They won't get the first tower down, but they'll still be able to trade.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they get a lot of plates out of this. They lose the first tower bonus, as you're saying, but still, the plate's going to go down in completely fine order, and that's the thing we'll have to track. When you get 6 grubs, it really makes a difference to being able to trade for a dragon, for a tower, or when you win a fight, you clear up towers that much more quickly. If you get a Herald and 6 grubs, I think that IG can potentially even look to crack mid lane turret, even though it's full HP. NIP needs to be very, very careful not to give up odd kills. If you give up 1 kill or a big enough chunk, that could be their towers falling apart in very important moments.
Yeah, and I do feel like we're getting to the point in the game now where vision control is going to be incredibly important for IG, because with how fast the Avengers can assemble from this squad of NIP,
here.
like the arrow comes out from Photic, Rookie can follow up with the Weaver's Wall as well, Aki can be invisible, flash in, get that ultimate up. Like, it's really, really difficult if you get caught out. And Herald started IG, have to try and face check in here. But the arrow goes wide. Whoa, ain't that tanky just yet. He's low on HP and Twin, trying to follow it up. Rock flies in, GLFS chased out by Shanji. He's stuck in the death throw. And also over the wall, the Q still lands. And GLFS just about survives. But Rookie flies into the play. Triple pull, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. Nani, the next target for Aki, as he chases for more. NIP, they find everything.
And even with the entrance to that fight going better than I thought it would do for IG, they just don't have the damage towards the end of it. NIP clean up house, they get themselves an angle towards the Herald. They should be able to take this after all is said and done. NIP avoid one of the real loss conditions of this game, where they kind of give up 6 grubs, a big Herald push, which destabilizes the map and allows IG to kind of get real good positioning onto them for the remainder of the game. The fight here is what, of course, starts everything off. Not a great arrow by Fotek. The Varus ult also hits on Dwar as he flashes away. Thought that was going to be a good entrance for IG, but the flash forward from Shanji onto the Viego, he's just not tanky. Viego's builds aren't that tanky anymore. It means that you don't have the reset potential out of the fight here. Arn positions poorly as well in regards to the damage. It feels like the solo laners of IG just feel a little bit too hypey after this point. They go in for way too much more than they can shoot. I
think when the 3 people get caught by Zwirn's ult, Nani is like, I've got to follow up on my boy, you know? Like, I've got to follow up on this triple ult. Unfortunately, did not actually have any damage to finish things off with. And it means that we've got a 3k gold lead for NIP. Really solid start for the boys in black and green. They're feeling good with this one. And Drake spawning in just over a minute. They can keep this snowball rolling.
They can. So, what are we tracking in terms of the setup for this? Big ultimates will be back for NIP for the objective. On the other side, they'll have their ults too, but I really think not having something like a flash on the Viego can be really important. I think that at this point in the game, without being that tanky, it can be really hard for GLFS to play through. Big teleports out of vision right now.
TP answered as well as Swim behind enemy lines, but Dwo, the target start off, and Solar Flare comes down. In goes Vampire, but he's immediately traded. Shanji gets a shield at the last possible second and somehow lives on. And all things considered, it looks like a play for IG, but it falls apart once more.
They even get themselves the reset onto the Viego. It just doesn't matter. They don't have the damage. And it feels like NIP, particularly with Aki on the Wukong, have started really mashing the back end with the disruptive high teamfight damage. They walk away with a big fight. It's not even in time for the Dragon, so they don't get that objective. It's not spawned just yet, but they get better positioning on it.
Yeah, a little too early on the big fight, to be honest, as it all kicked off. And again, I feel like IG, every single fight, they're trying to start things off by getting Dwo, but this Leona is so hard to kill by the time he goes down. Vampire is often trading his own life for the fight.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right, where you've let your Varus fall quite far behind. I think partly because of the problems in the 2v2 and then Vampire leaving his AD carry. It's meant that Arn's not got that much damage. We've talked about Nani not really working that well in the individual 1v1 versus Rookie. I think Rookie's picked up a lot of good side lane farm too, which means that your 2 big damaging members, the Varus and the Ahri, who are meant to be strong at the 1-2 item mark, are actually not where they're meant to be in that point of power. And it means that the engaging forces of IG, I don't think they've done that mental correction, that recalculation of saying, well, what is our damage right now? See that Vampire, it's fine for him to face check this, he is the person who should do that, but they're just not killing people in the right kind of timing.
It's tough, and then Shanji gets his ult off at the last second onto Swim. Obviously wins out that 1v1. Shanji has caught once again. This time he goes down. Weaver's Wall as Aki and Rookie arrive on the scene. They're trying to finish these kills off. They're trying to answer for their already dead top laner. GLFS gets out. The charm saves him from Aki as Rookie desperately tries to finish off this Scorpion, but it's hard to hit the rocks against the rock monster. Aki can't finish the kill. The flash comes out from Zin. He goes through the wall as well. No way does he get out with this one. The rest of NIP is here as well, and a Solar Flare puts this one to bed. It's a 1-for-1 after all of that.
Oh, that is a bit of a messy play there from Suyan at the end. Just ends up blowing his flash to die anyway. You can see that Nani, after seeing that Suyan was going to take a bit of time to die, teleports towards top side, wants to use the 6 grubs to push in towards inner turret, but even then, you're going to see that, you know, Shanji can walk up towards top side and clear that one in time. It's not the hugest kind of play from Nani to lose that teleport. NIP stay in bot side. They get themselves their own inner turret. NIP are they're performing better in the fights. They're engaging better. Their damage is much higher than IG's right now, and their macro after the fight has gained them more gold and more objectives.
It's all feeling pretty good for NIP. You know, you talked about the mid and bot lane being slightly ahead for NIP. When you look at the jungle and the top lane, it is night and day. 1,000 gold lead individually for Aki, 1.5 for Shanji. They are taking over at this point. And IG, realistically, they need to find some creative play now. They need to find a way, maybe a pocket of vision, or maybe... I mean, yeah, pocket of vision doesn't even work because you're against Ashe. Like, Hawkshot is in the game, so how the hell do you find yourself a sneaky play?
Is this pocket of vision in the room with us? Look at the bot side jungle. Look how many red wards there are. And NIP, they can shift this around the map whenever they want. Also, you're playing as the master of Fog of War himself, Rookie. That's like the hardest thing to do in this game. How do you play around it? It's so difficult.
Grouping up for the Baron now. Shanji doesn't actually have TP available just yet. It's coming up in a few seconds' time, but he's down in that bottom lane.
Here we go.
Maybe a chance found here as they engage on Rookie. 12 gets into the play to protect his mid laner. Twin arrives on the scene, but that's one for IG. This is their moment. Shanji looking for GLFS in the death realm, but he outplays him with the ult into the flash. Shanji chasing for more, but Rookie's on the other side. GLFS goes down. The shield for Shanji means he keeps on going.
Aki!
Aki survives as well. On chased away, knocked up, and Rookie's over the wall, but Aki has kind of gone too deep for that one. Both junglers down.
What is Rookie doing? Jumping forward again, keeping that threaded volley on target. Has to watch out for one last arrow. It's going to force the Seraphs out, and it means that NIP, I think they can't claim any more kills, then they lose their jungler. It means that maybe they can't even go towards the Baron after this either. That would have been a huge victory for them. NIP, all the same though, showing multiple times in these fights that their other members also do damage. Aki, Shanji putting in a huge amount of work in this skirmish. Vampire chooses a good timing to go on to Rookie. They find themselves a really good pick while the Mordekaiser still doesn't have the teleport for a few seconds. It only comes up just now. That's why it looks like why it's so late. But even then, they just don't have the damage. They're really trying to force these plays, and I feel like that was as good as it gets when it comes to an individual pick. If they can't finish that off, what else can they even do?
It's a tough one because they finally found that window where they had a slight TP advantage for just a few seconds.
Yeah.
But like you say, not really having the damage to snowball the fight that Shanji can just get out of the potential pick and find the 1v1 onto the jungler as well. Rookie trying to finish these kills off over the wall as well. It would have been really nice if he'd managed to get that bonus. Yeah. But again, the gold lead's still at 4K. It's been at 4K almost all game. But Drake is up in 30 seconds. Last chance for IG, it feels like.
Oh yeah, I feel like last chance is, even then, that feels like it's giving them a little bit too much credit for the gold lead and the position they are in the game. They are losing vision control. There's a hawk shot over the top as well, making sure there is absolutely no shenanigans. NIP have Aki on the flank, and that could be game ending. And IG, what have you got left for us?
If Aki can get a big cyclone off here. Had a spell shield and still cleansed. Has to flash as well away from the solar flare. That's a good charm on Stroll. He's chunked and Nani gets into the back of the pit. Aki's flank doesn't lead too much, and Shanji trading damage, but NIP losing the trade overall. Aki wants to get to that back of the pit. Once again, Nani in the brush. A charm could be everything as win. Just tanking the Drake in the meantime, but he's quite happy to do so. An extended fight here as NIP continue to posture, but they're losing the poke battle, and a TP comes in from Nani on the top side. He finds the charm on Droll, finds the pick, and sets up for IG to find themselves a Drake. IG are finding a way back into the game.
Yeah, Nani knows that he can recall, teleport back in with full HP, and even though he doesn't have the ultimate, he can impact that fight. Of course, Nani, this player's had a rough road in the LPL. He has been substituted in from top lane. Now he's role swapped to mid lane, trying to do what he can. He doesn't have teleport now, though. I feel like IG have overstayed after winning that dragon. NIP, after all of this, get themselves a free Baron.
Well, that is brutal, isn't it? IG finally get something. They get themselves a Drake. They manage to win the extended engage. But NIP just run up to Baron. They get it on resets. They do it so fast that there's no answer from IG. Photic actually stays and clears the ward. That is confident right there.
And they have every right to be. They have a lot of their tools back up. The Ash Arrow back up. IG, they have 6 grubs. They wanted to stay and hit the bot tower, stay and hit up mid tower. They're trying to fight.
Aki's caught here, and he will just go down. Rookie's on the flank, though, and on the target right now. Rocks flying in as the sun slams down behind them. But Zwien now charges on towards Rookie himself. No flash available for the mid laner of NIP. Turns golden, tries to survive, but the damage burst comes up through. The shield is there for Rookie, and he somehow survives, as now Photic is here to carry the play. Nani chased out by Shanji in the meantime, forced to flash on the backside of everything. Somehow it comes out almost even. Minor advantage for IG.
And GLFS couldn't get himself the reset in time before he died. Vampire, he's being hunted by Photic. I think he's got some garlic. I think he's got himself a steak. I think he's looking to kill himself a creature of the night. Does he spot him with that? I think
There's a
dude,
sound
there's
cue.
a sound effect.
Botic?
Dude, there's a sound effect.
Botic,
This
my
guy,
guy.
Van Helsing, would be disappointed.
Wait, the volley hit Gromp as well. So the sound cue, I guess he thought the sound cue came from Gromp.
Yeah. But there should be a double hit. There's normally like a little double
You can
hit.
see where the volley has hit someone. That one arrow doesn't continue.
Yeah,
He
and
should
he
have
also
known.
had. He should have absolutely known, but he doesn't quite end up twigging onto that one. And the creature of the night survives another day. Vampire lucky to get away with that one.
Just vanishes into the shadows, turns into a bat, and somehow dodges the volley, I guess. That was a weird one. 15-9. It's a 5,000 gold lead for NIP. It's Soul Point, but no Drakes for another 2.5 minutes. The Baron in pocket for NIP. It's a 1.1 thousand power play, which means basically it's a negative power play because the Baron itself gives you 1,500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be happy with the fact that, I mean, they managed to stop IG from...
Oh my God,
Jesus,
Rookie!
that is a play.
He just nearly one-shot Naney. If that last Q hit, that's Naney gone. Rookie is looking good on the Talia.
Yeah, I think NIP, the big difference between their first couple of series and then the last one that they played and coming into this too is that they've managed to find their way back to their comfort picks from spring as opposed to kind of conforming to the LPL meta in some ways. I think Rookie on the Talia has been really, really impactful in the games we've seen it on. He has been loving the Saras into the Deathcap build, and the damage coming through from this at this power point is absolutely absurd. You can see that Naney, I think he's been okay at following up in terms of picks, but he just doesn't have the stats to stand up to Rookie's Talia.
I feel like the whole story of today has been
Oh, the shove.
Vampire gets out with his life just about. Solar Flare not enough to lock him down. Will walk away from the play, but that felt close as a tier 2 falls in the mid lane.
IG very lucky once again to get away with this. I feel like this game would have been so much more interesting if they hadn't lost that 2v2 in the bot lane early. I feel like giving Photic and Draw the ability to kind of walk around with their arrows and force On to be, you know, play more respectfully, force Vampire to kind of like play less aggressively on his roams. I feel like this could have been so much more interesting game. I think as soon as they managed to get to the point where they could get through to these kind of item breakpoints without having, you know, the Varus being able to hold back Photic or other members of the team, it's felt like a pretty toothless composition from IG. They've just not had the damage to clean up kills.
No, they certainly haven't. It's felt pretty rough as well, because so often it feels like these plays are about to go the way of IG. And when you're running a Viego of all champions as well,
yeah,
like the split second you do get that first kill, it can turn into an entire teamfight win for you. But it just feels like they can never quite finish that first kill off, or if they do, it's too late and, you know, NIP have answered elsewhere.
Ooh,
Chain of Corruption goes wide from Arn, unfortunate for him. As Drake spawning in 18 seconds, IG, they've got to find a way to do what they did earlier and steal another Drake away.
We've seen this a lot at the LPL, where you throw a Varusol at the engaged support and just hope you can chunk them below half HP, because that means they're not a good engaged champion anymore. They just die on the engage. It's not like it's the Warmog's Leona to regen up. It will be full health draw with Solar Flare, with Flash. Got to see if IG can find themselves a pick.
Photic's arrow, it hits onto Naney, and that's a hook back coming through from Shanji. Naney in all kinds of trouble. He's pulled into the Death Realm, and death is the operative word. Vampire falls, and the ninjas come out on top. It's an absolute massacre outside of the Dragon Pit, and NIP aren't even done just yet. Un is the cherry on top.
That was a great arrow from Photic. Just kind of mind reads that IG are going to position like that against the wall. Gotta say, you can't stand like that against an Ashe. I think IG just didn't understand the threat that they were in from the long-range CC, and they go down so easily. Once again, another fight where just the entrance to the fight is just not working out for them. See that NIP, they have looked so much more comfortable in this series compared to the first couple of games of Summer. IG looking like they're at a pretty swift entrance to the bottom of this Group D, the Super Group, Group 5 of them. This one, as we said, just lining up against the wall. Really poor positioning against that Ashe ult. Makes it easy as you like. Someone was getting hit. Someone was dying.
Yeah, I mean, unless literally everyone on the team flashes
Yeah.
there, I feel like somebody's going to go down, and IG.
Do you reckon you could introduce a category for League of Legends, which is like synchronized swimming, but for maneuvers in League of Legends?
We've
Maybe
seen
they could
it
sign up for
before.
that.
We've seen like whole team flashes before. It has happened. It's a rarity, but it has happened. The thing is, When you've got teammates in front of you, you feel safe, so you don't flash. But if they flash at the last second, you're just doomed.
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Exactly. 3k on the Baron, that's going to be taken. No real contestation from IG, not possible for them. And at this point, NIP, they're dotting the I's and they're crossing the T's. I don't know if they teach you how to write in ninja school, but they sure teach you how to put on pajamas.
That's a good question, because a lot of the time ninjas, they'd actually dress up as commoners. That's how they'd get you, because you just think they're just another person on the street, and then they just...
commoners couldn't afford pajamas. This doesn't make any sense.
There you go. Again, they're just rewriting the rules of history. What else can't they do? It feels like they'll be learning their calligraphy to sign a death warrant for IG.
Ult for ult between the mid laners. Top in him tower, taken down here. Chain of Corruption comes on through. Combo onto Droid, it's not quite enough to finish the job as Swain starts onto Rookie on the top side, but the follow-up's just not there as Aki threatens onto On himself, the jungle assassin of this monkey charging forwards. And IG, what looked like they were making the play, has flipped on its head. Nani whips everything. And Shanji is just under the tower trying to 2v1. He turns golden at the last second. Surely will fall. Eventually does, but in the meantime, top and mid inhib. Minhib, that's a good little shorthand I've accidentally created. They'll fall. Photic survives. Is that going to be a triple inhib?
I think that's going to be game. I think that's got to be game at this point. You still got Rookie, you still got Photic, Aki's got the Triforce. They should be able to finish this off with the Baron buff coming through, surely, right? Well, triple inhib at minimum. Photic is just life-stealing back up this whole time. Nani, not a lot he can do about this one anymore. NIP, a confident win here. And fair play, IG challenged along the way. But once those ults came online, it started to feel real good for the Ninjas in Pajamas. Yeah, I think NIP, really solid work from them from just snowballing through. Individual advantage in mid lane. I don't think it was that big for a lot of the game, but then as soon as it came to the big fights, actually you realize that Ori didn't have the damage, and it felt a lot bigger than it was. For me, I think that the 2v2 for IG really fell apart. One of the things about this team is that they ended up losing Wink in that support role. I think he was really important for this team. Vampire, he had an awful time on an EDG. I think he's doing better than he was back then, but I think that bot lane 2v2, you can see it's still got some teething issues. Shanji on the other side as well. He took up so much pressure and walked away with a monster game on the Mordekaiser. Yeah, massive MVP coming out from Shanji. So many great death realms, so many great chances where it felt like he was picked, but that's the thing about Mordekaiser. You're never really outnumbered because you can always just find a 1v1 with someone. And there are not that many champions that beat him in that 1v1, it has to be said. So, great game coming out from Shanji. We're going to jump into a very short break and we'll be right back with game number 2.
Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL and Munch. That's Nymera over there.
It is.
No, over there. Actually, wrong way around. NIP winning game number 1 over IG. A little closer than maybe you would expect, but NIP ultimately. This composition, all about the level 6, and the second those ults are online, they start finding those fights.
Yeah. I really want to praise Photic and Draw. I think their laning phase opened up so much in this game. We're straight into game number 2, though, folks. No messing around. We have ourselves a Zyra jungle. We have ourselves a Brand jungle. This has been a change in stuff.
That is a Renekton mid coming out from Naney right here. It's GLFS bringing out the AP jungle. Aki, like you say, brings out the Zyra jungle on the opposite side.
Okay. All right.
This is chaos.
So, Yone doesn't lose to many champions in a 1v1. You can get 100 to 0'd by a good Renekton, though. We saw this on Yone release. Renekton was one of the champions that could actually deal with this guy. If you go towards stuff like the Eclipse, with your empowered W, you break shields. You can break through the Yone W shield if he tries to hard trade with that, too. So we have to see Naney really take the pick to Rookie. Of course, he has been a notable Yone player in the past. It's not necessarily been the big pick for NIP, though. They preferred AP mid AD jungle with the level 1 moving in. Might see some weirdness from IG.
Keeping my eyes on Aki this game.
Okay.
He's a player that we sort of criticized a bit for not being that good on the AP jungles. Brings out Zyra of all champions. This is a champion that, you know, has a lot of very weird niche mechanics, a lot of strange matchups.
Like this. Level 1, you stand on a camp, so your passive spawns the seeds. Zyra's damage comes from her plants, not from her abilities. If you force her, like Shaco, to move from her starting camp at level 1, her clear speed drops like a rock. You need that level 2 to get your seed spawns afterwards. They'll still be farming fine, but this means that you're not getting that sub 3 minute clear speed, which you can get on the Zyra. So Aki already kind of forced off a little bit from one of the strongest points of their game.
See what Aki can do to recover from that. Does 2 camps on his bottom side, and then immediately moving in, we've got a lane swap situation, which means it will be vertical jungling coming out from both sides here. Aki going to try and grab this blue buff, but you see GLFS moving back to his own top side, and in fact, he's going to try and sneak away the wolves, but he'll be spotted on this ward. Yeah. Dwarf is in the area. This could be dangerous for GLFS.
Problem is, Zyra doesn't have great early damage. Even if Draw gets on with an Ignite, I don't think they have kill pressure. They're both level 2, level 3 hit though.
The spike came down, and so he doesn't even get anything at the CC chain. The Ignite is burning. GLFS will survive, but Aki got the camp, importantly.
Yeah, if he didn't get that level 3 smite, I don't think there's kill pressure. He wouldn't have actually unlocked himself the route, because he'd gone Q into W. Smite ends up forcing the flash out of GLFS on the other side, and Aki, despite being disrupted on the camp 1, ends up getting a really solid clear early game after this point. I think that IG, they've attempted the lane swap as well, right? Arn and Vampire went up towards the top side, sharing XP with Zuyan up there. I think that is quite nice against the Rumble. You keep the low Rumble, lower economy and lower XP, hopefully, at that point. It's very powerful to have a Rumble at full strength in a game, as we have seen various times throughout the LPL so far. But I think with Aki still getting ahead from where he should have been, NIP are not displeased with the early game.
Everyone's sticking around here, but the little ghost should spot the play out. Okay, they've finally seen him. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it had missed Shanji for a second there, but he will be forced away and will TP up towards that top side to catch the next wave as Swian pushes it in.
Basically, I think NIP didn't teleport Shanji the wave before while it was crashing because they didn't know where Arn and Vampire were, or if GLFS had stayed or thrown back up towards that to find himself kind of like a dive towards that top lane. Doesn't really want to teleport in, die, and then, get the old Dyrus treatment where you just kind of lose everything over a couple of extended waves. We go back towards normal lanes now, finally.
Control hooked in. They'll get away with that crash down. On just getting some good damage down on this Kalista, worth mentioning. That is press the attack. That is a recurve bow in the inventory. This is an on-hit Kalista. This is an attack speed Kalista, not going to be that lethality that we've all got so used to at this point.
I'm kind of surprised. There's no really that's that hard to kill from the side of NRP. Plus, also, trying to play low-range kind of attack speed, auto-attack Kalista into Zyra plants, who will likely have something like a Ryalize coming up as a second item. Actually, weirdly, in the LPL, we've seen a load of ban pieces on this as a second item, which I don't love on the Zyra. But if they, as soon as they get the Ryalize, really good at slowing down the attack speed of the Kalista and kind of never really allowing them to get into their active range. I feel like that, with no tanks really on the board, lethality would have been a sitter here.
deciding to go for it in the end. We'll see how that works out later on. We'll keep our eyes on Arn during some of these fights and some of the replays of the fights to break that down a little bit more and see whether this decision will pay off for him. So far, so good for NIP, though, as Arn moving forwards, flash forwards, voting, forced to flash away with his own life.
Okay, so that's Flash Ignite down for Vampire. It's important that they get the chunk out of Photic, but they don't completely force him out of lane. Can they get a secondary play after this point? Draw has Flash and Ignite as well. GLFS coming down towards bot. There's no Flash in Photic.
Joel does have his flash and actually goes on to Arn. Instead, Aki has arrived, but Joel is so low and taken down. I'm surprised they wanted this fight, in all honesty, as Aki now has so many spears in his back. It's a double for Arn.
What are NIP thinking around bot side? Rookie's coming down, has Flash, has ult. You're expecting 1, maybe 2 kills here.
Oh, Hook is inches away from Rookie. Nani uses that Dominus, threatens the counter-engage off of Rookie's all-in, and so Rookie just has to back away.
Yeah, Nani pops the ult early as well. If it looks awkward when a Renekton pops their ult before they enter the plate, they're doing it to get themselves the Rage. Rookie, is he spotted on enemies? He got through that. He doesn't manage to cancel either of the backs. Tries to, again, catch them off guard. But yeah, Nani pops the ult to dissuade Rookie heading in, would be heading in with a full stack of, is it Fury Rage? The angry thing, the angry resource. There are a great many angry resources.
I believe it's
in League of Legends.
Fury for Renekton.
Yeah, I know
if
that
I'm
his
not
title
mistaken.
is he Butcher of the Sand? I think it might be. All the same, it's a thing which gets him angry.
It certainly is, and Rookie's getting angry right now after taking a brutal trade from Nani here. Does trade a little bit back, but in the meantime was losing minions. That's why he didn't want to commit to that one. Aki, though, has found himself 3 grubs. The Zyra does them so damn fast, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but Zyra, Brand, Lilia, all of them absolutely shred that. Karthus as well, of course. All of them very, very fast at clearing. Now that you have the Fated Ashes components on both of these junglers, which can build up either into the Blackfire Torch or into the Leandries as well, has really, really high damage. This is after the Flash and the heal have been used by Photic. Look, you can E-Flash now with Zyra. They added that mechanic in, so you can kind of E-cancel it with the Flash and kind of continue towards your flash destination. Zyra doesn't have early damage though, folks. Not really. She's a poke champion in lane if you play her as support, and that can be powerful, but you don't burst someone out like that. And Aki, I think, just bluntly misreading what his champion should be doing at that point in the game.
I will say, really good reactions from Arn to cleanse Flash, get himself to safety. However, even if they get the kill on Arn, I'm not 100% sure that they win the continued fight against the Brand. Not sure, hard to say. Photic looking for a 1v1 with Arn here. Hail of Arrows. I guess it was on cooldown.
Gets some really good damage though. And again, Arn is on the attack speed Callista. He used to be
here.
brawling around lower range. GLFS comes down.
Joel's going to go down again on this one. Knock up onto GLFS here, and the Pyroclasm doesn't quite finish the job. The burn is ticking,
Passive.
the pot is ticking, and Joel walks away.
Even with the Faded Ashes and the burn from the Brand passive, it doesn't finish off the kill. That is a lucky, lucky support from NIP. He'll take that one every day of the week. GLFS will leave bot lane and go into the bot side of the map all the same though. See if they can steal something away from the other AP farming jungler. It is a win condition just to get ahead in jungle matchups sometimes when they're this kind of farming. Aki doesn't have smite, just use it down there. It's going to be claimed actually by Aki.
Oh, and in the meantime, Vampire dashes into the bottom side. They found Photic, and it's another for Arn. Nearly goes down for his trouble, but it's the hat trick nonetheless.
Yeah, I am really surprised that they stayed around bot side. Photic, dude, your jungle's being lost. Of course, if GLFS feels confident enough to walk up towards your red buff, there's a good chance the bot lane's still around. You really misplays that ult in mid lane.
Oh, Rookie's baiting Nani in. Joel arrives on the scene, but Nani flashes the stun, misses the crash down. That means Nani gets away with his life there. Nice try from Rookie, but Nani honestly have the better of this matchup. It's a really intelligent draft.
Yeah, I think that the Renekton has always been a good matchup into the Yone, because Yone goes forward and goes, haha, I'm going to attack you multiple times. Well, not when you've been burst out and stunned for a million seconds.
Yeah.
You don't want to build Merc Treads versus Renekton, which means that, you know, he gets a really good stun. He can take shorter trades than you and win against Yone, especially in the early stages of that game. Do not want to face check this IG, careful.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Sweyn, though, is quite happy to be the target. It's Joel that ends up going down. That's 4 for On. Every kill in the entire game is in Arn's pocket right now on a Callista of all champions. The Pyroclasm burning through NIP as well. This is all looking pretty tasty from IG.
Yeah, I think that NIP, they have really misjudged where their power of their composition is. I mean, yeah, you've got Shanji who can turn up the fights a little later and really impact the big, bursty team fights, but you need items for this. You don't have your first item, Leandries or whatever it'll be for Aki. You need that extra damage, and I feel like this is why I was worried about NIP going towards less of the AP mid, AD jungle, and rather flipping it around, because it feels like Aki is just not misjudging as well.
Arn uses the cleanse. Chain of Corruption's on cooldown though for Photic, and Arn is just dodging everything Photic can throw his way. Rookie now, potentially the target, dashes back in and dodges some damage, takes a whole chunk of another bit of damage though. Will survive anyway.
Yeah, that pressy attack in Power W, oh, so much damage. And Rookie doing well to at least keep somewhat consistent in terms of CS. I feel like this matchup can even go even worse than this. We'll see how it happens beyond that first item, though. Nani, of course, we talked about it in last game, had a lot of eyes on him, been role swapped, been subbed in and out. He's not been put in an easy position by IG.
Honestly,
credit to him for going up against Rookie with this matchup.
I do think, though, like, this is not only a really intelligent draft in terms of you've got an AD mid laner that works well with the brand, you're also trying to counter that Yone out. It's Rookie's Yone, who really is the kind of star player for NIP. You also have a top lane player playing mid who has 1 year of mid lane experience under his belt. Why not give him a top laner when the matchup makes sense?
So you're saying Kled mid next. That's the next one on the table.
Well,
right, okay, we heard that one first.
In the context of Nani, I'm saying Camille next, because the guy is 16 and 2 on it in his career. Zwein, the next target. The fights go ever so slightly sideways, and actually the all-out might pull him to safety. W buff for the CC, but the damage is there. NIP strong as a 5-man unit, and now they look for Nani as well. Rookie can't win the 1v1, but they can win it with a 5v1. Double kill for Photic.
Yeah, they just end up getting the members there first. Vampire flashing forwards.
Hook onto Photic, but the follow-up isn't quite there. GLFS doesn't get the damage down. And it means that everyone for NIP walks away, and Drake is just spawning.
Yeah, it's bold from Vampire. It's not bad timing and did have the Callisto ult to pull him back, but even then, it felt like if you died for that or even lost most of his HP, that could have been pretty disastrous from IG. I guess kind of walk along the knife's edge of what you can achieve with your members going down. Now when we're going towards this next phase of play, of course we do have the Leandries in for GLFS already. Yet to be brought up from Aki. Photic, W arrow. He's doing it blind. What can he get? Not quite.
Within 400, considering that's blind, that's a pretty damn good attempt from Photic.
My favorite steal attempt, I think it was Piglet playing Corki, and he steals a Baron by counting down like 10, 9, and he ends up stealing it blind. That was one of my favorite ones back in the LCS. Back in the day. So Aki manages to catch out Zwein here. I'm gonna say it, I think that Aki could have just used his E-plants for the stacking slow and then maybe saved his ultimate too. Maybe not the best micro play from the Zyra, but when you have so many members coming down, it doesn't matter. Kind of just sparing the micro blushes just by having people there on better rotation time.
And I will say, the two ultimates coming down from both Aki and Shanji there, it's like, it looks kind of funny in the replay when they miss, but ultimately, they secure the kill on Zwein. He has nowhere to go. He has to move back
zoning
into...
ultimates. Yeah.
They actually were, I
Do you want
swear,
to throw that in? Do you want to throw that in alongside ulting for Frozen Heart and Barbie Cinder from Malphite? Do you want to throw that in?
Yeah.
Is that what you're going to do?
For anyone that missed that one, we did have a Malphite ulting in for Frozen Heart.
Don't worry.
Range.
Don't worry. Ching Tian missed that one too. Don't you worry.
Yeah, he didn't have a good reason though. He didn't just miss one either. He missed a good few in that game. That was... I don't know, maybe the worst Malphite game I've ever seen, which is, it's kind of hard to mess up. Anyway, Qingtian just catching strays now as NIP finish off the tower bot. Gold is basically even in this one. We could have a bit of a banger on our hands here, Dabira.
Yeah, and both these team comps have very weird plays to play out the team fights. I mean, NIP have 3 or 4 ultimates which buy up so much space in a team fight. If the Varus hits, it starts spreading. You've got Rumble, Zyra, and even the Yone can just drop down their ultimates, and someone has to flash or die pretty much. And Draw, of course, can help set up all of this. NIP have a well and truly well-rounded one-more combo if they link up people in the same place. I do think IG can... kind of burn down individual members very, very well. I think Nani with Flash Up with the Eclipse, he's only had a small amount of gold, but if he gets an empowered W onto anyone, and there's any follow-up, that person is effectively dead. So Nene has to choose his targets well. I think if you can take out Rookie so he can't fight, if you can flash onto Aki so he just immediately burns down, I think that's valuable too. Watch out for what this Renekton will do next. Alongside Vampire with the Kalista ult, they do actually have pretty good ability to get towards one target and burn them down.
So Aki, with some very controversial jungle pathing here, walks into the enemy jungle while everyone is around and somehow gets away with it. What am I witnessing? It's weird to go down. Aki baits the ball. He's a genius.
Oh, what happened there? Between the combo between Vampire and Zuyan, you had Flash on the Cassandra. At least go and trade for the 1-for-1 if you're gonna die. Doesn't even bother pulling that Flash. And it feels like the effort of IG goes a bit to waste. They're going to take mid lane out of turret. That's not bad for them. That opens up some extra options, as of course it would do. But even with that, it's a 1-for-1 tower trade across the map as Rookie gets solo goal on that top side too. IG, come on! That's a Zyra in your own jungle! Not even close to the teammates. That's got to be a kill. What a mess up.
I can't believe Zuyan was the one that went down there and
I can't believe
trade of objectives across the map as well.
All right. So let's do a post-mortem.
I can't believe he was that confident to be there.
Like if Zyra uses her E as well, you can't even stop people from getting on you. Puts down the ult, yeah, the Rumble ult comes down, but like, look how Zuyan plays this. He charges up the W. At least flash ult or something. He ends up getting stunned east backwards. You could at least trade 1-for-1. I think that's a misjudgment from Zuyan going into that play. And that's really going to be sad for him. Just kind of dies for nothing.
I feel like I'm giving a bit too much respect there to Aki
as
well. Just another auto or two before the rend, and that is a kill. Onto the Zyra. Weird one. Honestly, Aki, I don't know what on earth he was doing there. I don't know how he saw those wolves coming up with no one near him and with the whole enemy team converging. It was like, these wolves are mine.
I don't know, man. Like, he plays as though he's playing Vi or Wukong pretty much every game, even when he's not on those champions. And this is my big issue with NIP. They were top 4 in spring, but that was largely when they found out the exact style of play that they wanted to do. Rookie's in the side lane. He's alone right now. Just really burst out.
Yeah, has to use the ult defensively just to survive here. And that's as Drake is 30 seconds away. Luckily, does have TP available, so he'll be able to be a part of a play, but unfortunate to have to use that TP in this situation.
Yeah, and I think that Rookie on the Yone, it works out for kind of getting yourself some extra physical damage across the board. Of course, the Varus has gone on hit to be a little bit more of a tanky killer too, but not having that ultimate means that it's so much easier to play as Arn, as GLFS as well. Dragon's coming up, no big ultimate from Rookie. You do have the other big kind of pie chart of doom coming in from NIP with the Zyra ultimate and the lines across the board.
One thing I will say is GLFS used his Pyroclasm, right, which is a huge ultimate in the team fights for Brand. Brand kind of will struggle a little bit in the team fights without that ultimate available. Obviously, if you can get your E on everyone, you can still get that passive off. But the plant's coming out. Big poke onto Vampire.
No, I think we're really starting to see the mastery of different champions here as well. In this meta, the AP junglers, they ask a different skill set. And see if GLFS can... Well, his Pyroclasms actually just come back up. Rookie's still down. He got himself a flank from Nene. He doesn't have himself max rage. If he gets himself, again, the empowered W, that could be the difference.
Oh, Vampire finds the hook onto Boating. It's the perfect target, but the vines disrupt everything. It's a jungle out here, and IG are lost in the weeds. Zuyan trying to escape with his life jumps back into the Baron pit, but Rookie chases him over and will finish the job. 3v3 now as IG have managed to get back on top, but here comes Rookie to finish off a double kill. Shanji burning them down, chasing forwards is On, who wants to turn the kill. Remember, he's got all the gold for IG, but Shanji burns him to a cinder, and Nene is cut in half by Rookie.
Oh, that felt like it should have been the team fight for IG. They had the flashes, they had the ults in the right places, but they couldn't burn down the follow-up damage from NIP. And NIP walk away somehow from that fight with a couple of extra members alive. It was an absolute bloody mess. The Dragon doesn't even die because everyone is too low HP or dead after that fight. NIP, they will definitely take that extra gold onto Rookie. We said the Yone had been shut out of a couple of these fights, but if he gets towards 2-3 items, that will not stay that way for forever.
Okay, we have a brief respite before the next play kicks off. It's 1,500 gold in favor of NIP. It's barely anything at 20 minutes into the game. NIP have prio mid, and they want to get this Drake. Remember, this would be sole point for IG if they can get this next Drake.
Could be, and They need to be able to get that, though, through this mid lane of vision control. See that Aki's starting to stand in the right areas, get himself seeds to put down. Of course, his W cooldown is not going to be enough to keep himself with a huge amount of plants over time. The passive means he needs to stay in the right area. IG, they're going into Fog of War, going into plants, they're going into, of course, Rookie, who's on now a much bigger point of power after the gold he bought before.
It looks like IG are not willing to contest. They're going to try and threaten Baron instead. They do have a brand. They can burn this down
And
real
now
fast.
okay, all right. They're the ones which are forcing him to go into the Fog of War.
Aki, I don't think you're the person that's meant to be face checking in this composition. He goes down, and NIP now have to scramble to find something. Droll actually finds an engage. It just trades his life here. Vampire extends the fight, and it just goes down for it. Botic and Rookie chasing for more. It's a 2-for-2 overall, but I just walks into them. What?
I think he thought maybe he was trying to dodge an Electro Harpoon. All he ends up doing, though, is dodging his way. Duck, dive, duck, dip, and dodge right into the gray screen. He has so much gold. He could carry so many of these fights, but this is the problem with the attack speed Kalista. You just can't play within the range of NIP that close. And IG, despite themselves finding themselves a great kind of phase of play to switch the Fog of War around, find themselves a good pick onto Aki, walk away, losing out monstrously along this kind of side of it. You can see right here, they move from bot side to say, screw it, let's go to the top side, play around Fog of War. Great combo from Vampire, blows the spell shield, which I don't think Aki should even be building. Aki shouldn't be face checking this, shouldn't be building those items, really. They don't help him in that engage. And they even then, after that, losing the Zyra so easily, you can see how much extra damage NIP have from Shanji, and then from Rookie as well, following up the fight with huge amounts of mobility.
I guess afraid of the damage from Photic. Just walks into Shanji. Rough end to the play there. What could have been a reasonably even play for NIP, for IG, sorry, turns into a win for NIP as they got the Drake as well, remember. But Ward still in the back of the pit from NIP. It will be denied by a control ward, but if it's ever hit, will reveal everything.
Yeah, and I gotta say as well, I'm gonna once again return to this point we're talking about how Aki should not be the one face checking. Also, if a Nautilus hook flies at you, you can skill check that by pressing E and putting a plant right in front of you. It's the same way you used to outplay Thresh back in Season 3 in lane. If the hook flies at you, you can just spawn a plant right in front of you if you're quick enough. Aki doesn't pass that skill check, and that's a big combo in mid lane onto Arn.
Equalizer comes down, Vampire chunked heavily here. And that might just be a mid-tier too, like your main engage tool is so chunked. How do you realistically start this fight? Just trying to clear the wave, but NIP have the damage. Tower down, nice bit of play out from NIP to find an objective off of not a lot.
Yeah, that's all on Rookie. Rookie finds himself a great combo to set up for Shanji in the top side as well. Rookie, typically this year, his success has come from Ahri, from Aurelion Sol, and from the Talir, most of those two. He's not necessarily had the more flashy AD, kind of assassin-like champions like the Yone to play around, but this game has shown us exactly, again, what he can do on picks like this. The problem for me is that Rookie's doing great. I'm just worried about the rest of the map. I'm worried about how Aki's playing in this meta, even though Rookie's doing great.
Rookie, despite being counterpicked, having a great game, but here we go. IG wanting to make things happen themselves. They start this Baron off TPs from both solo laners. Shanji's having an insane game on the Rumble as well. He's going to be a part of this play. Moving in on the top side, but Equalizer's not available right now. They flash into the pit and try and find the fight instead. Aki in a 1v1 with GLFS. The AP junglers duking it out, but neither goes down in the end as Shanji now chased out by Vampire. Root comes up through. Arn is trying to chase this kill down, and there's one for IG. Now the rest of the fight can follow as Rookie dives in with a double knock-up from the ultimate. Vampire will fall. Photic untouched, but hit back with a Q3, and in goes Nading to try and find more. Photic the target, and he drops. IG searching for more as they charge down the top lane.
You can change the roster, but you can't change this Org's history with a good damn team fight. They walk away after rushing the Baron, burning it down with the Kalista and the Brand. They're going to secure themselves a tower up for that too, a load of kills, and they march right back into this game. We were just praising NIP for getting an objective for free. IG show them to one-up.
Let's take a look at that, because at IG, that was just absolute chaos. Aki trying to flash in for the steal, doesn't quite get it. And then everything just devolves into chaos.
Yeah, and you can just see in the split fight that IG managed to get on into a position where he can actually do damage. You can see that they don't have the equalizer at the start, either do NIP, which is a huge team fighting tool. And once they're split apart, you can just see the amount of work On keeps managing to do. Rookie finally gets on top of him, but the Locket Shield keeps him alive. Last Order finishes that off too. The big thing here is the split fight favors on the on-hit attack speed Ballista, and he gets huge value out of it.
That last bit of burst from Nani as well with the Eclipse coming on through. The W just annihilates Photic. He's got no summoners for the upcoming fight as well as NIP. Wrestle their way to controlling mid, but Drake is already just being burnt down by TLFS and
on the flank. Nani's really dangerous here. They get spotted out by the plants. Aki sorts that out. Here we go.
There we go. Smite comes down. That's soul point for IG. Can they find a fight as well, though? Vampire's been abandoned by the rest of his team. Fate's call maybe keeps him alive. Is the dot still burning? No, he's alive.
And there we go. Vampire buys time on, saves his life, and buys him an extra chance here too. So IG, they get themselves the dragon through the rend. They get themselves an absolutely massive Baron Power Blade. They're going to get just over 5,000. We'll call it just about that. Rookie ends up just cutting it down after taking the Raptors on the other side. But really, IG, incredible team fight. And they've smelled the blood in the water. They've managed to force NIP to play into their pace of the game before they have positioning and before they have their ultimates in the right place.
Look at that gold graph. That is LPL in a nutshell. This feels vintage. This feels quality here, and it's a kill a minute in this game number 2. Our first series of the day was a little bit slow, not that many kills. This second series is more than making up for it.
Yeah, so now, with all of these kills, we're getting more items coming through as well. Photic and Arn are going to be a lot tankier than you expect because they have... Jesus, that's not a tanky Cassandra, though.
Rookie does a little bit of damage at this point in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I was just about to say how the AD carries will start being tanky because of the Terminus built up and how that'll stack up very quickly with the Rage Blade too. Really good, but you can see that Suyan really struggling with Yone, who, I mean, Rookie got donated a lot of kills earlier, starting to show him off.
I mean, if Rookie can do that to Zuyan, I'm not sure a Terminus is going to save on. To be honest, I don't know how tanky he's really going to get in the context of Rookie. I'm scared right now.
It's going to be so funny if he ends up outplaying him. We'll see what Rookie can do.
Nani takes a massive chunk. Juo the target here, but can't really find a good angle to finish anything off. And Rookie just will not stop, will he?
Yeah, and the Flicker Blades means he has so many extra E's and W's. The Flicker Blades, the replacement for Navori Quick Blades, they're still Navori, but it means less AD, but every time you auto-attack, you just get so much cooldown reduction back. It means he just gets so many extra abilities to be even more mobile than this champion has shown he can be in the past.
It is, it's a terrifying couple of items.
Oh, Nani.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He doesn't have Flash either.
He just doesn't know. Oh, no!
Oh!
Photic outplays himself, whiffs the chain. I don't think it matters. Nani will fall, but, I mean, he's going to see that later on, Weibo.
Yeah, that one is, yeah, that one's the Thorny Death Brush. Zyra making it so. Photic misses the ult, but they have so many members pulled that Nani, poor roll swap mid laner, cannot make it out. I do think at this point in the game, his value on the Renekton is entirely tied to his flash and whether he can get onto one of these important carries in the backline. He's not had the worst team fights, but you can definitely tell that he's been kind of secondary to the performance of Arn in the big team fights here. Just lose track of where everyone is across the map, tries to push up and contest a wave. Probably had to see something coming like this in topside jungle. Didn't expect everyone to be there.
I was just going to say, there was a danger ping on the brush and then a V ping at Nady.
Yeah.
He still went to go for the face check. I kind of respect the single-mindedness of the face check there from Nady.
Oh,
oh dear. NIP, though, very much in control of the map at this point. The gold is still basically dead even, and it's 90 seconds until that next Ocean Drake spawns. It's soul point currently for IG, so they would get soul if they can grab that, but Baron's up in 20 seconds. That's where our eyes need to go.
Yeah, we need to see if IG can push in enough lanes to get themselves some vision. They're going into the Rylai's of the, and the Varasalt now as well.
Oh,
ooh, that's a hell of a lot of damage.
Okay, Fate Unbound going to come on through. And they will be able to pull him back. Juo just finds everyone with the Magnus Storm, but he kind of just dies instead. IG now being chased down by rookie Photix in the middle of nowhere. Nani finishes the job. This is a disaster for NIP. What started as them making a play. Now Aki trying to finish things off on the top side. Vampire somehow still alive. Rookie will be there to finish the job, but the rest of IG are collapsing, and Aki cannot find a 1v3 on a Zyra. There's just no way, no how. Chased down by the Goon Squad. It's a double for Nani.
Oh, I thought that draw had just made the Montage Player of the Week. That would have been monstrous if they'd had the follow-up. They failed the team fight. IG, once again, pulling NIP across the team fight into different skirmishes, whether Renekton, whether Kalista, where everyone else can get way more value. This is a fantastic start to this play, but it's going on to one person with a spell shield. GLFS manages to get himself out, and Arn manages to flash back largely to safety as well. What starts off as a montage engage ends up kind of just baiting NIP into multiple split skirmishes. They allow Nani to get onto Photic. They allow, so many of these members to get big damage, and NIP lose the plot of the team fight.
Honestly, if the Equalizer is in that rush as well, I think this is a totally different play. The Equalizer, a complete whiff, honestly, from Shanji. He drops the emotes as he goes down. So now we head back to the map. IG grabbed themselves that Baron. We just talked. This is soul for IG if they get it. Well, I mean, nobody's anywhere near to contest.
Are we legitimately seeing a Game 3 angle here? I think this is a really strong Game 3 angle. We're getting to huge damage in IG now. And I think that NIP, they have, and this is something which I thought we saw with their casters compositions as well. I think they have misunderstood the role of the AP junglers that they're playing around. Okay, shouldn't be flashing forward in Baron pits or in bushes like that. You've got to be playing to allow IG to dive into your plants, to dive into the burn damage. That's exactly what they've gifted over to the brand on the other side. I am really worried about NIP and their take on the AP jungle meta, because it doesn't look like they are that instinctively adapting to it.
It's a rough look for NIP here in
Is
a
that
series.
what you call it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I call it. I always try to be a little political with how I describe the teams. But NIP, I mean, should have been a heavy favorite coming in today. And honestly, game number 1, it felt like that. Game number 2, IG giving them a real run for their money, and a lot of it comes from Nani bringing the Renekton to this mid lane. It's found huge value in the fight.
Rookie is alone. He doesn't have a teleport, and Nani on that Renekton you just called about. Okay, it's going to be fine. I think they cast up before he recalls. I think they could have got that, I think they could have chased a bit more.
I think so too, but he does finish that recall off. And it looks like IG not wanting to risk things, maybe worried about losing things on the opposite side of the map, but realistically, there was no push coming through from the side of NIP. But I guess just wanting, like, the quote-unquote normal fights, the fights have all been a bit chaotic, but the standard fights have been going so well for IG, maybe just not wanting to introduce chaos into the game.
The thing is, they need the split fights. When it's gone to 5v5, I think NIP, the reason why the quote-unquote normal fights are going well is that NIP have been kind of just over-chasing time after time. Shanji pulled out a little bit on the side, has the Kalista ultimate if he wants to get dragged back out. He's safe right now. I think IG are in a really good spot with the Ocean Soul and the ability to split up fights. I think that NIP are really, really going to be in danger of just kind of falling apart now.
I've got to say, when Lethal Tempo was removed from the game, on-hit Varus versus on-hit Kalista is not the matchup I was expecting to see in the LPL. This is not how I thought this was going to go, but here we are. Like you say, with Ocean Soul in IG's back pocket. NIP, they've got to find something fairly miraculous here, but remember, the combination of ultimates is still exceptionally potent. If everyone from IG groups up, those roots with an Equalizer, with a Yone on top, that's devastating.
Now the question is that going to happen before? I wonder if Arn's going to go for a GA as the last item. I was wondering what's going to happen now. It's going to be a back stopped and... wait, did Vampire flash for that? I heard the pop animation. I don't know why I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Either way, I have a GA on Nani. Arn could get GA next. That's an ult back.
Oh, Rookie buffers his own ultimate to get away from the all-out. Keeps himself alive, but importantly, that'll now be unavailable for the next fight. That's a huge ultimate cooldown.
And Rookie... he's going to be really powerful, and if he can land onto a group fight himself. But IG, if they start getting themselves big Guardian Angels, the big combo might not even end the fight. If you die and then you can flash out afterwards, and Arn just brought up that GA, what happens to the wombo combo now? Because if Arn manages to stack up Terminus before he goes down, and then the GA comes through anyway, if you can flash out, keep auto-attacking. If you don't know this about Rage Blade, by the way, on hits also applies in terms of the double stacking of it to lifesteal. With Bloodthirster, and then the Blade of the Ruin King, double stacking on the Rage Blade auto hits, Arn could just about outplay anything if you don't immediately cut him down. If they dive too deep into the Callista, with the GA, I think that NIP need to keep that in their calculations too.
Yeah. One thing I will say, you mentioned it before, I'll bring it up again. Aki can slow him with that Rylai's, with the roots coming down. If you can find that initial route, if you can find the follow-up, it can be difficult for Arn then to get himself out of dodge. He's got cleanse available currently, so still space to outplay it, but that's pretty much the angle. That's what you're going to try and find here if you're on the side of NIP to shut down this Callista.
So, things have calmed down just a bit. We are getting ourselves to some really big items. You can see that Aki with the burn of Leandries is going to be able to proc the Morel Nomicon really consistently, which is good. He kind of needs to be the one to get that, but he's out of position.
That's just not where you need to be, is it, buddy?
It's going to be a whimper, not a bang.
That is the end of the game. That is IG just getting a freebie to finish things off. My goodness, Aki, that is just not it.
That's not, and we saw this similarly on the Karthus. We've seen it multiple times this game. I personally don't understand the buying of the Banshee's Veil. It really hasn't helped. The Equalizer will clear the wave. Will it save the entire turret? Maybe just about.
Oh, vampires.
Oh, vampires.
Okay, doesn't matter. Callista is in the game. We're okay.
Yes.
IG walk away. Rookie, in the meantime, is actually going to trade inhibs. This is an interesting turn of events, as what felt like it could have been the end of the game for IG turns into Rookie continuing to push. Can they stop recalls there? Okay, Rookie's going to back away. Drake is spawning though. Baron's up in 5 seconds. Elder is coming up in 40 seconds. Okay, Rookie realizes that he's gone too deep for this one. All denied. TP from Shanji, but no equalizer available. It's a 2v2 between the solo laners here. So we have the front line trying to start things off. Double knockup comes out from Rookie, but he's locked up. He can't fling back to his shadow. Finally escapes, but Baron's taken by IG.
Now, Rookie has teleport. He needs to get back to teleport back in for a potential Elder fight. It's a good set of burst combinations from IG, but they can't quite get the kill. If they allow Rookie to teleport back in, which they will do, they might actually be in a losing position for the actual Baron fight. Aki's back up. His death didn't seal the game in the way that we thought potentially could do. It didn't put NIP in a great spot. Rookie ends up bailing them out. IG coming back into the play. Without the flash and ult on Nani, though, those are some big tools for late game Renekton to be missing.
Elder Dragon started off here. Remember, the Ren is going to be huge if it can find its mark alongside a smite here. IG moving in. They've got their foot on the accelerator right now. Huge damage coming through onto the rail. Schwo is in all kinds of trouble. Arm finishes to kill the kill. And it's all over for NIP. Rookie trying to salvage things on the backside of the play and suddenly turning things around. In the meantime, Nani chased out of the bot side of the play. Arrow comes in and pops the GA. Rookie saves the game right here. Elder still up. Resets having to come out from IG, but the rest of the team in the meantime, Arn and Nani continue to go for the Elder Dragon.
The Elder's going to go down, but the game, once again, doesn't end because of heroics from Rookie. Huge team fight from him. It's going to allow him to go forward, and he might have just died for the attempt.
Huge pickup for IG. They get themselves the Elder Dragon. Rookie trying to deny it, but he went in too early and is punished by Nani. That is going to be 4 Elder buffs on the side of IG.
I think that contest from Rookie, that one's pretty unforgivable. I don't care how powerful you are on the One. You can't go in like that and give up your life for almost a full minute towards the late game. Now with the Elder going over, yes, NIP went through and cleared out the enemy red buff. They managed to, push out the mid wave and stop IG from being able to push in quite as cleanly with both Elder and the Baron. They still have to defend now in a very awkward situation.
I don't know if this is defensible at this point. 2 minutes still on the Elder buff. And a man advantage on top of that. This feels
Oh, the Q3.
unfightable. As voting is caught on the top side of the play. Equalizer comes down, naming the target here. And the Strangled Thorns land onto everyone as well. It's a 1-for-1 overall as Vampire dives into the play. Sweat underneath the towers will finish Aki off. Rookie finally back onto the map. But NIP have managed to hold. Rookie dives forward, ults back out of the play, and somehow survives. The wave will be one shot eventually by Photic. One shot's probably not the right word here. Ultimate's now all on cooldown, and actually, maybe this is the end of the game after all. IG push back in, Shanji doing his utmost, but it's not enough, and IG will find their third game.
We used to call them the Invictus Giant Slayers. I don't know what it classifies as today, but they walk away with the win. After 0-3 in their first 3 series, they finally claim a win in the group stage. Gosh, this team, I was really worried about them in game 1, but that game 2, they really just team fought their way through to a victory.
Yeah, that was an absolute battle. That was so much fighting and absolute chaos in those fights as well. Rookie having some insane moments, but on very much the player of their game. The early game went all his way, and then in those late game team fights, having to dodge Shanji and Rookie and the Thorns coming out from Zyra, like that was a game and a half on such a short range carry.
Yeah, I really thought that the attack speed Kalista was going to be punished. And I did make a quick mistake. But they did win 1 game versus Weibo. And I was like, oh, it's their first victory in group stage. They get themselves like a second game victory. Of course, going through to game 3 as well after this point. But Arn, in the broken up fights, really did a good amount of damage. And I think that NIP they got caught up too much in IG dictating the way to play out this game. I'm actually quite upset with NIP not choosing to play the grouped up team fights and look for the wombos before it was too late.
Yeah, felt like NIP kind of got a little lost in the sauce, and to be honest, I can't blame them. There was a lot of sauce to get lost in this game, was basically pure marinara, but at the end of the day, IG, they came out, and do you know what? Every single time IG wins a game of League of Legends, this split, it's absolute chaos. This is where they thrive. This is where this team can really find their wins. We're not even going to go to a break because we have caught up to the live series. We're going to jump straight into game number 3 here between NIP and IG and find out what on earth this game 3 of Fearless Draft has in store for us.
Right, so we've already seen some different stuff. We have a Galio coming through for IG, and with the ability to just fly forwards. If you get an engage here from Leona, from the cannon, that Galio, Kaiser, and Graves are going to overlay their damage, fly into the play so quickly. NIP need to be very aware that if their squishies are caught out of position, there is going to be a hell of a lot of follow-up.
I love that Nani is just playing pure mitigation in the mid lane. We played the Renekton in the previous game to shut down the Yone, and now Rookie locks in his LeBlanc, and Nani's like, okay, I'm playing Galio, I'm playing for Spell Shield, I'm playing for CC Chain every time you come in. We'll see what Rookie can do to play around the inordinate amount of CC over on IG's composition.
Yeah, it does really feel like Nani has understood the assignment in a lot of different ways. IG largely understood the assignment, at least in game 2. This time they have themselves a very clear comp identity. On the other side, you do have some powerful moments for this Nidalee to go run into the enemy jungle. I am a little bit worried that it's not, again, the team fight bruiser for someone like Aki to play. The Nidalee is quite hard to play right now. Eyes on him for me to make sure that he can get a really powerful start to this game on the Nidalee.
Let's see if he can get himself ahead. Nidalee versus Graves, it's the ultimate farming matchup. Kindred left crying in a corner in the meantime, but we'll see which of these junglers can find their advantage in the early game. You've not been a fan of Aki on these AP junglers. Let's see if he can redeem himself as we go into this third and potentially, I was going to say potentially final, definitely final.
It is the final one. One way or another is the last one.
My goodness, here we go. IG versus NIP. I feel like this should have been a 2-0 for NIP, but IG forcing us to game number 3 and showing that they are no slouch. So, ward's cleared to start us off here. Aki, the one to finish that one off, so no solo lane experience advantage coming out from this one. IG, though, in the meantime, are also stacking up. Ah, Rookie saw him. Rookie spots Nady, actually jumps over the wall. Somehow, Proc's first strike and doesn't take any damage back.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite important, by the way. So, in terms of, in general, the first strike from Rookie, very important. He's going to have a free early lane versus the Galio. Needs to get ahead of him, though, before the Galio just stops caring about him at all. 3v3 and bot side around red buff, though. Hook goes in.
Juo is not that tanky just yet, even with Aftershock. He's forced to flash away. Ignite going to be used by Vampire, and in the meantime, Aki forced away from his camp. Great start here by IG, reading Aki in the early game.
Yeah, and it's going to be drawn a very low amount of HP to start off lane as well. We've noticed that, I think particularly in game 1, NIP's 2v2 absolutely monstered. And particularly Vampire, I think, struggled in game number 1 and left on to kind of just let fend for himself. Game 2, it felt the other way around, and Vampire, with the Kalista ult, was pulled out to safety many, many times, even into the late game. Game 3, with Draw having to pop the pot early, maybe that'll affect the 2v2. Maybe that can impact very greatly on the game.
Let's see. Nice trading coming out from Nany, but unfortunately, even with that taunt, Rookie can still zip back and dodge away from the queue. You know, this Galio, definitely a pick that can try and mitigate LeBlanc to some extent, but the first few levels are still always going to be a challenge.
Yeah, you're just basically being freebie for the first strike. GLFS will be spotted towards those Croak takes. Still level 1 though on photon draws. They can't really fight. Can you realistically dive this? You have no flash on draw.
They're level 1. They're still level 1. The Zenith Blade goes in onto Boating. He's stuck underneath the tower. Vampire's tanked for too long though. And GLFS is like 1 HP. If Draw can hit a hook, it maybe could have been something. He escapes 1 for 1, but look at all of the minions that are going down.
And while this is happening too, Aki's very happily farming through the enemy quadrant of the jungle. Shine lands in the mid lane.
Rookie finds him. That's not mitigation. That's a massacre.
We did say the Galio is not a good lane into the LeBlanc. Early levels you have to survive. You are a punching bag for the LeBlanc, hitting you over and over. And Nany, we said he kind of understood the assignment of trying to keep down Rookie. Well, assignment, we're going to have to mark this one a little lower than the previous game.
Assignment failed as far as I'm concerned. If you're getting solo killed at level 4.
Mission failed. Get him next time.
Well, there won't be a next time. This is game 3. well, actually, no,
it's
there will, because it's double round robin.
It's a double round robin. Yeah, exactly. We have to get used to that. So GLFS doesn't have level 3 for this. He's very close to it, but he can't quite get himself that extra stats, the extra ability. Maybe this would have made it a quicker dive. I think Dwarf massively outplays this dive, stops GLFS getting a clean follow-up on the dive. Left alone under that tower at that point after enemy support kind of locks up the follow-up damage. And here's the solo kill in mid lane. Just ends up jumping forwards, has the first strike up, spots him coming through, and then massively outpredicts him. He was safe behind the minions for a little bit, but he was tanking up auto attacks, predicts him through in that E, catches the mid-flight.
Like the way that he forces Nany's position and then punishes when the E is used, absolutely gorgeous from Rookie. Like, it's just beautiful to see. Like that. I'm going to go back and watch this preview later. I can't wait.
It's a good thing. Again, the great thing about LeBlanc early against Galio is that early on, your auto attacks fit a lot versus Galio. He can't just stand there in the middle of his minion wave and say, ha, you can't hit a chain on me. You have to get away from the auto attacks too. Rookie takes up those incremental trades and makes them into something really back-breaking. Force him under turret yet again, and continually using the first strike, getting the poke down. Nady losing farm to tower as well, because Galio's really quite awful at farming minions under turret. Overall, lane domination from the LeBlanc. We've seen a lot of LeBlanc bans in the LPL because of this.
He even dodges the CC chain there as well. Rookie looking good today.
Yeah, Nady played that well too.
He's playing his own skin, for God's sake. This is his signature pick. This is the pick that he made his name on, that he won the World Championship on.
You even see all in the bot side, Ignite blown. It's going to be kills right now.
Oh, flash for flash, Vampire trying to follow up for more, but he was baited in. Joel gets the CC. Look at the stacks of Rend built up by Photic here. Wave will be crashed, and on could be dived.
Rookie's used the ult mid lane once again, punishing that E coming through. Nany tried to do the quick E where you kind of E behind you to kind of like zip into them with the back step. Hasn't worked out against Rookie though. Rookie has just been better fingers on the keyboard right now, continually poking him out, using the ability of LeBlanc to jump forwards under tower, damage them, and then jump out before tower aggro goes over. That's been massive from Rookie in the mid lane. And while all this is happening, You even see the bot lane working out in that 2v2. IG at least get themselves some grubs on top side.
IG getting something here, but it does feel like NIP. I mean, honestly, they're not that far ahead in terms of gold. Aki has arrived on the top side, and actually, GLFS won't even be able to get the grubs. He gets one single grub, and Aki will finish off the rest. Despite the fact that his mid laner is resetting and his top laner is pushed in, he's still confident to challenge GLFS there, and looks like he will be able to grab 2 of those grubs for himself.
That's a shame, because you're at the point now where you can use the Galio to bully your way into the enemy jungle as the Graves. It was Season 8 which really reminded me of this combo. It was the KT Rolster comp back then with Kha'Zix's Galio, and many other teams have done similar since then with stuff like the Galio following up on a Graves or a Kindred that can just jump straight onto you. In fact, Milky Way and XEZ, 2 other players we see in the LPL nowadays, between FPX and RNG. Those guys have done a lot of duos for that too. GLFS needs to stop bullying his way forwards, knowing that the Galio and that the roaming Leona, the Kai'Sa when they hit level 6, can follow up quicker than IP can.
Feels like a lot of pressure on GLFS's shoulders, doesn't it? When the players that you're citing playing this style of comp are Milky Way. Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of pressure. Sorry, 30 in his pocket already. I mean, I love that the observers are just focusing on this mid lane because Rookie is just being so permanently aggressive. He's almost 20 CS up, and we're only 7.5 minutes in as Dwo could get caught here. Fotic just starts trading onto Arn, and look at this, all in onto the enemy AD carry in the 2v3. They're managing to somehow turn this one around. Fotic so low on HP, but they can't finish the job. They lose out in the end, and a double kill for Griffith.
Oh, we did say that. Griffith, we'll call him that when he's ahead of the game. He needed to start showing up and being accounted for. He has the follow-up on his team. He needs to be the one calling the plays. Gets himself 1,000 individual gold lead out of kills pretty much, and gets himself ahead of the game. The next play he makes is going to have the opportunity on top of it. He's going to have Nani in his back pocket with that first ult of the game too. Maybe the Galio will be behind individually, but if he can help his jungler who's ahead, maybe that changes the equation.
Wow. Opportunity already picked up.
Yeah, that's scary.
He's a monster right now as Drake is started. I love that Dwo and Fotic try for the 2v3. Like, fair play to him.
You're not going to get out of this. You have a huge minion wave, you can buy some minion aggro. I think Fotic jumps a little too close to Vampire, and the ult goes onto 2 of them as Griffith manages to get the double splash on that one, double kill beyond that. But still, credit for Fotic and Dwo to try and dance out of them.
It was a valiant effort. Not even the cleanse could deal with the amount of CC that Vampire was bringing to the table and the extra damage that gave. Okay, GLFS forced out by Dwo. In the meantime, Aki looking to snipe away a blue buff. Does not actually have his smite available here. Maybe Fotic has to rend this one. It's going to reset for the time being, and GLFS is moving in. He does have his smite available. Dwo starts a fight onto Vampire here. Smokescreen is the most OP ability in the game in those kind of chokes. But NIP muscle their way forwards. They really want this.
They have Galio.
Vampire dives in. Galio flies down to save the day. Looking for a taunt as well as the buff goes down. Dwo low on HP. NIP might just be scattered here, but it's Galio that goes down. They can't quite finish the kills. Dwo's walking away. No. Prey Seeker found by Arn.
Just about a 1-for-1, all things said and done. NIP, they do get that Galio. Huge cooldown in the early game. GLFS needs to be a little bit careful walking around here. He's going to go towards this. I think this will just be a backing away from Aki. Yeah, you don't want to jump towards that guy.
Aki could win that 1v1 right now. There's no universe.
Yeah, Nidalee is an assassin. Not quite from that kind of gold deficit, though, in the jungle. I don't even think he's behind the pace of the game. I just think GLFS has managed to pull so far ahead of it. IG, they don't have the Galio ultimate for a long time now. That's what I was trying to say before things got weird around the Herald. Galio ult is incredibly long cooldown. You need to use it effectively, and you can see that Nani behind individually, but can contribute to the team fights very effectively, even when behind individually in gold. Those cooldowns are going to be worth their weight in gold.
They certainly will be. And gold is heavy. I did some research on that on Twitter not too long ago. Hang on, Rookie is about to face check in. This time the CC chain lands. Rookie forced to flash away.
That's really important, because every time that you walk into lane as Galio versus LeBlanc, you know that you need to have actual kill threat on LeBlanc to be able to lane a lot of the time. Because if she gets a poke trade on you and she's higher HP, things go badly. Now with Rookie out of the equation, IG should be able to get themselves an evening up of the Grub score, not giving 4 over to NIP, and it should also give a reprieve to Nani as well from the LeBlanc lane.
Okay, some small wins coming out from IG. And to be honest, these small wins are
Small
starting
but
to
mighty.
add up to bigger wins as Shanji looks for the all-out here. Zuian forced to flash over the wall, doesn't even respond with the slicing maelstrom, just opts out.
There could be a LeBlanc. Well, it's going to be a Nidalee around the corner. He has to pull the
Oh,
ult.
wait a second, look at the health from Aki. Almost gets one shot by Zuian.
Oh, and he has the first strike on that too, so he even farms the Nidalee for a bit of gold. And that's going to be Aki swinging a miss. Honestly, Aki's barely impacted this game so far. He's been farming up okay, but not impacting these lanes. Again, I don't want to dunk on the guy too much, but I just feel like when he's on stuff like the Vi or any of these AD skirmishes, he has more impact in the game. Struggling to have that on the Nidalee right now.
Oh, Dwo's been caught as well. IG are in their element. Oh no, he autos the ward. He had to use his collateral damage. They are in their element today. They are feeling it in this last game. And I'm excited for it potentially as a dive going to come down. This time the spear lands, and this time it is an easy cleanup for the side of NIP.
And Zuian just doesn't spot out the spear coming out of Fog of War. Doesn't have the reaction check for that one. They catch up Rookie!
They do, and he doesn't have flash available this time. Remember, dashes back underneath the tower. There are no minions. Rookie can hold off this next wave. Nani is going to tank the tower. That's dicey against Rookie's LeBlanc, but honestly, they just don't have a way. Rookie has no way to get out of this one. Now will be CC'd and will be taken down. Or will he? The chain. Oh, he zips back as well. Rookie, he's dancing on him. There's 3 people here, and the shotgun finally finishes the job.
Oh, the smoke and mirrors ain't quite enough to see him off to safety. Rookie on his skin, on a champion he's done so much work on. Can't make it out in the 1v3. IG eventually shut him down up in that top lane. Importantly so, Rookie, if he gets extended 1v1 laning phase, it's going to be such a pain in the ass for IG. He managed to take him off with that one and get Nani closer to the point where he can hopefully get enough magic resist to shrug off some of that damage.
That was a sequence of play. My goodness. Rookie is trying to style on him, and he needs to. CLFS is off to such a ridiculous lead. He's 5-0-1, and getting that extra kill onto Rookie on the back of that play is certainly not helping out NIP.
And you know, there were a lot of questions about IG. It's like, well, okay, where did Lian go? You've tried multiple different junglers. Tianzhen was a bit of a failed experiment here as well. Where's YSKM? You've lost Wink. They could just be about to get, well, what is on paper there very much an upset. NIP have had their struggles, but IG have looked really bits and pieces within the group stage. I think GLFS coming through and showing a much stronger game from him will definitely buoy the spirits of this jungler that's, again, stepped into what feels like a poison chalice situation with many other members of this team.
So it does feel that way, doesn't it? And IG... you know, on the cusp. I don't want to get too excited. They're only 1,000 gold ahead right now. I'm struggling not to get ahead of myself. And like, again, I know we've just been talking about him all game long, but the thing that's in their way is individually Rookie voting. Goes for the cleanse. Dwo may have overstepped on this one. The smoke screen means voting can't jump around. And ultimately doesn't end in anything. Shanji now an opportunity to get some damage down on this tower, but a TP answering from Zwin. And
Zuian's picked up the Liandry's. We've seen this with a cannon into Cassante Tech. You have yourself the first strike as well, which is just kind of nice to just keep doing some extra damage. Nani going to force Nidalee out of the jungle. Has Merc Treads, has the Hollow Radiance as well, so plenty of magic resist to shrug off some of the burst damage from the mid jungle of NIP. That'll be very important for them. Well, all that's happening, he's holding those two into account. Should be safe on the weak side of the map. GLFS will get himself the Herald, and then what that means is that hopefully you can make a big power play with the next Cannon ult. Hopefully the flash will be up for him. The next Galio ult, and maybe you can use that Herald to force this game wide open.
Rookie continues to pressure in these side lanes, but Herald will go the way of IG here. Vampire just continuing to deny vision, deny any chance of congestion. GLFS will finish that one off. So 0 towers picked up so far by IG's win. Wants to change that fact. We'll finally get onto this top tier 1 and finish that job. And with the Herald in pocket, they can look to try and open up mid lane as well.
Yeah, they really showed you that, Joe. They
got me.
Man, they got you good. Yeah, so that's going to be a bit of opening up on the map, as we said. And with IG looking for, once again, like really big team fights in a different way to the last game, but big team fights where they can kind of like come in from unexpected angles. Suyan, he might need himself an emergency teleport. There comes the Galio. He's alone right now.
It's still 4 players from NIP, and Nani is just going to go into the middle of everyone. Potentially get locked up. That's a tank
Vampire.
Galio, though. He's happy to be there. And Vampire now looking for the engage onto the fight line. The hero's entrance is exactly that as he looks up Aki, and the Ignite finishes the job. The slicing Maelstrom sets up the Morris. Boating and Rookie flee for the hills. IG are all over this game 3.
And they use the Herald just to keep the push in the top lane while there are dead members from NIP. Get the gold of an inner turret. No, they won't break open that mid lane outer turret, which is, I guess, what you normally expect from this, but they'll take the gold in hand. IG have the wombo combo, and by God did they land it.
I am loving watching Nani in this series. His entire... Oh, the drifting! I mean... Okay, I don't know. I guess he was just using it as a taxi at the end. I thought he was going to try and go towards mid lane there, but unfortunately, will not get the charge and will just go down. Rookie maybe engaged upon. No. On is being a little over aggressive on this. I'm not sure you win this 1v1, Arn. As Rookie trades it very aggressively. On the survive, it cost him a barrier.
Yeah, it's a low cooldown. It's been higher than it was in the past. Takes something onto Rookie, gets some honey fruit back as well. I guess he's lucky at the fact that there's no big objective up in the next minute or two. And he's also lucky that he's got 2 very beefy members of his mid lane and his support to cank up for him as well.
I'm loving the tank build from Nani. I'm loving that he's just gone, look, I am here to protect.
I think he's also going Warmogs too. I think he's just going to Warmogs, and at that point, if he just sits in a side lane, we used to see this from Ornn versus Fiora back in the day, back in like Season 7, Season 8, where, yeah, you get dunked on for 1 wave, you just back off on the turret, and then things don't really care after that point. Rookie on P4s doesn't hit that. Shane, though, very, very scary. Rookie popping out of Fog of War, can very much one-shot the Kai'Sa. That's a lot of the damage gone with IG.
Now we didn't see that play towards this bottom side. Shanji will walk away. He'll keep himself alive. I wasn't sure if that was going to be a full 4-man play there coming out. Just try and dive onto him, but it is a Cassante. It's always kind of scary to try and dive a Cassante.
Galio has
Voting
flash.
overstayed for this one. Vampire finds his engage. Slowed from the solar flare. Flash forward from Nani, but it's answered by Voting's own flash. Arn knocked up behind the depth charge, but the damage isn't quite there. Rookie arrives on the play. Arn can't quite get anything here as Shanji forces them away. Slicing Maelstrom is only onto the Cassante though. He's hooked in, and he'll be taken down. No flashes out to safety. It's absolute abject chaos, and IG thrive in it.
Whoa!
Triple kill for GLFS. No, sorry, Griffith on the stage.
Oh, Griffith puts them to the sword. The burst damage from the Graves is absolutely obnoxious. This player, which has been under so much fire for having a weak start to summer, it seemed like a poison chalice stepping into IG. He has come away 9-0-1. What did they jump? What did they feed him? What did they put in his drink between game 1, 2, and 3?
This man has had his warhorse in the break. If he's anything like Yagao, he's had a cigarette as well. My goodness, what a performance from the rookie jungler. And Fotin gets caught to start it off. He almost gets out. And GLFS is just kind of ignored for most of the play.
And also, I really think that both Vampire and Nani did a great job of just buying up the attention of the Callista. I mean, Nani's reset the fight, is tanky enough to survive through to a second round of cooldowns, buy up a huge taunt through this, which allows the extra auto attacks to come in from Griffith, and of course from Arn as well. I think, honestly, this is a frontline difference. The burst coming afterwards is kind of decoration on top of the legwork done by the tanks.
I mean, that was a stylish way to finish the fight as well. The Q onto the tower to get that instant damage. 11-6. NIP are 5,000 gold down when they should be favorites, when Rookie is on his signature pick that he's got his own skin for. And yet, Nani's here denying.
He's going again. This could be another fight.
Vampire finding these fights. Troll the target here. And I don't think he'll get out of this one, although Photic's ultimate will save the day for now. And he will get out of this one.
Yeah, I think they just kind of forgot that Callista existed. It's a long cooldown, so that's definitely something that they can use to their advantage. We see the difference between engaged support being able to pull out And not so. Now, IG, they managed to get themselves a fog of war onto the Baron. They have huge Baron damage between this very fed Graves and the Kaiser. It's just gonna melt.
There's no way NIP are getting here in time. Okay, I was wrong. They won the fight after all. Aki the target here as everyone else just dives onto the backside. And in the meantime, Ant has gone down. I'm not entirely sure what's just occurred.
Oh, Shanji almost dying to the ult on the other side too. I think Kashanji just happened, mate. Just dives into the backline, assassinates the AD carry. See you later, mate.
I was taking a look at Zuian, who was trying to find a 1v1 elsewhere. I need to see a replay of that one right now, because Shanji has just saved the game for NIP. It looked like it was all going the way of IG, but it's turned around. Now GLFS trying to get onto Aki. The Primal Surge is a huge heal onto him. GLFS barely gets away with his own life.
Oh, he does, but really, again, set up for by his mid laner, Nani. Yeah, he's down 1.5k gold. I don't think he cares. He just has to stand there and be a CC bot for the people who are fed on his team. Again, I think a lot of what IG have done as a team and as individuals is understand the assignment. They know that their tanks can be really goddamn tanky and open up opportunities for the carries to do some real work. But NIP in the last fight or two have managed to somehow slip through the front line and get onto the carries. Vampire, yeah, goes straight onto Aki. I don't actually think the Nidalee is the most valuable target. I guess you just try and take away the smite, but while that happens, just the front line opens up. Vampire puts himself out of position to defend his AD carry. I think that's just a little bit of a misplay, miscoordination between frontline and backline.
I think the amount of players that are there trying to protect Ard and Shanji still just dives in and gets the kill, dives out.
Smooth criminal.
Yeah, that was something else. Shanji, well played, sir. As Vampire now takes a spear, but he's happy to do so. Baron. A lot of pings flying. Like, we're only just past 20 minutes and both teams like spam pinging Baron, grouping up for the objective.
Now you can see that IG, they might want, well, they're teleporting behind. They want to bait again. Shanji has to teleport now.
From Nani, Rookie gets away. Can Photic do the same? Cleanse comes off through, but whoa, suddenly alone on the play. Fate's call from Photic, gets him out to safety, and Shanji held off on the TP. So that's a tier 2 taken on the top side.
Again, NIP, they have the Callisterol. They can pull the support out of safety. Now IG are well and truly forcing on the Baron. They do still have all of their ultimates though.
Oh god, here we go. Aki is over the wall. Shanji's gonna TP. It's 50-50.
Steal!
And Aki wins those! Shanji in the middle of everyone. The slicing maelstrom, the hero's entrance, all of the circles flying down. But Shanji's still going strong. And on dodges away from the Q3. Gets himself out. But in the meantime, Vampire's gone down. It's absolute chaos once again.
It's 2 people down for NIP. They're going to stop it back. Oh, Jesus, man. Rookie just walking into the graves. NIP, they walk away with the steal. They walk away with 3 Baron buffs as well. That might just open up the ending of the game for them after praising IG so much for understanding how to play around the LeBlanc and play around these team fights. They've been out executed, and now Rookie in a side lane with the death cap and that Ludens might just be able to gun for the 1-3-1.
Honestly, for anyone... Oh no, Rookie's hit a blast cone! Wait a second, Rookie, you're on the wrong side of the map, buddy. Forced to flash now. The Q comes out. Surely this is a kill for GLFS. Surely the collateral damage finishes the job, but it's on cooldown. He can't quite close the gap. Needs to get that E. Flash from Zuian. Rookie down.
No.
He's died to a blast cone.
I think he just took that, that energy drinking power blast cone straight through to the gray screen. What an awful mistake from the old mid laner of IG. The mid laner which made this team famous. Maybe just granting them another win if we're going to be harsh about that one. Really, really awkward timing. I just don't think he thought he was going to find a full group of IG there. He goes down just as they claimed that Baron.
I mean, that is catastrophic. That is about as bad timing as you could possibly get for Rookie. He's had such a good game, but it just won't matter now. That's a tier 2 in the bot side. It's sole point for IG. Shanji Shaw can answer with a tier 1 in the top side, but it's just not an even trade at all.
No, it's not. IG, can they force another fight though with NIP being back down in positioning on the map? Shanji's going to go back. He doesn't have a teleport. He'll buy up presumably a Jack Show when he completes this next back. And we'll see what's going to happen in the bot side of this jungle. IG, one of the things which is really keeping them in this game, again, is just this jungle matchup. Aki on the Nidalee, on the AP junglers, just hasn't had impact. Whereas Griffith on the other side is just putting a bullet between the eyes of NIP every time they walk up to him.
Swin trying to chase down Shanji. Not sure that's a particularly killable target anymore. Shanji is becoming very hard to deal with.
What happens
Rookie,
here?
I think it's just a misclick, right?
I don't know about that. He walks back. No, he spots one person. He's trying to get one. He's trying to get the assassination. And I think if it's just the one person, that could be a miracle pick. But he sees 3 people there. Less so, Joe.
Yeah.
Less so.
Tough one. Tough one for Rookie. Tries to find the angle. The angle is absolutely not there because the whole gang was on board for the play for IG. And now the Baron power play ends in negative 400 gold. Not ideal. And, you know, IG were like almost 5k up. Then the Baron happened, and then they were like only 1k up. Now they're back to 3k up. This is very much
So you're
a
saying the
swingy
strategy is to not take Baron? Yeah, let him have it. It's an anti-gold Baron in this series, apparently. And thing is, even with the golds in terms of the overall team, the gold is in the right places for IG in some areas. They don't care about gold on the Galio. All he has to do is buy space. Vampire doing the same thing. They have the Warmogs as well. They can take poke. They can heal themselves back up. They're very happy to tank up and then reset a fight.
2 minutes until any neutrals come up, and we could have a bit of a lull in the action as such. Rookie always looking, but to be honest, against this Leona, against this Galio, it's really hard to get any significant damage coming on through. You can see there, negative 348 on the Baron power play. Nani is so tanky at this point. Rookie can't even continue poking like he was.
And like, they've fed so much gold over to their other members and given side lane farm to Suyan and to Arn. Nani's not gotten the gold for the minions. He is up at XP, by the way, and that's going to be really important. Galio, each of his abilities has really high base damage, and when you max each of them out, it's kind of like the Silas situation where every one of the abilities maxed out offers you some very different points in power. Sometimes champions don't actually care for one of their abilities to be maxed in certain builds, but Galio getting towards the point with huge value across the board, very happy to just be a proper beef ball fighting with just their base damages.
Nani is a problem. Hero's entrance definitely a key name for an ability in this one, as it does feel like Nani can be that hero for IG in so many of these plays. Both Arn, GLFS, and Swin can individually carry these fights. And it's down to Vampire and to Nani to set them up.
Suyan's going to have flash before the next fight as well. There's no exhaust on the other side from NIP. Important to note that when cannons in meta, you expect there to be exhausts hanging around the place. NIP, they chose to go towards the Ignite, play towards the 2v2 early game. Even that didn't necessarily work out for them. It feels like Suyan, even though he's had some less than stellar moments in this game at points, with his 3 items, Deathcap, Leandris, and Void Staff, doesn't matter if he's had a weaker earlier game. He flashed onto the right targets and managed to kill off Rookie, Photic, Aki as well, another prime target. Maybe that could just swing things in IG's final advantage.
Yeah. And doesn't it feel somehow poetic that Rookie is playing his IG skin on the LeBlanc, and it could be IG that find the upset here and shut him down. Also, Arn playing the other IG skin in this. He's got Jackie Love's Kai'Sa skin locked and loaded. Perhaps this could be the upset in favor of IG. TP coming through from Rookie. They want to contest here. They just spotted out the Baron, so they know it's not happening right now. Nani trying to move in, takes a bit of damage. In the meantime, Vampire goes quite deep for this one, but Chwo is almost one-shot, pulled out to safety. The Maelstrom across everyone as Arn dives into the backside and eviscerates NIP. Suyan survives, not a single casualty for IG as they look to be the Giant Slayers once more. Shanji finds one, and that might just be enough to keep NIP in the game. Oh, Rookie is looking for more here, but he might have overstepped as Arn just flashes onto the enemy mid laner, onto a legend of the league, and wants to find more. Rookie keeps diving in, keeps trying to find this damage. They don't want to give up Drake here. Nani can flank Shanji, but can he realistically find anything? The CC chain locks down Rookie, and Arn finishes the kill. Shanji wants to get the AD carry, and will. Vampire and Nani, they don't have damage to deal with the Kasante, and Aki in the meantime almost one-shot Suyan. The burn isn't enough. Suyan somehow alive.
Welcome to the LPL. Enjoy your stay, everyone. When you've got teams like this, you know they are going to be fighting to the death. This should have been the victory lap for IG. This should have been them crowning this first series win of the group stage for themselves. But it's not quite as easy as that. Shanji, rookie on two of their iconic picks, just about clutching it to the point where they can hang on for another minute or two. Is it going to get them the dragon? No, that will still be Soul, very likely going for IG. I don't think that NIP can rush the Baron on the other side either. They're just going towards the top side to put down a ward or two for when the Nidalee comes back up to play. IG, with how close these fights are getting, I'm going to call it now. I think actually Chemtech Soul gets very, very valuable when everyone ends up on the fight with about 10% HP.
It certainly does. And I have to say, in these last couple of fights has really started to show his strength here. Photic, on the Kalista, I mean, you're such a short-range carry against so much CC. It's really difficult to have an impact. Not to mention, Swayan very much into one-shot territory as IG start the Baron once again. Shanji happy to be the one to face check, but the Baron's already gone down. It's already fallen. IG get the objective. Can they get the fight? Here's Engines across. The whole team finds the knockups, and Rookie is gone. NIP nowhere to run. Chuo tries to buy space, but there's no space left. Triple kill comes through for GLFS as Aki desperately tries to hold on, but there's nothing to hold on to. IG with 30 seconds should end the game.
That should be it. I'm going to agree with you on that one. Baron, good fight for them. Only lose the one member. Maybe Aki can get one last assassination, but you can't do that through the Galio. This should be the game. IG with another upset from the LPL this week.
This rookie squad of IG bringing in Sweet, bringing in GLFS, Vampire coming over from EDG. They said it couldn't be done, but IG didn't care.
NIP rocked by Invictus Gaming. It seemed which looked like it was a surefire shot to losing bottom of this group. Group D, a team with 5 teams, it's a larger pool of them. Face more opponents, and it feels like it could be even more of a practice than the other ones. IG, if they put their name into a hat like this opens up the table for teams like Weibo to get a step further forwards when it looked like they might have been going through in even the bottom 2 at that point. Ultra Prime also raising their heads up at this point and seeing if there is an opportunity. The more even the group is, the more of a mess the second round robin's going to be.
What looked like a cut and dry group has now become abject chaos. Literally any of these 3 teams can make it out at this point. If NIP can lose to IG, then anything can happen in this group. And you can see the elation on the faces of these IG players, and rightly so. What a series they have played today, and what a draft as well coming into this 3rd game. I love the way IG have approached this series and said, look, if we shut down Rookie, what else do NIP have?
Well, in this game, not too much. It's a continuation of a couple of worries to me, Joe. We have talked at length now about how the AP jungle meta has not been favoring NIP. They have looked way better when they go back towards the AD jungler, skirmish variety, the Viego, stuff like Vi, stuff like Wukong. It looks so much better for Aki, and then it does for the rest of the team. You know, I really feel like the AP junglers, the Karthus, and the Nidalee that we've seen, the other AP champions, they just haven't looked as clean, practiced, or just towards the wheelhouse of this team. They need to refigure out their style.
Yeah, they really do. It's a challenge for NIP now. They've got a second round robin. They have the group where you have a little bit more leeway. There are 3 seeds into the top group coming out from Group D. So, you know, they have time, they have leeway to figure some of this stuff out. But honestly, right now, I just want to bask in the happiness for IG. Like 0-3, but they'd won 2 games before this series. Now they're 1-3. Now they are almost even in games. Well, not quite. It's like, you know, 4-7, but still fantastic stuff from IG.
And on an individual level for some of these players as well. I saw a lot of crap being thrown at Griffith in the jungle and Nani in mid lane saying, oh, these guys are just complete turbo-incing. These guys are throwing the rest of the team under the bus. They carried this series in so many ways. I think that the, you know, the brand and the Graves coming out from Griffith were really, really good. I think that Nani, he's up against Rookie, one of the few players in the LPL that does play for dominant laning phase. And yes, he did fall behind in them, but he still contributed an awful lot. Given the fact that his role swaps are mid, given the fact that he's there playing against one of the best to ever do it, I think that his impact on the team fights in both of these games, the Renekton and then the Galio in the game wins, was absolutely sublime at the right moments. And even the bot lane as well, you know, losing Wink in that support role, I thought that was going to impact IG a lot. I think it has impacted them a lot, but Vampire, despite coming off of the EDG Doom squad, has done quite a good amount of work in this game too, knowing that his rest of his team can follow him up at the right moments.
Honestly, some of these fights were just so much fun to watch, and I feel like you could watch replays of these fights like 3 times and still see different stuff going on that you missed the first or second or third time, because there was just so much going on in every side of the fight. But at the end of the day, we said it earlier and I'll say it again, IG thrive in that chaos.
You can change as many goddamn players as you want. Somehow this team always just has the team fighting specialty. No, they're not always going to tear you apart with macro. No, they're not always going to be that super clinical team, but they know how to put up with a scrap, and feels like everyone they bring into this roster really just understands that assignment at least. And yeah, I think that NIP in this game 3, we saw again how much work Shanji and Rookie can do in some of these fights, but I think they got a little bit out-comped. I think they got massively outplayed when it came to most of the big fights. Yeah, Baron Steel, a couple of flashy moments. Even they couldn't overcome the team-fighting might of this composition from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that that Baron smited within 100 HP of going down, if IG get that 50-50, maybe the game is a lot quicker and a lot less close than what we actually saw here today. Vampire doing a much better job today as well. I feel like he's starting to come into his own a little bit as a player. Obviously was brought up from the LDL by EDG for a reason. Maybe it was stage jitters, maybe it's something where over time we can see more from this player.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of players which can often get kind of like shuffled out for, you know, like basically one bad split. Vampire had almost no experience even in LDL when he was called up to the LPL. This guy was very fresh. Same with players like Cher on JDG. There are a couple of these players who have just been picked up really, really fresh. You can't expect everything to go well off the bat. And in fairness, this is the time to try out players like this and see what they can do. Hopefully their confidence can keep getting built. And for IG, I want this team to be good because IG are one of the most exciting teams in the LPL. It is one series. They had a pretty duff game thrown in there too, and game 2 was also a bit of a mess. But even then, this is a team which I would like to see succeed because it doesn't matter which players are on the Rift. They're just so exciting at team fights.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch an IG series. Even when the team's not playing that well, they still make everyone else play their style, and that is always fun to watch. That kind of similar vibe to what Rogue Warriors were back in the day. NIP as well, though, I think we do have to kind of unpack this a little bit, that honestly, we gotta see more. I know we said they do have time to fix some of this stuff, but I do wonder if some of this stuff is fixable. Like, it's been quite a while that we've had questions about NIP and how they're gonna perform. The fact that they made it to top 4 in Spring Split, like, fair play, lads. They leveled up towards the end of the year, but towards the end of the split, sorry. It doesn't feel like this NIP is on the same level as they were at the end of spring. It feels like there's been a bit of a slump here, and they need to get back on top.
They knew how they wanted to play in spring. I think that they've been tripped up by the meta. I think clearly it's not the only problem, but the AP junglers for Aki aren't working. I think Aki is a fantastic litmus test for the team. If Aki is playing well, if he's getting ahead of the game, great. Normally the team tends to win with that. He's a very creative, engaged player on the front foot, but he also tilts off the face of the planet sometimes and flashes into a Galio taunt and immediately dies and whatever. I really think this team needs to figure out what they're doing in their picks and bans in their series versus Ultra Prime. They're very confident of either banning away AD mid laners or AP junglers to secure stuff like the Talia meta, which they've been having. Maybe that will help out for them. This time it wasn't an AP jungler they fell to in game 3, but Griffith on the other side, 12-1-6. What a confidence game for this guy!
Yeah, and his first MVP in the LPL as well. That's got to feel good. Your team trusted you to play a carry, even gave you a Galio in your mid lane. And when you dominate like this off the back of it against such storied players on the opposite side of the Rift, I mean, I hope he celebrates tonight. I hope he goes home and has a few beers. I hope the whole team is celebrating at the end of today, because today is worthy of celebration for IG.
And I have to say, seeing the fact that this was like, so IG Youth are a really big LDL team. They've done an awful lot of work there. And also seeing that this style that has been kind of played in the LDL, where you have like Milky Way going forwards on Kindred, on the Graves, on Lee Sin, with a Galio in his back pocket. And also seeing that, you can see that from GLFS as well, it really feels like they've brought their style with them a little bit, and they've trusted their players to play towards what they know they can do well with.
Yeah, and too right. That is how to approach the LPL, in my opinion, and IG making it work. That is our last game of the day, though. So let's see what our results were. We got 6 games in the end today. LGD 2-1 over RNG to start us off, and then IG 2-1 over ANIP. I did not expect that to go to 3 games. I did not expect IG to win it. Both of my expectations blown out of the water, and I couldn't be happier with it.
Yeah, folks, this was a day of League of Legends. I think tomorrow, looking at some of these games, I think actually TT, EDG, that should be a pretty good game. I think TT have looked a little better than their results suggest. EG are starting to recover from, again, the Doom Squad split. And of course, that last game of the day, FPX trying to see if they could overcome their recent slump and their recent loss of form against JDG, who have had some issues themselves, but they're still JDG.
Yeah, JDG not a perfect team, but definitely a very good team.
But they're JDG.
JDG should be going in as a favourite on that one, but FPX have shown that they can upset favourites back in spring. We want to see that spring version of FPX back on the Rift once more against JDG. Also, keeping my eyes on EDG, who have looked a little bit better than I expected coming into this split. But that's it from us. I've been Munch. That's been Nightmare. Thank you so much for watching the games with us. We will see you in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.